A very lovely morning to all the distinguished guests, our honorable speakers, and all participants. Thank you to Almighty God that we all can get here in the quickest time without going through all the trouble. Well, hopefully, some of the guests who get stuck at the entrance can come and join us earlier than later. Welcome everyone to the third day of COP28. Today is the 2nd of December 2023, just in case some of you already lost in time. Okay, on this first session, we're going to talk about the voices of forests, amplifying local knowledge in climate change adaptation. I will start with a short context of the topic. The Indonesia archipelago has over 1,000 ethnic groups, which spread over 70,000 villages. And among the thousands of ethnic groups, there are Adat communities that maintain traditions passed down from generation to generation, including managing living space in the forest. And there is an emerging evidence that highlight the important role of indigenous or local knowledge systems and practices of Adat communities in preserving the forest and to encounter climate change. So to commence the first session, I would like to kindly invite our keynote speaker. He's the Secretary of Directorate of General of Social Forestry and Environmental Partnership. Please welcome Dr. Mahfud MP. Thank you, Pak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished colleagues, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a true pleasure for me to welcome you at Pavilion Indonesia UNFCCC SOP 28 Dubai 2023. I also welcome all the eminent and speaker and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, Indonesia National Development Agenda, known as New Nawacita, 9 national goals, recognize social forestry role in sustainable forest management. President of Republik Indonesia, Mr. Joko Widodo, introduced the Social Forestry Agenda in 2014 that set target of allocating 12.07 million hectares of forest land for social forestry. In September 2023, more than 6 million hectares of forest area have been given, including Adat forests. Social forestry has been successfully opened opportunities for sustainable forest management practices that can improve community welfare through community-based enterprise development activities. The Indonesia government has issued various policies to maintain sustainable forests and community welfare through social forestry program that has been stated on Ministerial Regulation number 9 year 2021 about social forestry management. This includes introducing upstream, downstream market integration, increasing forest productivity, supporting increased investment and developing business opportunities for communities, developing infrastructure to connect economic centers to market, and providing facilities to communities. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, social forestry program intervene in the relationship between communities and forests and will impact local lives and livelihood. For that reason, local knowledge become an integrated part of policy objective, integrating local knowledge into social forestry processes ensure ownership, adoption, and sustainability. Social forestry also broadly refers to management of forests by local communities to achieve climate change mitigation and adaptation, food security, nutrition, and livelihood supports. Refer to the climate change mitigation and adaptation, local and Adat communities plays important role in order to implement the action through their indigenous or local knowledge in preserving the forest and being adaptive to survive countering the adverse impact of climate change. There is emerging evidence of the important role of indigenous of local knowledge for climate change adaptation. Adapting to climate change presents major social challenges, made all the more difficult by the uncertainty of future impact and issues surrounding climate justice. Local wisdom that regulate the utilization of forests in the form boundaries is proven quite effective to protect and preserve the forest. Knowledge system and practice of other people are recognized a major resource for climate adaptation. Ladies and gentlemen, this talk show I am to show that local indigenous and knowledge are linked through various socially shared aspects, such as values and norms, spiritual belief, and perception of ecosystem function and benefits, as well as operational conditions, including livelihood strategies and economic constraints and social forestry management. A greater focus of way in which social forestry communities can regenerate, transform, and apply local knowledge can play a crucial role in integrating sustainable forest management objectives and livelihood under changing forest and environmental conditions. Finally, I would like to extend our gratitude and appreciation for speakers, committees, and all participants. We hope that our effort will keep containing to help achieving the shared goal. I wish you all very fruitful and successful deliberation. Thank you very much and your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Pak Mahfud, for the warm remarks. And I'll just get on to it by introducing all the speakers. Being the first one, please welcome Pak Yuli Prasetyo Nugroho from the Directorate General of Social Forestry and Environmental Partnership, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. And being our second speaker, please come on the stage, Pak. Thank you. And you can just choose whichever seat you please. Next speaker is Bimantara Aji from Huma, Indonesia. Silakan, Mas. And we're still waiting for Miss Regan Pairoj Mahakich. She's from RECOFTC. I'm sure everybody's here know what it stands for. And subsequently, I would like to invite Ibu Tami, Swari Utami Dewi from Kawal Borneo. Silakan, Ibu. Last but not least, our partner from International, Martin Schroeder from KfW Development Bank Frankfurt. Please join on the stage our moderator, Mas Apri Dwi Sumara. Over to you, thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome to Indonesian Pavilion of COP28, Dubai UNFCCC, for the talk show session of Voice of the Forest, Amplifying Local Knowledge in Climate Change Adaptation. His Excellency, Director General of Social Forestry and Environmental Partnership, Mr. Bambang, eminent speakers, resource person, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abri Sumara. It is an honor for me to be the moderator of this talk show, in this early morning talk show, I mean. This talk show is hosted by Directorate General of Social Forestry and Environmental Partnership, Ministry of Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. On behalf of the committee, we are very grateful to be blessed together here to discuss an important issue in the amplifying local knowledge in climate change adaptation. In this talk show, we have 5 speakers, but Regan is still facing problem in the registration area. We wait for her. The goal of this event are provide information about contribution of the social forestry program in the climate change adaptation action movement, both on a policy scale and its implementation. Secondly, lesson learned from implementation of local knowledge in social forestry as real action on site levels. On the third, building international awareness of the social forestry as real action against climate change. Now we are moving along to our session. First speaker, as Mona mentioned, we have Pak Pras, Mr. Pras, or Yuli Prasetyo Nugroho, as head of Adat Forest, Directorate General of Social Forestry and Environmental Partnership. Pak Pras will deliver about the importance of local knowledge in climate change adaptation in Indonesia. Second speaker will be Pak Aji, Bimantara Aji, as a project manager at Perkumpulan Huma, an NGO who concern in the maybe Adat people facilitation. He's going to share about elevating local knowledge as measure of resource to climate change adaptation. Third person, Tami, the only one woman speaker here. We wait for Regan, I mean. An activist of perhutanan sosial or social forestry from Kawal Borneo. She will give us talk about women and social forestry toward climate adaptation and resilience case in Indonesia, maybe in Kalimantan especially, but in the whole Indonesia. Yeah, we'll see. Fourth speaker will be Regan, as a senior program officer for landscape collaboration. Please welcome Regan. She's coming now. Please have a seat. I start to announce you.
I heard that.
Yes. Very hard to get here, you know.
Long lines now.
Regan, as a senior program officer for landscape collaboration in a changing climate at RICOF DC, we'll share about community forestry in landscape approaches to resilience, particularly lesson from South Sulawesi, isn't it? Yes. And the fifth speaker, the last but not at least, Mr. Martin Schroeder, as a representative of KfW Development Bank, Germany, will give topic to us about international support, especially in this case, amplifying knowledge in climate change adaptation. We would start the presentation, start from Mr. Pras and then respectively all the speakers here. Mr. Pras, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Apri. Thank you, Pak Dijen, Pak Sedi, to the opportunity to speak to this morning. My presentation is about importance of local knowledge in climate change and adaptation in Indonesia. We have a local community and indigenous people forum before COP, and we communicate with other friends and people to other the world. Next, please. In Indonesia, as you know, and maybe it's new from other colleagues from outside Indonesia, we have many diversity of culture. We have 1,000 ethnic group or tribes, and we have 718 language in more than 76 village in over Indonesia. They have some living space in the customary law community or adat forest from generation to generation. And in general, they identify themselves such in local term like Kasepuhan, Kampong people, Mukim people, Katemenggungan, or other term. And in international law, we call it indigenous people, and we call them is in Indonesia is adat people. That's why because we have more diversity and we have and I'm so indigenous people too. I'm adat people too. I'm from Japanese. Next, please. Since 2012, we have a decision of Indonesian Constitution Court. Then forest management by state become a special adat forest to they own manage in but in law of state management. Okay, next please. Yes, the momentum of adat forest is declared by our president in December 30 in 2016 for the 8 degrees of determination of adat forest or customary forest handed over to adat community by President Jokowi in a state palace. Since then, the customary forest or adat forest policy has been continuously strengthened, and implementation of the recognition of adat forest always increased significantly until this year. Next, please. It's maybe you can show about the evolution of our rules about adat forest of Katamuru forest from the first time in ministerial decree 32 in 2015. We have more learning about the situation, and then in 2021 with government regulation we have more higher regulation from ministerial decree to government regulation 23rd. Then we have more powerful with the title of forest management, and we have now two criteria or category of forest area: state forest and adat forest. Adat and state forest is in the same level, is very evolutionary about the regulation of our minister. The status of customary forest or adat forest will determine the function. Also have a resolution about the settlement in the adat in forest area. There's a lot of resolution conflict can be done with this regulation. And next, please. And now we have adat forest in 131 community in Indonesia, about 244,000 hectares, almost quarter million hectares in Indonesia, in 18 province, and we have indicative if in next process is become a state forest, become adat forest, is have among community in 14 province. This the situation in Indonesia, and we achieve this goal to the next year to manage all the indicate become hutan adat or adat forest. Next, please. Nah, this is the importance of knowledge, because if you see the circle of green, we know that the adat people who live around the forest have a very close relationship with their environment. These three example from the province of Jambi in Senamat Ulu, Batu Baru Pelepat, and Rimbo Penghulu is from the Adat forest or Adat people to preserve the forest. Forest is source life that is managed from generation to generation with local wisdom and traditional knowledge. And the spirit of the Adat people is to protect the Adat forest with sustainable management, with local traditional, local wisdom, and the Adat institution, sorry. They are aware that the forests are the source of life and existence of the community. That's why they can preserve, protect the forest as well as the government did. Next, please. Is the example from Sanggau, from Dayak Mayau in West Kalimantan. Before the Adat forest to be decree for minister, whole this area is a production area. But when the team to verify the Adat forest and to community, we can decree the Adat forest in two function. First is production function as before, and then we level up about production function to protected area. Forest is protected area because the new function from Adat criteria is the same from the criteria of local knowledge in their everyday life as a sacred forest. This is a powerful interaction about our team and their knowledge to have new function of this community from production function area forest to protected areas. One from people is a sacred forest. One in our term is protected areas forest. Is a lot of function for life, water, any herbal and food for this protected area. Next, please. Yeah, it's about our Adat forest in 131 unit. We have in 18 province now. And for the climate change, we have 20,000 hectare or maybe or in 48 community Adat forest to have forested landscape, but in non-forested area. They're not registered yet as a reduction emission to the national register, and we still progress on it to they registered become Adat forest and to battle the climate change. Next, please. And now from the empower of community, we have 1,007 school for Adat people with a local knowledge, with a local wisdom to empower the community, to have information to engage the people of the youth people to manage the Adat forest to become more good, more strong Adat institution. Next, please. And I say thank you to all delegation and friends. It's our picture in Papua, Jayapura. Is after verification, and now Jayapura or Papua have 6 Adat forests in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pras, for giving us overview of Indonesian policy on Adat Forest and its implementation. And then from the second speaker will be Mr. Aji. Can you
Okay.
pass the microphone?
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Apri. Maybe we will show about the presentation. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. This one is I will present to you about elevating local knowledge as a measure of resource to climate change adaptation. I am Bima. We are very proud to be in here about share to the local knowledge from the indigenous, from the where the place Huma participate with the local knowledge in a measure of resource to climate change adaptation. I am part of Huma. Huma, next. Yeah, Huma is one of organization who have focused on many issues like legal pluralism, indigenous rights, and climate change. We collaborate with the government, local government, to policy, in the government political will to get the recognize of indigenous rights and then indigenous community for the protect their forest. And then we collaborate with the indigenous peoples to documenting, to support their local knowledge, local wisdom to be document in a book, in a platform, and that all known by us to get the new perspective of local knowledge and local wisdom from them. Next. Yes, the 2 point of the local wisdom or local knowledge is the first is local wisdom value. And the second is role of local knowledge in climate change adaptation. Local knowledge is not only about the scientific facts, but also includes the cultural values that have been passed down from generation to generation. These values include environmental ethics, traditional systems, or natural resource management and sustainable ways of living. By highlighting these values and wisdom, we pay respect to cultural heritage and create a more holistic and integrated approach to adaptation with local communities, which in turn can increase community resilience to climate change. Then the 2 point of this. And then next, we took the example. Yeah, this one is Kenenong. We called it Kenenong. Kenenong is the calendar system of the Acehnes indigenous based on wind direction. It's local knowledge and we know it and we share to the Ministry of Environmental and Forestry where in Aceh Jaya, yeah, we called in Kenenong, yeah. This system is related to the season for planting rice or rice fields and other types of agricultural crops and has existed since the time of Sultan Iskandar Muda. Yeah, Sultan Iskandar Muda is Kesultanan Aceh, is the king of the Sultan Aceh. And according to Kenenong, it can also be used to see good signs of going fishing in the sea or the start of the farming, yeah, start of the farming. And the Acehnes says, Museum Timuja Tarepuket Musim Wesje Meniaga, which means that the east wine or eastern season is better for going to sea, and the west wine or west season is better for trading. And Kenenong is written in the phenomenal books in the 1920. It's written by the Snukhur Grunge, and Snukhur Grunge is write this Kenenong is the one of local knowledge in the Aceh. Okay, next. Yeah, this point is integrating local knowledge for adaptation strategies. We initiate the local knowledge collection, combine local knowledge with scientific data and formal research, and involve local communities in the decision-making process regarding climate change adaptation, form discussion groups, or partnership between researcher, practitioner, or local communities, because we gain the participating from the communities to get their perspective, to get their local knowledge, to be part of the research or to the documented document. And then focus on strengthening the capacity of local communities to manage climate change risk. And then using local technology and locally based innovation and recognition and awards. This one is recognition and awards is was did by the Ministry of Environmental and Forestry. They divide into the gold, platinum, and the silver to be the part of the local or indigenous indigenous output ya from their social forestry or their adat forest. And next, yeah, these barriers to recognizing and understanding local knowledge. The first is incomprehension or ignorance, and then the second is dominance of formal science, and the third lack of inclusion in decision making. Yes, the three of barriers to recognizing and understanding local knowledge is the things that we must have to effort to eliminate resistance to local knowledge integration, and then we use the initiative. The first is education and awareness. The second is collaboration and partnership with the governance, local governance, and the local communities. And the third is community participation, gradual integration, adopt an inclusive approach, role of local leader, collaborative research, and we give the communities real benefit from the local knowledge, from their local wisdom. As one example, I use the batik. I use the batik, and the local knowledge from this one is batik. Batik is recognized by UNESCO in 2012, and then the pattern of the batik is part of local knowledge, and then it's from the South Sulawesi. Okay, I think it's enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Haji. I apologize to inform to all speakers that you should giving a talk within 10 minutes. I apologize. But all of you 10 minutes for the two first speakers. For the next speakers, Tami, yes, 10 minutes within. Yes, within 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very
10.
much. Can you hear me loud? Okay, clear. Okay, my name is Tami. I'm from Kawal Borneo. Kawal Borneo means Friends of Borneo. I'm from Borneo. I'm Dayak. And I also part of the National Working Group of Social Forestry. It's set up by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. So here, I'll be talking about women empowerment. See that? So can you see this is a kind of framework, I call it. When we are talking about women and social forestry towards climate adaptation and resilience, so this is the case of Indonesia, I'd like to show you about to unsee that. We have 5 schemes here of perhutanan sosial. As you know that we have a hutan kemasyarakatan, hutan, that's a kind of social forestry, and then or community forestry. Hutan desa, it's a village forest. Hutan adat, that's a customary forest. Hutan tanaman rakyat, that's a kind of a plantation forest by the community, as well as the kemitraan kehutanan, that's a partnership. And the principle of perhutanan sosial is the balance from the pillars of ecological, social, and economics. So here we also promote the 3 types of management in each side, from institution and entrepreneurship. So right now we are talking about the progress of perhutanan sosial, including women. Just want to take it. So until September 2023, over 6 million hectares have been distributed to customary and poor people. This is very important because 1/3 of the poorest people in Indonesia live or resides in the forest area. So we are talking about the important thing in order to tackle the poverty. It's covering almost 1.3 million households. It means that if one household consists of 4 up to 5%, it means about 5 up to 6 millions have participated in social forestry. And out of that, women take about 20% in social forestry. So right now that if we are talking about the women in social forestry, we need to remember in Indonesia we have a term of Ibu Bumi. That's a kind of Mother Earth. So we are talking about the climate adaptation and resilience. The case of Indonesia, women here is really have to do with the mitigation. For example, they do planting, seedling, and doing a kind of conservation and do forest sustainable management. They also make a kind of adaptation. For example, they promote local seeds. They have really make a local innovation, waste management, climate resilience, and so on. So this is a kind of women leadership. And the next, please. I want to show you, because I think that picture sometimes speaks louder than words. So here that's. Okay, this is in Jambi. When you mention about Jambi here, see that the women, they're very happy. This is women's involvement in village forest management in Bujang Raba landscape. That's in Jambi. So we also have, so you see that? They're making their plan, and then they have their own organization. Next, please. And we also have women entrepreneurship groups to minimize deforestation and forest degradation in Simpang Kapuak village forest. Simpang Kapuak in Sumatra. See that? They also make a kind of agroforestry, and also they have certain products by women. And the next, please. This is from my organization from Kawal, Borneo. Here we have community forestry in Sungai Wain at Karangjuang in Balikpapan City in East Kalimantan. And women there, they have what we call women organization, and they produce a product from a certain agroforestry. So the women there, they combine the plantation of dragon fruit, pepper, and also rubber trees. So it's really the example of agroforestry. Next, please. We also have Hutan Desa or village forest in Intulinga village. This is Dayak in Kutai Barat, Regency, and East Kalimantan. They make a kind of product of for NTFP, non-timber forest product. So for example, they make sticky toffee or dodol from durian. You like durian? See that one. And we also, they also make a kind of certain product from ginger, as well as cereal of endemic sweet potato. They call gamyong. They also make, next please. They also make a kind of ecotourism in Hamak Benuing. What is Dayak word? Hamak Benuing. Okay. And Kampung Juak Asa in Kutai Barat. Next, please. See that. So we are from Sumatra and then to Kalimantan, and this is the example from the eastern part of Indonesia. We have what we call as Mama Bamboo. So here that I want to give you 3 examples of Mama Bamboo. The first one is the right ones, that group Mama Bamboo. This is the project conducted by one of my friends, Yayasan Bambu Lestari, Yayasan Bambu Lingkungan Lestari, and they have empowerment and a kind of activities in order to empower the role of women to conserve bamboo. Right now they have planned over 1.6 million seedlings of bamboo in 7 districts in forest. And next, please. They also pioneering women-based restorative economic collective actions because bamboo is a nature-based solution and all parts of bamboo can be used for many purposes. How many minutes I have? 2 minutes? Oh, that's good. Still 2 minutes. Okay.
2 minutes.
And also we go to Desa, Desa means village, Desa Radabata in Ngada. Have you ever been to Flores? Dragon? Okay, Komodo. So if you mention about Ngada, they have there what they call as Pasar Napu Beto. Pasar Napu Beto is a very traditional community market, especially for promoting bamboo. So they have a kind of transaction in there. They sell traditional food, but they also promote several handicraft of bamboo. And the last one is that one. No, that one. Okay. The right ones. So the right ones is edu-ecotourism. When we call about edu-ecotourism in Gololani village in Manggarai Timur, to educate and raise the community about the importance of bamboo. So, to resume my presentation, I'd like to show you that women in Indonesia, I have given you several cases from Sumatra, Kalimantan, and eastern part of Indonesia. They really contribute to the to tackle climate change and climate crisis. When we are talking about the role of women, it means that women really has a very strong importance in order to achieve SDGs goals, to climate adaptation and mitigation. They have really have a great roles in poverty reduction. They also take a part to strengthen and empower culture. So, this is the example, the inspiration of Indonesia. When we are talking about social forestry, we also talking about a half part of people, that's women empowerment. Thank you so much, and please give applause to the women in social forestry. Thank you.
Thank you, Tami, for giving us some example, many example of women contribution in climate adaptation, particularly in social forestry in Indonesia. Thank you, Tami. For the next speaker, Martin, may I give to Regan first? Then, is it okay?
Thank you. Okay. So first of all, good morning. Can you hear me clearly? I know there's other sound in the background. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me and for inviting RECOF to be a part of this event. I have to say I'm very interested and inspired by the presentations of the preceding speakers. This is wonderful, and I love to hear what Indonesia is doing and these 107 ADAT schools. This is very exciting. So for what I will discuss today, it will look at local knowledge from more of a regional perspective and some of the observations that we are having, as well as some of the examples of what our Indonesia country program has been doing specifically in parts of Indonesia around resilience. Next slide, please. So maybe to begin, I work at RECOF, which is the Regional Community Forestry Training Center for Asia and the Pacific, and we work with both local communities, community forests, as well as governments within the region, including Indonesia. And one of the four main pillars that we have, in addition to gender and social inclusion, is one of our major pillars, is around climate change, adaptation, as well as mitigation, primarily through nature-based solutions. We have increasingly come to the conclusion, and I think that this particular COP28 and the global stocktake underscores the fact that we are not on track to where we need to be. If we're looking to keep under a 2-degree ceiling, there needs to be a further 27% reduction in emissions, 43% if we want to hit the 1.5-degree target. Very ambitious, very challenging, and one of the conclusions that I take from this is that the tools that we're currently using, while they're making progress, they're not sufficient, and they're not sufficiently fast at being able to deal with the challenges that we have in front of us. So there's an entire body of knowledge and experience and people on the ground who understand intimately the nature-based solutions, the systems, the ecosystem services, and I think that this has not been adequately tapped into, recognized, validated as a really important part of the solutions to both emissions as well as how to adapt to the impacts of these emissions. As a result of this, we're thinking more and more about what can be done to capture experiences from Asia Pacific, knowledge, experiences, and document traditional ecological knowledge before it increasingly is eroded, and especially we see the transfer to the younger generation is a real challenge in many, many countries. So, as you see in my slide, traditional ecological knowledge for adaptation. We, as a community forestry, a social forestry organization, understand the relationship of forests and adaptation to go 2 ways. Number one, how can the forests and the forest resources support the resilience and adaptation of communities and of people, but also how can those same communities support the ecological resilience of those forest ecosystems? So Asia has been inhabited for a long, long time, especially the many islands and archipelago of Indonesia, of the Philippines. And what that means is you have communities, indigenous people who have very, very lengthy knowledge base, wisdom that goes back in some cases thousands of years in that particular setting. And they know what the changes are, what the signals are, how to identify that a calamity is coming, how to manage natural disasters. And I think that this is something that can be leveraged, actually should and must be leveraged, both locally, because adaptation takes place at a local level, but also at that national scale. And then what can we take nationally to the regional and the global scales of decision-making and strategies on how to deal with climate change. So just some general reflections on what some of the key adaptation contributions from forest and traditional ecological knowledge, food security. Indigenous people, local communities within the region, when there are food shortages, food scarcity, when the crops fail, there's widespread understanding of which forest products can be eaten, which cannot, under duress. And I think this is a very important source of knowledge. Medicinal, pharmaceutical properties of plants and forest products, what you can use and to treat what illnesses. This idea of early warning systems for ecological shocks, especially. And we need this as we go into climate change. You know what is coming. How do you know this? How do you document this? And then how do you respond? So the post-shock survival strategies. When you see wildlife behaving in a certain way, what do you do? And actually our experiences, there's very clear strategies. When we see this, you know, step 1, step 2, step 3, this is what we do. So some examples from our colleagues in Myanmar, especially a women-led indigenous knowledge is which seeds from the jungle, from the forest are to be collected, are to be preserved to support longer-term agrobiodiversity. Do you need to constantly supplement and add new species into mixed cropping patterns? Again, following wildlife behavior. Which species behave in which ways to anticipate additional rainfall, storms coming, you know, maybe tsunami. Another example that I see very clearly in Thailand and Laos is forest-based protein and insects. And I think that this could be a very interesting way that the global community can consider to reduce our impact, our carbon footprint, our ecological footprint in considering insects. And it can also be a wonderful source of enterprise and livelihood for local communities that are able to produce or perhaps farm insects. Next slide, please. This is one of our IP elders and leaders. RECOFT organized a session at Asia Pacific Climate Week in Johor Bahru 2 weeks ago on traditional ecological knowledge for adaptation. And we had Datu Lenelio join us, actually in the end virtually, but really this is one of his statements. One of the things that we're looking to do as a result of the Asia Pacific Climate Week event is to try to establish a network of IPLC, Indigenous people, local community leaders with traditional ecological knowledge, with a focus on women and other groups that might not be able to engage for language reasons, maybe for formal education reasons, and to provide them opportunities and supports for mentorship, especially for young people, to validate their knowledge, their roles, and to try and connect them with other IPLCs from the region. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. So just very briefly, these are some slides that my colleague Pak Gama has shared. Some of the work that RECOFT has been engaged in South Sulawesi especially has been to support local communities and the government of Indonesia in securing land rights, tenure rights for social forestry, seeing this as a critical part of establishing resilience and reducing vulnerability. So we have trained more than 2,100 people, more than 27% of this being women, in natural resource management. Facilitated the granting of 3 social forestry permits and have supported 6 others. Created more than 10 social forestry entrepreneurship groups and supported establishment of inclusive business partnership action plans for more than 30,000 hectares of forest in South Sulawesi. Next slide, please. Thank you. Another example in Jambi is around the limited involvement of local communities in peatland fire management, prevention, monitoring. So some of the interventions there have been around increasing capacities and knowledge at village levels of fire monitoring and prevention, some of the fire management strategies, and involving the communities participating directly in fire alerts, monitoring fires, and then integrating this into government fire alert systems. Next slide, please. So I think I'm pretty close to my 10 minutes, I guess, or gone over. Oh, I've gone over.
But it's okay.
Okay. So some thank you. some ways for it, just to reflect back on traditional ecological knowledge. Again, I think it can and must play an important role in global strategies. How do we do this? We recognize, we validate, we document, and also perhaps incentivize Indigenous people and local communities who have been these traditional guardians of forests and of biodiversity. 80% of global biodiversity is under Indigenous peoples' management. And documentation, as we see a very fast erosion of traditional ecological knowledge. I've mentioned our intention to support or to develop a network for exchange and piloting of different traditional ecological knowledge strategies and tactics, perhaps in other locations that are suitable, and especially knowledge transmission between generations, because we see that as a major challenge as young people are exposed to modern social media and values that don't necessarily support traditional Indigenous cultural values. And again, finally, the need to pair with technological solutions. I think that this hybrid model of looking at remote sensing and GIS, for participatory land use planning, for carbon project development, for modeling of wildlife corridors, for biodiversity preservation, and ecosystem accounting and valuation. I think that's my last slide. Yes, this is one of our initial network youth, basically lamenting the lost traditional knowledge of her grandfather when she went away to school overseas, and then you have the rupture. And so how can we maintain that? How can we keep that between the generations? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Regan, for your important talk. For the last speaker, but not at least, Mr. Martin, could you please give your talk?
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. And I would like to start with many thanks. Many thanks for the invitation, Dr. Mahfoud's entire crew of the Ministry of the Environment and Forests. It's a pleasure to be able to represent KfW, the German Development Bank, today here on this panel, jointly with the distinguished panelists. Many thanks for the inputs, impressing. I will make up some time, I think. I will just concentrate on very few lines, trying to share a little bit the perspective of the international cooperation of the German corporation in regard particularly to the social forestry program. We are passionate about this program and our participation in this because it's giving continuity to a long-term cooperation with Indonesia on forests. We have currently, and I'm not going to bore you with numbers overly, almost a 200 million euro strong portfolio of projects being in implementation, grant-based. We internally discuss a lot the importance of grants. We are still convinced that grant funding is needed to move forward with lighthouse projects that really make a difference, pilot new approaches. And that already brings me a little bit to three elements that I would like to point out where this passion for the social forestry program comes from. And the first point is that for us, it's an excellent example where national policy and local implementation go together hand in hand. So we have heard in the introduction that you are with 6 million plus hectares in the program, and that is a meaningful size, a very meaningful size, and congratulations for that. And yes, and the point there is, okay, it's sustained by local implementation, and I, as a forester, being here, you know, between livelihoods, forest and water, feels really good. It is the diversity of the Indonesian setting that makes that also challenging to implement national targets within the context of high diversity and to find those models that can be replicated and scaled up. I mean, we have heard a lot of examples, and the importance of women in all this is a transversal aspect. The program brings these two elements very well together. As a also as a forester with ground-based experience, I can say that clarifying land use rights tenure is fundamental to anything related to sustainable management. It's the entrance door. So the program tackles that, and it opens the path to sustainable patterns. Are we immediately engaging into fully fledged sustainable approaches? No. So there is huge challenges within the individual models, and that is already the third point. The diversity of the individual cases, and the German corporation particularly supports the piloting in West Kalimantan and the Flores Island, shows that diversity, and it goes from non-timber forest products, and we talked a little bit about the potential importance of small-scale adapted plantation forests to also generate concrete revenues. I think these individual approaches, and Regan, you also demonstrated some of them, to bring them into scale that is the challenges that are still ahead. But I feel you're perfectly prepared, and I'm now looking very much forward to the joint discussion on the different inputs we heard. Thank you very much.
Applause to all speakers. Thank you. Amplifying local knowledge is crucial for creating effective and context-specific strategies to tackle the impact of climate change and the community level. I know all of the audience is very eager to ask, but maybe for a couple of minutes, because I also have a question for all speakers. We are talking about the traditional wisdom and modern climate change right now. And Regan also mentioned about the challenges, many challenges. Are there challenges or opportunities in the bridging the gap between the traditional wisdom and modern climate change? How to bridging it? It is very challenging, I think. To all, how to bridging the gap between traditional wisdom and the modern climate science? This is very challenging, I think.
How to bridge it? How to bridge? How to bridge? This one?
Or maybe Tami,
Oh, me?
you want to respond first?
Yeah. This is a tricky one actually, because when we are talking about the more modern thing, for example, business development, people from community, they really, oh, what kind of business? And then, you know, they really has something to do really with traditional. So the key to make a kind of bridging between the traditional and the modern things is capacity building. So if we want to mention about capacity building, we need to pay attention about the characteristic, the diversity, and the different needs. Very different from one community to another community, very different needs between women and men, very different between the older generation, the elders, with the young. So we really need to pay attention to the variety. And please don't forget, if you mention about the modern things should be the pathways to promote the local wisdom, not to neglect, not to recite the local wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, Tami. So the important case is about building capacity to local people. Maybe the next, Mr. Aji.
Maybe I'm the second.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I present the Kenenong. Yeah, Kenenong is the part of the calendar system which collaborate to the local government to make recognize with the regulation, with the local regulation. We called it Kanun. Yeah, Kanun. In Kanun, we initiate the Kenenong is insert to the part of the Kanun, the first, and the second is the how to improve and how to insert the Kenenong in the local module in the elementary schools, and the other schools in the Aceh province. And then the second is how to manage the Kenenong with the local communities. It's written by the books of the community in the Mukim. Yeah, Mukim is the one of the part local communities called in Aceh. I think it's the 2 point of the how to bridging the local government and the local recognized with the local regulation, and the second is how to insert the local module in their school.
So
Thank
the
you.
education is the most important.
Yes, the education.
Thank you, Pak Ji. Maybe Pak Pras, Mr. Pras, if you
Thank
want
you.
to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Apri. I have answer. Maybe I IT team room in behind us to show my presentation in slide 7 and 8. For Mr. Bima, so that the Kenenong is local wisdom. And in North Sumatra have like similarly like that. In our knowledge, we have just 7 names of the day: Monday, Sunday, Thursday. In North Sumatra, in Batak traditional knowledge, they have 30 name of the day, from 1 to 20 or 30, the 30 day. And every day they have a own behavior, must to do the people about the nature and to protect the water, land, forest from day by day, by the day of refresh by the moon, from the first moon, full moon, and then it's a black black moon. And is the new consensus about traditional knowledge and modern science. We have 3 examples: relation indigenous people and customary forest is the answer about the new consensus, the collaboration, and the new myth about traditional knowledge and scientific modern. Next, please. One more, please. In yes, is the protected area is a new consensus that the answer about the question, that the protected area is new consensus about adat forest knowledge or local wisdom knowledge as a sacred forest, as a source of herbal and everyday life. But in modern scientific mode, they become a criteria in our regulation, uh, in forest regulation, to 3 function: forest conservation, protected areas, and production. And they have a new function in Sanggau, Kalimantan, in Dayak Mayau. They has a new consensus and the myth of traditional knowledge, local wisdom, and scientific mind to adat forest recognition, to have their manage the forest to the community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Brass, for your sharing experience. Maybe Martin or
Maybe
Reagan.
just a quick thought. I mean, in regard to forests, if we want to improve and scale up contributions to the mitigation of climate change, protection of biodiversity, there is a limited set of options. You can protect or you can manage well. Yeah, and the map that you just showed is a good example of that, I think. If traditional knowledge can help to sustain a consensus among communities that this is a protected area, then that is the way to go. And we were discussing, I think, mainly also on the track of how to improve sustainable management. And the challenge there is the diversity of approaches in such a huge country like yours. Yeah. So from a development and an economic perspective, I would think, yeah, that working on the scalability and to create clusters and really even foster more the mutual learning within the program can be a way to improve impact on sustainable management, yeah, along with enforcement, of course, wherever the state is needed.
The last, Reagan,
Okay.
would you respond?
Yeah. So quickly, how to overcome these challenges of incorporating traditional ecological knowledge for adaptation. I mentioned the generational challenge and how to retain this in the midst of all these global modernization consumerist pressures. And my thinking on this is perhaps it's not enough to just allow people to practice. Perhaps it needs to actually be actively supported. And to me, that might take two forms. And it doesn't mean that everything comes down to financial incentives, but I think that's a big part of it, potentially. The other one is validation. So for example, how do you create opportunities for especially young people, because that's where I see the gap, to be proud, to be champions. And it should be, you know, a young Indigenous person sitting here rather than me, for example, having that opportunity to speak, to be heard, to take the lessons back, to get excited, and to be inspired. So that's one. When it comes to the financial incentives, perhaps linked to what you're saying, some of these opportunities around whether it's carbon insetting, carbon offsetting projects, for example, in the East Kalimantan FCPF project, I understand as part of the benefit sharing mechanism, there's a proportion that goes as a reward to the traditional guardians of the forest. I think it's a 10% component as an acknowledgement of the traditional guardians. I think, you know, different benefit sharing mechanisms need to have a set aside acknowledging and recognizing the historic roles of Indigenous people in local communities in managing forests. So I think that's an important avenue as well. Thank you.
Thank you. For the audiences, due to the limitation of the time, we only have one person to ask. 5 minutes left. Only one person is okay. Please raise your hand and mention your name and your institution and to whom your question will be addressed. Maybe one person. Want to ask?
Or can I add something to that?
It's okay.
If it is possible. I remember about the book by Kate Raworth, the economics of donuts. She mentioned that in order to tackle the one of the problem right now is about the economics really exploit the natural resources, and she over the balance of principle, ecological, social, and economics. So she really see that the way of what we are doing, for example, in social forestry, the balance between the ecological, social, and economic is a pathway, forward way, just to give a new paradigm of economics. So we are not putting ourselves in a modern type of economics that really give kind of exploitation to the people, make a poverty, and also to destruct forests. But we need to put ourselves in terms of balancing. That's the words of Kat Raworth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tami, for additional information. Thank you for your participation today in this discussion. We have learned and shared about first role of the local knowledge in climate change, the women's contribution to climate adaptation and resilience in the context of social forestry in Indonesia, the method of amplifying through integrating local knowledge for adaptation strategies, and also the international perspective to adapt forests. Thank you very much to all speakers for addressing this interesting topic. On behalf of Directorate General of Social Forestry and Environmental Partnership, we really do appreciate for your very important contribution of this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, may I thank you very much for your participation on this talk show. I hope you enjoy the program. Have a safe trip home. Thank you. Before we end the event, maybe we kindly invited Pak Bambang because we have special gift to all speakers. And maybe also memorable gift. Thank you very much to all speakers and participation. Thank you.
Thank you to all speakers for your contribution, for your times. Despite the challenges we all face, but all the speakers are still very keen, very eager to do something for the Adat people, for the community. So to show our appreciation, we have a little token of appreciation to be given to all speakers. Please kindly accept. And right after, we're going to have a group photo together before you all leave the site. Okay, Pak Dirjen, kindly stay on the stage, including Pak Mahfud. Please join the group. We're going to have a big group photo together. Everybody can squeeze in to the center. Just want to make sure everybody in frame. Okay, thank you very much once again. Thank you all for your participation. We're going to have a quick break for 10 minutes. I know it's still early in the morning for some of you who perhaps have a big night last night. So if you want to help yourself with some coffee, we've already prepared a coffee station right at the front near the entrance. So if you want to have a cup of tea of coffee, please help yourself and please be back right here at 10:30. See you again. Good morning, distinguished guests, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. For those who just arrived, welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. Today is the third day. On the second session, we're going to discuss on the international commitment, on how to mainstream or align international commitment with NDC's implementation to strengthen the national ambition. So I'll just okay, a short context of what we're going to touch on today. So transitioning to low carbon energy is of course everyone's goal, including Indonesia's state-owned electricity enterprise or PLN. So this session we're going to learn from speakers from various entities, may it be Indonesian government, SOEs, financial institution, on how to align international commitment with Indonesia NDC commitment. And to start with, I'll hand over directly to the Executive Vice President, Energy Transition and Sustainability from PT PLN Persero, Ibu Kamia Handayani. Over to you. Thank you. I apologize for mispronounce your name. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Bu Mona, for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the talk show, Mainstreaming International Commitment and NDC's Implementation to Strengthen National Ambition. Please give a round of applause to all of us. Thank you. Okay, this talk show is one of the many talk shows held by the Indonesia Pavilion in COP28. For the next 80 minutes, we will have exciting presentations from some of our distinguished speakers. We hope that this session will provide interesting insight and discussion. It is my great honor to serve as the moderator to this event. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Maya Rani Prospita. I'm the Executive Vice President of Corporate Finance in PLN, an Indonesian state-owned electricity company. The COP28 has just begun. We have seen tens of thousands of participants from around the world. The global urgency to address climate change has compelled nations to commit ambitious goals, including Indonesia, where meeting the nationally determined contribution, or NDCs, is very important to contribute significantly to the global climate effort. Today, we will hear some presentations, some ideas from some prominent speakers across different stakeholders. Please allow me firstly to invite Mrs. Nani Hendiarti, the Deputy for Environmental and Forestry Management Coordination, coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, for the keynote speech. Mrs. Nani Hendiarti, the time is yours. Please come to, please give a round of applause to Ms. Nani.
Honorable Ibu DG Laksmi Dewanti, my dearest colleague from the Ministry of the Environment and Forestry, Pak Haryadi from the PLN, and all the speakers, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is such an honor for me to be here and meet you all, delegates who have the same concerns, and also curiosity on the matter of the paramount importance of the what actions have been done for the climate change mitigation, especially from the energy sector. So the IPCC has emphasized that large-scale immediate transformation is needed to keep the Paris goal in reach. Without urgent actions, warming is likely to reach 1.5 degrees Celsius as early as 2030. So we cannot postpone it. If we postpone it this until 2025 or beyond, to step up the ambition will severely constrain option for achieving the Paris goals, requiring even more rapid and costly decarbonization and make us more reliant on unproven technologies. According to the World Bank report, Indonesia's per capita emissions of the 2.3 tons CO2 equivalent that are below from the global average of the 4.5 tons CO2 equivalents, and also far below advanced economies such as Japan, 8.5 tons, and also USA, 14.7 tons. So Indonesia, as a fast-growing country, aims to become a high-income economy by the next decade. So because of this, so we have faced that increasing of the energy demands. The emission from the energy sector in Indonesia has been also increasing compared to the last 4 years. We have a comparison between 2019 until 2022. That with the number we can see in 2022 has increased compared to the last 3 years. So we have set also an Indonesia Emas 2045 vision of creating a resilient, prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive economy. So the Glasgow Climate Pact mark a crucial turning point in our global commitment to address the urgent climate crisis, particularly emphasize on the reducing coal consumption through coal phase down. The Indonesian way for the just energy transition is in line with the Glasgow Climate Pact. So we will focus on the phase down of the coal power plants, so not the phase out. So for the next, I think we would like to say that Indonesia commitment is reflected in the enhanced NDC. Will be explained, I think, with the Ibu DG Laksmi later on. But we would like to highlight that in this enhanced NDC, the energy sector is focusing on the renewable energy, but also in the conservation and also efficient. Yeah, in make it this more efficient. The next also we have committed to achieving net zero emission by 2060 with balance between our critical needs for energy security, affordability, and also sustainability. Since then, we have been working towards that goal and have made solid progress, such as the government has issued several policies to meet the renewable energy target. And also, the one example that we have already achieved that we have the largest floating solar power plant in Cirata. Yeah, this is the largest in Southeast Asia, but it's located in the Cirata with the capacity 192 megawatt, and it is in UAE investment. Ladies and gentlemen, so the next, I think, after I explain about the Indonesian strategy, so we would like also to mention here that the international support on the energy transition. So we would like to highlight the Indonesian JETP is one of the concrete action in the climate finance. So it will mobilize the funding from the developed to developing country to accelerate the implementation of energy transition. We will have a special session on the JETP this late afternoon at 5:30 p.m. in this Indonesian Pavilion. There will be more discussion about this. But I would like to share to you that the effort of those renewable energy potential need commitment, the mobilizing finance through the JETP. And also this program supported by the APG, coordinated by USA and Japan, as also defense as part of the G20 Bali deliverables in November, in the last November. So I would like also to mention two things about the JETP that in I think about like 2 weeks ago, the JETP Secretariat has launched the Comprehensive Investment Plan and Policy. And this is a strategic document laying out the plan for the ambitious energy transition in Indonesia power sector with conditional upon international financial and technical support. And also we mentioned that in that document that the power sector pathway aims to keep emission on the grid system by 250 million tons. So which would require nearly 100 billion US dollar. That means this is 5 times of the commitment from JETP that we already get it about 20 billion US dollar until the next 5 years of the partnership. So therefore, from that the document we can see that we need still other collaborations effort to make it this scale up of the financing needed. And also, of course, this is for to support Indonesia in achieving ambitious energy transitions. There are still a gap in financing to support the project on the energy transition. To that, we said innovative finance. So also from the G20 Bali last year, it also mentioned and acknowledged in the leaders' declaration, one of the initiative from Indonesia named the G20 Bali Global Bandit Finance Alliance to address 3 gaps and achieve the SDGs. So we will have also the roundtable discussion today afternoon about the progress on the GBFA, the Global Bandit Finance Alliance, and also we will share the activity that we will have for the next 2 or 3 years, specifically for the next year. So also, Indonesia need to develop the world-class carbon market ecosystems with domestic carbon market as a priority. So building from the current momentum that we already launched the IDX carbon to support, this can be also used to support the energy transition program. So the government of Indonesia welcome for this carbon trading from the energy sectors, and we already started with the ATS, emission trading system for the from the energy sectors. So the decarbonization program also is part of the important step that we have worked so far. So we have one example here that we would like to apply this to our coal-fired power plant by we call it co-firing. Yeah, this is substitute. Roughly about up to 10% of the coal from the biomass. So we have new regulation ministerial decree under the Ministry of the Energy and Mineral Resources. And also we have already have some MOU signing by the partner yesterday, and including also the part of the PLN program. So in my final word, so addressing these all challenges requires collaborative effort in all levels, including also international, national to local stakeholders. And the process must be as fair and also inclusive as possible. Therefore, we look forward for this initiative to bridge the gap and also to support Indonesia energy transition ambition. So thank you very much for all the collaboration. I think I saw here some colleagues that we have been working together, and then we would like to have more collaboration in the near future, specifically in the very important sector of energy sector in, I think not only in Indonesia, but I think all of the world. So thank you very much, and yeah, good afternoon to all.
Thank you so much, Ibu Nadi, for the opening. I think this is very interesting that you provide the updates on the recent developments on the energy transition agenda in Indonesia. Next, I'm going to invite our second keynote speaker. She is the Director General of Climate Change Control, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. Please welcome Ibu Laksmi Dewanti. Ibu Laksmi, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace and Allah bless upon us. Selamat pagi, a very good morning. My dear colleagues, Ibu Nani, Deputy from the Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment, Bapak Evi, Director of PTPLN, distinguished speakers, guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it is my privilege and honor, great pleasure as well, to welcome you all to this talk show on mainstreaming international commitment and NDC implementation to strengthen national ambition here at the Indonesia Pavilion's COP28 Dubai. I shall thank Ibu Nani to set the tone, so I will skip all the information related with the energy transition, so I might not also need to present any slides because Ibu Nani has perfectly described the situation or the condition on Indonesia as well as the policy on Indonesia just transition in energy sector. Dear colleagues, when world leaders signed the Paris Agreement on climate change 8 years ago, they pledged to keep the global temperature rise to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels and to work to keep the increase as close as possible to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, shows that the world will probably reach the exit 1.5 degree Celsius of warming within just next 2 decades. Only if we able to deeper our cut or to implement such an ambitious emission reduction, we then able to keep the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius, the limit that science says it's necessary to preventing the worst climate crisis. So we basically have no any other option rather than deeper our emission reduction. Climate change, however, it's not only a global challenge that does not respect national borders, but also is an issue that require global solution that need to be coordinated at the international levels, at the regional levels, at the national level, and even at the local levels. To assist countries, particularly developing countries, to move toward a low carbon economy and deeper their emission cuts. We are not only talking the climate change in the UNFCCC forum like this COP. The issue of climate change as part of the triple planetary crisis nowadays is also discussed outside the ASEAN, World Economic Forum, and various international fora. So distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as we all aware that number of parties already submitted their nationally determined contributions or NDCs and the long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050 as mandated by the Paris Agreement. With some were addressing long-term visions such as net zero emission and carbon neutrality by mid of this century. Indonesia, through our nationally determined contribution, alongside with the long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050, has visioned a net sink FOLU 2030 as part of its journey toward the net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. Our enhanced NDC shows Indonesia's increasing commitment through increasing greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, improving programs, strategies, and action in emission element mitigations, adaptation, transparency framework, and implementations support or means of implementation. In our long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050, Indonesia foresees to reach the peaking of national greenhouse gas emission in 2030 with net sink in forestry and land use and other land use sector. And with further exploring opportunity, the rapidly progress toward net zero emission in 2060 or sooner through the enhanced NDC. Indonesia committed to achieve the target for reducing the greenhouse gas emission in 2030 by 31.89%, unconditional with our own target. And if Indonesia receives support, among others JETP, like Ibu Nani mentioned, the target will be increased up to 43.2% compared to business as usual. This target will only be achieved through implementing the climate change mitigations action in various sectors, including energy sector. So that's why energy sector is very important, because energy sector together with the FOLU sector are a very backbone in Indonesia's NDC and the journey toward net zero emission by 2030, 2060 or sooner. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, referring to Indonesia long-term strategy, under the most ambitious, low carbon compatible with Paris Agreement scenario, Indonesia emphasized to reach the ambition or net zero emission by 2060 or sooner, and I believe the energy sector able to play a significant role in this target to be achieved. My dear colleagues, Ibu Nani has explained how the energy sector in Indonesia will contribute to that target. So I believe that it is the time for us not only to talk, but walk the talk. So the documents, the plan, the strategy will be able to be implemented and reach the target that we already set. Indonesia currently has started to preparing its second nationally determined contribution as mandated by the decision of the COP21 back in Paris. The second nationally determined contribution, which will be in line with the 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario. And we hope that within the second NDC, the energy sector will increase its targets significantly. The successful implementation of NDC, especially in this energy sector, will require a lot of great contribution, collaborations, and participations from the various parties, various stakeholders. So we hope that during this COP28, because we bring many more colleagues at this COP, and the COP28 presidency has declared that this COP28 should be the most inclusive COP ever. So we have to show that by having the collaborations, a great partnership among us, we be able to achieve the target and hopefully beyond the target. Because without that, we will be, we will not be able to prevent the temperature rising by end of this decade below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So I hope our discussion will be filling up and firing up our commitment and our spirit to tackle the climate change. I thank you, wish all the best, and have a very fruitful discussion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Laksmi, for the clear message. Ibu Laksmi, please, could you please stay on stage? And I would also like to invite Bu Nani to come on stage. We have some token of appreciation for both of our keynote speakers. Pak Haryadi, if, please may allow me to invite you to the stage to present. Okay. Now can we please have a picture together, the three of us? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Nani, Ibu Laksmi, for the opening. Now we are going to enter into the discussion session. Please allow me to invite Mr. Evi Haryadi, Mr. Oki Muraza, and Mr. Demetrios Papatanasio. Please come to the stage. Please give a round of applause to all of our distinguished speakers for today. Thank you very much. Welcome to all the speakers. We are going to have short presentations from the speakers because of the limited time, unfortunately, that we might only have like 5 to 10 minutes for each speakers. First, I would like to invite Mr. Haryadi. He is the Director of Transmission and System Planning at PLN Persero. He will be sharing PLN leadership in advancing decarbonization efforts in Indonesia towards net zero emissions 2060. Pak Haryadi, you have 10 minutes. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Bu. Thank you, Bu Maya, for giving me time for sharing. Good morning, everybody. Referring what the keynote speech point out, especially regarding the we not just talk, but we must walk the talk about how we implement the NDC. In this time, PLN, we would like to share to you what we have done until now regarding the NDC achievement, especially for achieving NDC in 2030. Based on our plates, maybe there is a presentation that could be shared.
Operator, could you please?
Okay, still waiting for the presentation. I think based on our background, that our government and also PLN has been signed the Paris pledge that we must achieve around 29% of reducing the emission and enhancing become 31.89. It's mean around 900 million ton will be achieved for reducing the target. And based on this target, the energy sector must reduce around 358 million ton CO2 equivalent. It means this is the second largest. Now in PLN, based on this target, PLN has a target around 127 million ton. It's including how we develop the renewable energy and how we do the co-firing and also how we implementing the technology, especially for coal that efficient, more efficient. Based on this, we have been planned for RUBTL 2021-2030 that we want to build around 21 gigawatt renewables. Now we're reviewing this, and now we plan for the new accelerated renewable energy development that build in the end of 2060 is become 480 gigawatt of renewables, and it costly around 700 billion. And this also including still maintaining around 19 gigawatt coal and gas with the CCUS. And we want to report what we achieved now. Until now, we have achieved around 39 million ton emission reduction through the implementation of this key initiative. We have a key initiative. One is renewable energy development. Now we have commission around 1 gigawatt and under construction around 3 gigawatt, and still plan and also development is around 17 gigawatt. In the case of the second initiative is biomass co-firing. We have do some co-firing piloting in 43 coal power plant. And also we do some improvement in loss, improvement in grid. We do reducing around 0.9% of the total transmission losses and also the distribution losses. Another is implementing the clean coal technology. In the clean coal technology, we have been implement and operate for another 5 gigawatt of more efficient coal technology. And also for expansion, the CCGT is 0.5 gigawatt of the expansion. In the case of short-term and long-term targeting, these 5 initiative in the short term. Oh, lebih dekat ya, okay. Well, because it's very, we will, in the short term, we will build around 21 gigawatt of renewables. And in case of co-firing, now we plan for 52, that now has been achieved around 43, that has been explained before. It's just only 8 or 9% of biomass co-firing. It will be upgrading to 30% in 2060. In the case of energy efficiency, we also have targeting 1.4 that has been achieved around 0.9. And we hope this also increasing in beyond 2030. And another is we also implementing 2.7 gigawatt more efficient coal technology, and now has been achieving. And for 6.7 gigawatt combined cycle is now has been achieved around 2 gigawatt. For the long-term one, we want to implementing also the hydrogen co-firing and also CCS and the new technology of maybe nuclear power plant in the future. If we see in the case of implementing the renewables, this is one of example that we make a operation for hydropower Poso Pickers in 2022, and also Ranto Dadap for geothermal, and the last is the floating Cirata. That's become the third biggest floating power plant in the world. In the case of co-firing that has been explained before, that we built 43 from 50 to the target, is reducing around 1.5 million ton per year, and also need some supporting around 1.5 what we call it is supply. And it could be, there is a lot of opportunity that still need to build the feedstock. We think that we need around 8 million ton till 10 million ton in the next 10 years. And we also do regarding the carbon capture that we as you see that we also plan in the future maybe still maintaining around 19 gigawatt coal and gas. In 14 gigawatt coal, we have make some piloting project in 3 locations. One location is in Suralaya, 4.400 megawatt and 3.600 megawatt, together with the Korean carbon, and also another location in Indramayu, 3.300 megawatt with the impact, and also Zera in PLN Tanjung Jati B. We hope this pilot project, it could be make some experience to us and give us some also knowledge what kind of challenge that will be facing in the future. Another is PLN also the pioneer of establishing a supply chain for hydrogen now. We have starting scale up the green hydrogen in Indonesia. We have a plan in every power plant that bigger than 100 megawatt. And now we have producing around 200 ton per year. And because of the internal utilization only 75 ton per year, we still have around 122 ton per year that could be used to become another, like hydrogen co-firing or maybe for hydrogen car. And we now starting to implementing this to another utilization. Another that we achieve now is regarding the carbon market. we have built the application. We call it the PLN Climate Click. This application is make it possible we are do internal transaction, especially between our coal power plant. We have around 55 coal power plant, and we do some transaction between them based on regulation that's the same in Applegatric. Another is we also join the Applegatric system, that there is the transaction between the PLN power plant, the 55 PLN power plant with the 44 the IPP power plant. This based on mandatory carbon transaction, then based on a cap in every power plant. And we also has been joined with the carbon market with one of our power plant is a PL2 PLTGU Muarakarang is combined cycle 1. And also another we supporting and preparing also including sustainability in our corporate vision and also corporate operation. We have settled ESG policy and also the framework, and also ESG performance enhancement. Now we also have achieved some improvement regarding the ESG rating. We have achieved and make an improvement from 36 rating to become 30. And maybe in the next year we will be make it more better and become the medium risk rating. And another, we also have some improvement regarding ESG performance enhancement. We make it a dashboard, also some breakthrough, and also we make a deployment of the target and KPI to all of our units. And we try also to implement all of the ESG standard in our system based on TCFD, ISO, CDP, and all. That's what we want to share to you, what PLN achieved until now regarding achieving the target of the NDC in 2030. Thank you very much for your
Thank you very much, Pak Haryadi. Very interesting. You have provided an update on PLN's efforts to decarbonization. We will keep the Q&A sessions after all the speakers have presented their presentations. Now, please allow me to invite Mr. Oki Muraza, Senior Vice President of Research and Technology Innovation, PT Pertamina Persero. He will present the Pertamina leadership towards net zero emissions 2060. Pak Oki, the time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Maya. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all speakers, Pak Haryadi, Dimitri, and also we just have Bu Nani and also Bu Ami. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to this very interesting sessions. So in the next 10 minutes, I'm trying to highlight some of our activities in order to have the strong commitment and also strong contributions to the NDC, National Determined Contributions, in order to reach the net zero in 2060 or sooner. Ladies and gentlemen, first we should start with the problems that we have. Basically, all nations are facing these problems, the energy trilemma, in which that we need to secure the energy enough for Indonesia. We have now about 270 million populations, and of course we need to have enough supply of energy. And we need to see that there are a lot of opportunities in order to fill that gap for the energy. And then the second problem that we have, basically affordability. So basically, in order to have the affordability, we need to have indigenous resources that we have in Indonesia. So within my presentation, with the limitation that we have, I'm going to highlight mostly on bioenergy and geothermal. And then the third one is, of course, the sustainability. Sustainability is very important. We are in COP28 now. So basically, I'm going to highlight some of our activities in order to achieve the sustainability in energy sectors, especially in oil and gas business. In the next slide, basically, we can see that so far, Pertamina is ranked as one of the best company, integrated oil and gas company, thanks to the presence of geothermal. We are now in the second rank in terms of integrated energy company, oil and gas company. And the ratings is basically very good, 22. And how did we achieve that? Basically, through several strategies, yeah. As we can see on this slide, that the first one is the flare minimizations. We need to reduce the flaring. We need to capture the methane. And then energy efficiency, this is also very important. We need to find a lot of ways basically to reduce the loss of energy, and then switching to lower carbon. Yeah, this is what we call as lower emission fuels. And then, of course, we have a number of initiatives which will be elaborated later. Yeah, this is a bit about the scenario that we are going to have. Yeah, we have the ordinary state, business as usual, or we may have more or appropriate sustainability. In this case, we expect that the volume of gas in Indonesia will be increased because gas is considered as the bridge in the energy transitions. And then on the right side, basically an economic renaissance, in which that we expect that the technology for green business already available, yeah, in terms of green hydrogens, etc., etc. Now, this is a bit busy slides, but basically we have 3 blocks in which that we are trying to reduce the emissions. We are doing decarbonizations to our current business, including energy efficiency, flare minimizations, etc., etc. And then we are having low carbon business. One of the strongest examples is the geothermal and biofuels, including EV ecosystems. And then as also presented by Pak Haryadi and also by Bu Ami and Bu Nani, basically we start to learn about the carbon offset ecosystems, yeah. And then, yeah, now how can we reduce the emission from current business that we have? Basically now we are having almost 20 initiatives, and 3 of them are quite big in terms of storage. So we have now potentially 3 hubs in Indonesia. 1 hub in Sumatra, and then the second hub is in West Java, offshore West Java, and then the other hub is in Kalimantan. Yeah, potentially we can reach gigaton of storage from the hub itself. And of course, before we can implement the hub, we are doing a lot of exercises, including CO2 injection for increasing oil production by emphasis on the U, on the CCUS. Yeah, fuels is also very important, as we know that mostly in Indonesia, the infrastructure is ready for fuels. So we are trying to do our best in order to reduce the emissions from our fuels, yeah, including the presence of green refinery phase 1, and then soon we are going to have phase 2, yeah, in which that we can start producing green diesel and SAF, sustainable aviation fuels. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a very important slide. Basically, as we know that the emissions is coming from different sectors, yeah, from power generation, from industry, and from transportations. Yeah. For specific for transportations, Pertamina have implemented a number of initiatives, yeah, including the biodiesel, fatty acid methyl esters. Now the blending is about 35%, with the deployment about 13 million ton of biodiesel per year. Yeah. And then we started with bioethanol. Yeah. This is started with 2 cities in Indonesia, Surabaya and Jakarta. And then we have a number of initiatives on green diesels, SAF, etc. Yeah. So basically, by emphasizing on the opportunities that we have in the fuel sectors, hopefully we can reduce the emissions, especially scope 3 emissions. Yeah, this is to be specifics on the biodiesel. Yeah, we are the largest nation on earth now which implement biodiesel. Now it's reaching 35% with about 13 million ton of biodiesel per year. And of course, this is one of the best way in order to reduce the emissions. At least 28 million ton of CO2 can be mitigated just by the biodiesel program. And of course, we are not satisfied only with biodiesel. Now we are moving to bioethanol, hopefully by widening the availability of the feedstock from not only from molasses, but also to other feedstock. Recently in Mandalika, in Lombok, last week, we tried to have bioethanol from sorghum waste. Yeah. As you know that Indonesia now is trying to strengthen the food security. Sorghum is planted everywhere. Next year, we are going to have bioethanol from one of the mangroves. Yeah? Indonesia is blessed with about 50 types of mangroves, and one of them is Nipah fruticans. Nipah fruticans in one of the popular mangroves in Indonesia. Basically from the stem, we can also get glucose, in which that can be converted to bioethanol. Then the other strength of Indonesia is basically the geothermal. Yeah? The bioenergy is because of the tropical locations. The geothermal because of the ring of fire. And at this moment, we just utilize less than 10%. Yeah. So we have ambitions that by in the next coming years, we are going to add about 340 megawatt, yeah, in which that we are going to exceed 1 gigawatt from geothermal. Then the last point, basically, once we establish bigger capacity in geothermal, there will be award in terms of opportunities to produce hydrogen. Yeah. At this moment, Pertamina is producing hydrogen, gray hydrogen from steam methane reforming, almost 200,000 ton per year, which is used for our refinery. And hopefully, by having more capacity on geothermal, we are going to have more hydrogen productions, green hydrogens, yeah, echoing also what already presented by Pak Haryadi. So I think these are some of the initiatives, mostly around bioenergy, and then secondly about geothermal plus hydrogens. Due to the time, I do not highlight some other initiatives, which is also very important, which is natural-based solution. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Pak Oki, for sharing the presentations. I think Pertamina is one of the biggest companies in Indonesia, plays a very important role on the decarbonization. I think we have some follow-up questions on the bioenergy and geothermal. I think this is going to be a very interesting topic. Okay, next, please allow me to invite Mr. Demetrios Papatanasiou. He is the Global Director of World Bank's Energy and Extractives Global Practice. He will share about the international community effort to support Indonesia decarbonization journey. Pak Demetrio, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maya, and good morning to everyone. It really is a pleasure and an honor to be here, and thanks to PLN for the invitation. And it's really very good to be between Pertamina and PLN, who are the key companies for making progress with climate change in Indonesia. And the World Bank has, of course, a long history working with both of them, and I hope that as we go forward, we will do even more. I will go quickly through my slides because some of the things have been discussed, but let me start by explaining why Indonesia is so important for the global community and how it is important for the World Bank itself. So it is one of the world's most populous countries. It is a top 20 economy and growing fast. And we have our largest portfolio among the countries of the World Bank in Eastern Asia Pacific. It is in Indonesia. So it is extremely important as we go ahead. Now, emissions are growing. Indonesia, as you all know, is quite dependent on fossil fuels for their production. Coal is really important in the power sector. About 3 out of 5 units installed are coal. And there are good reasons why this has been the case so far, mainly the fact that Indonesia has plenty of coal. In fact, it is one of the most important exporters of coal. So trying to make this adjustment is going to be a challenge. And nevertheless, the great opportunity is that as we go forward, Indonesia can really make an example of how the transition can happen at the global level. Now, you will have heard that in this COP28, the world is trying to commit to triple renewable energy by 2030. And if you look at the plans that already are done by Indonesia, by PLN and others, it is more than tripling renewable energy. Now, this is an important challenge. And what is fascinating in the way that we looked at the projections in that by 2050, over 90% of the energy of Indonesia is planned to be clean energy. And this is going to be very challenging, but it is also a fantastic opportunity for the country to diversify and do well economically as well. So, big challenge and great opportunities. So, what is it that needs to happen for this to accelerate and keep on going forward? First of all, let me start by the fact that we believe that the industrial development of Indonesia is critical, and it needs to be done in a way that will support the massive investments in the energy sector. Now, Indonesia has rules about local content on everything that is happening in the sector and in the way that things are procured. And we respect that, but it is important to recognize that these local content rules need to be adopted in a way so that the benefits of lower renewable energy prices that we see around the world can come to Indonesia as well. To give you an example, it is possible today to buy solar panels for 20 cents per watt. In some cases, even lower than that. And the reason this is happening is because this is a very actively competitive market globally, and it is important that increasingly investments come for solar in Indonesia, but also for the targets to be achieved, Indonesia needs to become very quickly very competitive on solar production. This is a challenge, but it has to happen because otherwise you will not get affordable electricity for a growing economy. So this is one of the major things that need to be sorted out. Now, on the transmission, PLN has been doing a great job so far in expanding transmission, but much more needs to be done. And this much more needs much more investments, and it needs much more capacity. I was in Indonesia about 4 weeks ago. We had a very good conversation with PLN and with the Ministry of Energy. And they have been asking the World Bank on how can we think on doing public-private partnerships for transmission. So it is important that PLN maintains its role in doing the good work that they have been doing for the power sector of Indonesia, but the needs for investments, the needs for additional capacity is something that needs to move forward. And we will continue to work with Indonesia on that front. The PLN financial sustainability is most important because of the investments that are coming. And we also feel that there needs to be more openness in the way that PLN is financing, but also the way the whole sector can allow more private investment to come in. Now, I will stay a little bit in this slide. We issued a report about 7 months ago, which we call Scaling Up to Phase Down. And the argument that we made in this report is that, especially for countries where the World Bank works, and Indonesia is a good example of that, demand is growing very fast. it is important that we maintain affordability of power supply. So we feel that before we can start talking about phasing down coal and phasing down fossil fuels, it really is important that we scale up very substantially alternative, sustainable, and affordable and reliable clean energy. And the way this can happen is by starting with a government commitment, which is the top of the circle, putting in place the regulatory and policy environment for clean energy, strengthening institutions that will have a responsibility for preparing what we call a pipeline of bankable projects. And if you notice, this private capital starts coming in there. And on the side of the World Bank, what we have been advocating and what is the best practice around the world is to hold auctions for clean energy. Whenever this happens, we see that prices keep on coming down. And when we have transparent competitive procedures, we can then bring a lot of our risk mitigation instruments, our guarantees, and other technically feasible options that we have to bring in financing. This usually yields very affordable, clean energy, and that gives even further ambition to government, and then the circle starts again. So in all of these places, the World Bank, along with our partners, has various activities. On the policy side, of course, with the JETP, and investments and technical assistance and good cooperation with PLN. Now, in the activities that we are continuing to support, we focus on scaling up on clean energy. On phasing down coal, we're working on understanding what are the socioeconomic impacts of doing that over time. And we continue to believe that we have to reinforce the sustainability of PLN and the whole sector. So the next slide, please, shows all the projects and the engagements that we have in Indonesia right now. And it goes from policy support to preparing guarantees and projects, all the way to working with PLN on the first large-scale pumped hydro project, which is 1,000 megawatts. So the next slide is my last one, and this is how we have been working with other partners, with the Asian Development Bank, International Energy Agency, and UNDP. We have been agreed to mobilize $500 million of climate financing to help with the JETP, and we're of course coordinating with other important donors for Indonesia's JETP. Let me conclude by saying that the whole world is really looking at Indonesia and trying to assist Indonesia with accelerating the climate transition. It is eminently feasible. Indonesia is growing fast. People want to invest in Indonesia. And from our perspective, we're very optimistic about the potential for change. We're working hand in hand with PLN on this, and we're looking forward to do even more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dimitri, for sharing the international support for the decarbonization, because we believe that we will not be able to do this alone. So now that all the speakers have presented their presentations, now I would like to start the discussion session. Let me kick it off with Pak Haryadi. You mentioned about the renewable energy in PLN and how they are very critical to ensure that the NDC target is met. Based on your experience, Pak Haryadi, what are the main challenges to ensure that the renewable energy development can be accelerated?
Thank you, Bu Maya. I think when we talk about the renewables, it could be there is two kinds of renewables. One is the base loaders renewables, and also the VRA renewables. For the base loader renewables, mostly is hydro and geothermal. When we talk about hydro and the geothermal, this could be there is some challenge, especially for the reservoir hydro, because the reservoir hydro need a lot of land, especially for a dam, and also always there is some issue regarding the environment, and also the geothermal sometimes located in the protected area. It could be there is some issue regarding the permits. That's the first one. The second one is also there is some supply and demand mismatch because mostly the hydro and the geothermal located far from the demand. And because of some issue regarding the empowerment and also regarding the what we call risk, especially in geothermal drilling, the bankability is low now, and this is maybe also the challenge. That the challenge of for baseload renewables. Another is VRA. VRA intermittency. In the case of intermittency, when we implementing this to the power system, now when we operate the power system, we just only thinking about the forecasting of demand. But now because of the intermittency, we also needed some method how we forecast the supply. And this become make more challenging for the power system operators. Another is also we must make some additional cost regarding the balancing power because the error of the forecasting and also the backup power of the intermittency. Another challenge is regarding the now we facing the issue of the local content because now the target of local content near 60%, but the local industry is just only 40 or 45%. That's the challenge. But how we try to solve this kind of problem? We have been planned the accelerated renewables development. We plan for building the green enabling transmission line to harnessing the hydro and the geothermal power and discussing with the government how the permit issue could be solved in the futures. And regarding also the financing one, we also discussing with the Ministry of Finance how we build the country platform base to get some supporting to make it more and more reliable financing for hydro and also the geothermal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Haryadi. I think this is very interesting because you touch how hydro and geothermal is very important as a base loader for the energy transition in Indonesia. And I think it's also correlated with what Pak Dimitri mentioned about how the local content is actually a challenge in implementing the renewable energy in Indonesia. I think I will go to Pak Ogi first. Maybe you can also share about how on the geothermal side, Pak Ogi, how do you think that we can accelerate the development of the geothermal from Pertamina's point of view?
Yeah. Thank you, Bu Maya. So I'm trying to echo some of the points already mentioned by Pak Haryadi. Yeah? So first of all, basically, for geothermal, we need to fix a few things on the demand side and also a few things on the supply side. So on the demand side, I think it is important, like Pak Haryadi mentions, how can we connect the supply to demand in Indonesia. Like for instance, in Sumatra, right? So basically, toward the west, we have a lot of geothermals. And we have the customers basically toward the east. We have our Rokan is there, etc., etc. So it is good idea, Pak Haryadi, maybe to think in the future to collaborate. How can we supply the geothermal from the west side to the east side? So that's one thing about the demand side. And then the second thing is related to technology because the geothermal requires certain capex, yeah, at least about 8 years to develop. So we need to have basically incentive to the risk or to reduce the risk of investments and also kind of incentives basically in order to help basically energy company to grow further in geothermal. And then, of course, the third one is, this is related to Dimitri, the diversification of the financial source. Of course, it is, we need to think about better access to the finance and with the cheaper cost of capital for the geothermal projects. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Pak Oke. I think that's really clear on how we really need to accelerate the development of renewable energy. And you also mentioned something about financing support from the international to ensure that this will be able to be implemented. So I think I'll give the spotlight to you now, Pak Dimitri, because you, as part of the World Bank, plays very important roles in how to finance the projects in Indonesia. Especially, Pak Oke also mentioned about the word de-risking. So maybe you can touch about that, and also on how, what do you think about the regulatory framework or policy that needs to be changed or improved to accelerate the energy transition?
Thank you again. I think we talked a little bit about the local content and how Indonesia can attract investment that will make solar energy cheaper and down the road the production of wind energy cheaper. I think, and this is a kind of industrial policy adjustments that need to be made. And my sense is that there are good conversations taking place in the government side about how to get more investments to Indonesia on the production side. Because of course, what Indonesia has, and it's very unique, it is a lot of the critical metals and minerals that are important for the energy transition. So how it can actually move from raw material, beneficiating metals, and then moving all the way to production of all the devices that we need for the energy transition is a great opportunity for the country. So I think in terms of industrial policies, one big change that needs to be made. And then when it comes to PLN itself, PLN has done a great job so far, and it needs to do much, much more. So I think how gradually PLN begins to open the sector in more private participation in a way that works from a jurisdictional perspective and in a way that it is really a win-win situation, both for PLN and in the energy sector in general. These are the kind of regulations that need to be to come in place so that you can really see the flows of capital coming in. And once we have a certainty that there is openness on that, as long as we manage to maintain low cost of clean energy installed, that will allow the financial sustainability of the company to remain strong. And frankly, when it comes to risk mitigation, this is the most important risk mitigation factor, that PLN needs to remain financially strong and viable. It is a company that is one of the major companies in the world. A lot of banks are willing to lend to PLN, and PLN, in fact, is in a good negotiating position. Everything is growing, and it is important that they maintain this stability. There are things that can be done on the way subsidies are conveyed in the country. This can be improved. And my sense is that all of these things, as they happen in parallel, can put in place the foundations for the energy transition in Indonesia as well.
Thank you very much, Pak Dimitri, for adding some insights on that. I think because of the limited time, unfortunately, that we have to close our sessions for today. But before we close the session, PLN has prepared a token of appreciation for all the speakers. So now please allow me to invite Bapak Wahyu Marjaka as the Director of MS2R KLHK to provide to present the token of appreciation. Pak Marjaka, please come to the stage. Thank you. Can have a group photo after first.
speakers. Well done, PLN. You've managed to squeeze into deputy today to deliver their keynotes, especially Bulaksmi. With her tight schedule, it's almost impossible to invite her here, but you have managed to invite her and for her to make a time to deliver a keynote for everybody today. And for all the attendees, thank you for your participation. We're going to have a short break, and we have prepared a light refreshment for you. So please help yourself and make sure that to be back right here in the next 10 minutes. And we'll be back with an interesting topic, which is the ocean and the blue economy. So we'll see you soon. Thank you. Excuse me, mic gue kecil banget sampai gue teriak-teriak. Yeah, for the Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome back. And for those who just attended, welcome to our Divine Indonesia Pavilion. On this session, we're going to discuss our concern, of course, about our ocean and the blue economy. As blue economy is a critical engine of future economic growth and an integral part of Indonesia's economic transformation for Indonesia Vision of 2045. So on this session, our speakers will showcase you the sustainable use of a coastal and marine ecosystem of Indonesia as part of its ocean governance, and also to discuss challenges and opportunities for implementing blue economy in national and global scale, as well as to explore potential collaboration on accelerating and improving the implementation of Indonesia's blue economy. So this session is a high-level panel to discuss about ocean by embodiment blue economy through a sustainable use of coastal and marine resources to save the ocean environment. So to begin with, let's put our hands together. I'll make sure I'll get it right this time. Pak Victor, my apology for misaddressing you yesterday. Please put our hands together for Director General for Marine and Spatial Management from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Dirjen Victor Gustav Manopo.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guys, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It's my privilege for me to join you at this precious session on this event on behalf of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia. As center of biodiversity, the ocean provides the wealth of resources. However, we face complex sustainability challenges such as climate change, environment degradation, and ecosystem sustainability. Nevertheless, there are many challenges to achieving in ensuring that protecting the ocean will provide positive impact on the environment and socio-economy. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with the Indonesia Blue Economy Roadmap established by the Ministry of National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries implement the strategy for achieving for the blue economy through 5 priority programs. The 30% of marine protected area will support recovery of fish stock, CO2 absorbing, and produce oxygen for all life. Complementing the protection effort, the reduction of pressure from the fisheries will apply through quota-based fishing and increasing aquaculture production. The integrity of marine and coastal ecosystems is maintained through the control of marine space use and plastic waste pollution management through the fishermen's participation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guys, it's important to have robust and reliable governance and marine space management tools. It must be able to monitor and measure ecological quality and integrity to support sustainable ocean economy. In response to these challenges, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries is currently developing 2 key tools. The first is ocean big data, and the second is the ocean accounting. Ocean big data will be developed using devices based on coastal, marine, and aerial technologies, and ocean accounting will calculate the impact of each marine space utilization permit on the condition, quality, and function of marine ecology in mid and long term. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia challenge to meet the global target is a common challenge for all nations. Indonesia will not able to safeguard our ocean alone. Meanwhile, we know that goods and services from Indonesia Sea benefit global community, which also require an international contribution. Therefore, we need to collaborate and synergy with other country efforts. I thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dirjen Victor, for the keynote. So to begin the discussion, I would kindly invite the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Maritime Resources, Pak Firman Hidayat, who's going to lead the session. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I would like to welcome all the distinguished guests, distinguished delegates and speakers to our afternoon sessions. We will be discussing about Indonesia's blue economy. As you probably already know, Indonesia is the largest archipelagic country in the world. So we have the second longest coastline, and we have more than 70% of our area is oceans. We have many marine biodiversities, resources such as seaweed, mangrove, seagrass, coral reefs, and also ocean renewable energy, for example. You name it, we have it all, right? But not only important for providing resources, ocean is also important for the climate. I think 2 days ago, we have an event with the World Economic Forum that described perfectly the relationship between oceans and the climate change. No Paris without the oceans. So the ocean is the largest carbon sink in the world. So the oceans absorb 50 to 80% of the CO2 that produced by human, and also absorb the 90% of the exit heat in the world. So oceans also produce more than 70% of the oxygen in the world. So the role of ocean is very, really important in terms of the climate change. However, although we know the importance of the oceans, ocean is often neglected. For example, SDG 14. So SDG 14 is the least, received the least amount of funding in compared to other SDGs. I'll give you another example in Indonesian case. So if we look at the investment realizations, the sector of marine and fisheries ranks dead last in terms of investment realization in Indonesia. I'll give you another example. So we calculate the GDP maritime, for examples. In the past 5 years, the GDP maritime always grew lower than the national average, which means the non-maritime GDP, non-maritime sectors grew much faster. And if you look at the poverty numbers, so we have a lot of people living in the coastal area, and they are much, much poorer compared to the average people. And unfortunately, if you look at our NDC, the contribution from ocean is still very, very limited, right? So we need to change this. And fortunately, I think Indonesia is making a lot of progress, and we hope we will showcase to you the progress that we made in Indonesia in terms of the blue economy. So now I will invite all the speakers. So we have complete speakers, I have to say, representing different stakeholders. So for the first speakers, I will invite Ibu Vivi from Bappenas, representing the governments. Ibu Vivi. So Ibu Vivi is the Deputy for Natural Resources from Ministry of Planning, National Development Agency of Bappenas. Yeah. And for the next speakers, I will also invite Ibu Mezani. Ibu Mezani from Konservasi Indonesia, representing the NGO. So for the next speakers, I will invite Alfredo Giron, head of the World Economic Forum Oceans. So he will be representing the international partners in terms of the oceans. For the next speaker is I'll invite Pak Yoki, the President Director of Pertamina International Shipping, representing the state-owned enterprise perspective of the oceans. And last but not least, I will invite Pak Agus. Pak Agus is the CEO of C6 Energy, one of the innovations in terms of oceans, working right now on the large-scale seaweed farming using mechanisms and technology. So for the first speakers, I will invite Ibu Vivi.
Oh, okay.
Ibu Vivi, I know that Bappenas just launched the Indonesia Blue Economic Roadmap, and Bappenas is currently preparing for the next medium-term plan, which maritime sector is going to play an integral part in that planning. So I hope that you can share some of it with the audience. Thank you. Time is yours, Bu Vivi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Firman. Very good afternoon to everybody. It's really been an honor and pleasure to talk in this very important event. For Indonesia, the blue economy is actually on a new opportunity for us for a new source of growth. We aim that by 2045, when the Indonesia celebrating 100 years of independence, we're gonna be part of the advanced economy. So that's why in the next 20 years, the blue economy would be a new source of growth for us. I will give some context. In this first slide, we are talking about that the marine ecosystems development would be benefiting us in terms of the economic growth as well as the community welfare. So we have to talk as well as develop the interlinkages between the people, planet, as well as the prosperity. So if there is a change in the natural resources, say it in the coral, reefs, the mangrove, as well as the fish, for sure it will eventually result to the loss of the job as well as the incomes of the people. So that's why for the countries like Indonesia, like Pak Firman already mentioned, we are the biggest archipelagic as well as the second longest coastal lines. It is really super important for Indonesia to start improve as well as develop the marine ecosystem. That's why part of the 2045 visions, we developed the blue economy framework as part of the Indonesia economic transformations. So the main target is not only conserve, but also expand the marine environment area, the protected area, up until 30% of the total of the waters. So it's around almost 100 hectares. And then we also aims that the share of the maritime GDP would be 15%, 15% compared to the current one, only 6%. And lastly, for the employment, it's going to be 12% of the employment share. And of course, the missions, not only through the blue health in terms of conserve, but also promoting the sustainable economic growth through the marine, and then improving the human health, well-being, and the welfare, and of course creating the enabling environment through the strategies of the uplifting as well as the emerging sectors that I mentioned earlier. So here are the phases in the starting this year to the 2 years later. We are talking about consolidating and coordinating for the ecosystem. And then the 2025, 2029, which is along the line with the SDGs, the goal 14 particularly, we are talking about the increasing the value added and also the sectors, the emerging as well as the traditional, the uplifting, the traditional one. And then the next phase is about the emerging sectors. This is based on the knowledge-led, of course, the innovations as well as the research would be the lead. And then the next phase is about improving the quality of supply chain. And lastly, focusing on the establishment of the sectors to be part of the global supply chains. Here are the two sectors. The first is about uplifting the uplifting the traditional sectors, including the maritime capture, fisheries and aquacultures, marine-based manufacturers, and then the logistics, yeah.
and then the marine tourism, because we are island. And of course, promoting the emerging sectors, including the renewable energy. We are talking about the seabed mining as well. There is the Pertamina, we'll talk more about that. And then the biotech and the bio prospecting, research and innovation, and of course the marine conservations. So based on the Blue Economy Framework, we are already developed the Blue Economy Action Plan as well as the Blue Economy Index to measure the progress. And then, of course, working together with all of the sectors and the local government, we are going to move to create a value added as well as the value chain of it. And we do hope that this roadmap will serve of the reference for all of us to really develop our Indonesia's achievement toward Golden Indonesia by 2045. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Vivi. So the next speaker, I will invite Ibu Mezani. So Konservasi Indonesia has many close collaborations with the Indonesian government, and one of which is the Blue Halo S initiative. So we hope that this Blue Halo S initiative can be a model for the world, how we can balance between the production and conservations and finance it in a sustainable way. So Bu Mezani can share a bit about this Blue Halo S initiative. Bu Mezani, time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you Deputy Firman, Director General Victor, and Bu Vivi. We are very happy to be here today. And first of all, I would like to applaud the Indonesian government, who is a very strong leader in this sector, really pushing the boundaries around the nexus between climate, biodiversity, and ocean into the agenda. And I think we can see that from the talks from Pak Dirjen, Pak Deputy, and as well as Bu Vivi. We can see that in Indonesia, there is a lot of development challenges that we're facing because we are a growing economy. And as Bu Vivi mentioned before, the contribution of the blue economy sector in Indonesia to the GDP is still low. And this is mostly in the fishery sector. And to target to be 12 to 15% by 2045, the simulation that is shown with the Indonesian government and its partners also shows that in order to achieve this growth for the GDP, it also depends on the health of the ecosystem or the quality of the ecosystem itself. You can see that with the scenario of natural resources degradation between the rate of 0% to 3% per year, this will really affect the average annual investment that Indonesia needs to make for the future. So if the target is 12.5, with the degradation scenario of 0%, the average annual investment will be around 124 billion. But with this, will jump up by a lot, by 213 billion a year if the scenario of resource degradation is at the rate as it is today, which is about 3%. But this is encompassing not just degradation of ocean resources, but in general. This is the data we gather also from World Bank. So this will really affect the development agenda. So this is important to see. That's why with Indonesia, actually, one of the key aspects of the integration, as Pak Dirjen mentioned, is very integrated and very holistic. It really looks at not just the development, but how do we conserve the natural resources that we have. So this is very important. And the next question is that the commitment and the strategy is there. The next phase is how can we support as development partners in Indonesia, and how can we bring others also to support the development agenda in Indonesia. One of the key programs that we have in Indonesia, as Pak Deputy mentioned, is the Blue Halo S. So really, if we think about it, the blue refers to the ecosystem itself, the important ecosystems. We have the largest coral reef ecosystems in the world. We also have the largest mangrove and seagrass. This is the ecosystem that creates the main health, and it also creates the enabling conditions for economic or blue economy production like fisheries, tourism, and others to thrive as well. So without these essential ecosystems and habitat, these other systems that will need to be used for production is hard to actually extract, right? So the blue refers to the ecosystem itself, and the halo is actually inspired with the spillover effect. So this is a known technology that if you protect nature, you will get ecosystem service, whether it's healthy air, clean water, or other resources like soil that can grow your crops, or coral reef that can be the spawning ground for fish we eat. Because in Indonesia, 54% of the protein intake is from fish. So this is an important scenario. So the halo is the spillover effect that comes from protecting the blue. And the S is really referring to sustainable management of these areas and sustainable financing. And also it also be inspired by the system, the indigenous system in the eastern Indonesia called SASI. So in this scenario, what we try to do together with the Indonesian government and the Green Climate Fund is really to design a holistic approach. So Bu Fifi Bu Deputy mentioned that in order to do the blue economy, we have to look at financing also the conservation. And Indonesia is increasing from 10% commitment of protection of ocean to 30%. That requires a big jump in the investment we need. So that requires grant funding and enabling condition. But the grant funding is also going to be built not only for conservation efforts, but also for research, for the blue economy, as well as support for the local fishers. We have a very large number, about 12 million fishers in Indonesia at the moment. And the other piece is the transformation. Pak Dirjen was mentioning that one of Indonesia's key target is to have the quota-based fisheries. That is a very innovative and also very challenging because Indonesia has a lot of water. So really, how do we help to support and mobilize some of the funding for the transformation of sustainable fisheries as well? This will go in through both the enabling conditions, but also through a blue financing or a blue bond that is being also discussed and designed in Indonesia. So with this facility that was launched by the coordinating ministry and the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries last year at the G20 presidency in Indonesia, this will mobilize the first phase around $300 million for Indonesia and will be piloted the first time in Indonesia. We have 11 fishing management areas or WPP. This will be piloted in the area here, so in the western of Indian Ocean. So we hope that these two scenarios or these two facilities, both the grant and the blue bond facility, is a way for Indonesia to be able to jumpstart its investment for sustainable conservation as well as production, but it also will generate income both in the conservation area and also the fisheries area. So then that could be creating a feedback loop in the future and will be self-sustaining in the future. So the less reliant on external funding and being able to actually produce revenue models within Indonesia itself. And hopefully this could be an inspiring model for not just other fisheries management area in Indonesia, but also worldwide. So I am happy to say also Green Climate Fund, because of the discussion, because of this design last year, have yesterday in the COP, discussed around Blue Co facility as well for the Caribbean for 12 countries. This is also very much inspired by the work from Indonesia. So I think we have to applaud the Indonesian government for its leadership on this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Mezani. So for the next speaker, I will invite Alfredo Giron, so from the World Economic Forum. Yes. So together with the World Economic Forum, Indonesia launched Ocean 20 last year in G20 Forum in Bali. But we also have a lot of partnerships in blue carbon and also in plastics. Yeah. So last night I attend 1,000 Ocean Startup event with the World Economic Forum. And I think Alfredo will talk about the role of business and entrepreneurships to develop this sustainable blue economy. Alfredo, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Firman, and thank you everyone for coming today. Before I get started with the presentation on entrepreneurship and business, I really want to recognize that 2 days ago, we also signed a partnership with the coordinating ministry to develop the National Blue Carbon Action Partnership. And really, that is an effort to bring together many of the efforts that are happening in the country. It's not to create additional work streams. It's more how do we develop the capacity to bring together all the pieces that are happening already to create a way forward, and for us as international partners to support in bringing that international investment, not only for carbon markets, because that is something that will be decided when the time comes, but also to think about these ecosystems as providing services for livelihoods, for coastal protection, for others. And there's a big role for the private sector and for entrepreneurs to play on this as well. So I just want to start with that. Thank you very much to the coordinating ministry, and thank you very much to all of the other representatives of the ministries that have been supportive of the process. And finally, thank you very much to Meisani and Conservasi Indonesia for your support in making sure that this initiative actually makes sense for the context in Indonesia. Thank you so much for that. So for today's presentation, I will just do a very quick introduction to the global ocean economy. I think it is worth for us to think about this as a global economy. $2.5 trillion a year is what is generated from ocean activities. This represents 3% of the global GDP, which doesn't sound like that much, but it actually is. But it is still very far away from the 75% that the ocean represents from the surface of the planet. But the good news is that this is growing, and we will see this number increasing in coming years. The second number that I want to mention is that 80% of global trade by volume is carried by sea. And this is such an important figure because when we are out there, especially in international arenas like here at the UNFCCC, there's a lot of landlocked countries that ask us, why do I care about the ocean? Because traditionally, they have not associated trading to ocean activities. They need the ocean. They need the ocean to be healthy for us to be able to manage it properly so that international trade can happen. And finally, accounting for all the activities, the ocean is the world's 7th largest economy. If we were to consider it a country, it will be the 7th largest one. So very important for everyone to consider it. And one thing that I want to highlight today is that the government of Indonesia recognizes this and champions this very hard. An example of this is the launching of the O20, the Ocean 20, as part of the G20 during their presidency, during your presidency, in 2022. Here you have a photo of Minister Luhut, Professor Schwab, from the chairman from the World Economic Forum, Ambassador Peter Thompson, and Ray Dalio, who actually was our host yesterday night on that innovation event. Indonesia has not only recognized the role that the ocean plays internally, but also the role that it plays internationally. And this is a big milestone, putting it at the forefront of the agenda of the 20th largest, most powerful economies in the world. Good news is, India, as many of you might know, this year took the Ocean 20 and took it even one step forward. It was included in the Leaders' Declaration for the G20. Brazil is preparing for their presidency next year, and we have news that they are going to make it an official engagement group. So something that Indonesia started is now getting this real momentum and real perpetuity in the G20 process. So congratulations to Indonesia for this. Thank you so much for giving this to the world. So getting into how do we support business in realizing these opportunities that are presented by the G20, by the O20 and other areas, I will highlight two very quick things. The first one is accelerating sustainable transitions of ocean-based industries. And Ibu Fifi already highlighted for us that blue economy roadmap that talks about both emerging and established sectors. This will be very important. The second thing is, this is not only going to happen magically. We need the technology, we need the social innovation for it to be able to be allowed. So just to give you some figures about Southeast Asia, of course, again, Indonesia leading the way with the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. This is talking about the role of both established sectors, in which 90% of aquaculture in Asia, 55% of capture fisheries, 60% of global maritime trade, 9 out of 10 of the busiest ports. These sectors are already established in the region, and the region is a leader. But what about the emerging ones? Shipping decarbonization, there's a lot of efforts that are going in there. Seaweed cultivation for biofuel, for plastics, for so many other things. We will hear from C6 in a moment. Offshore renewables, let's face it, this is shifting the leadership from Europe to Asia. That it's happening, and it's going to continue happening. And Indonesia, of course, has an opportunity to play a role in this. And finally, marine biotechnology. With the High Seas Treaty and with a couple of other things, there's also an opportunity to go into that. But in order to realize this opportunity, businesses need to do 3 things. They need to understand their relationships with nature. They need to commit to how they are going to reduce their impacts. And then they have to transition their operations. And at the World Economic Forum, we are ready to help doing that. And we are ready also to support governments in how to orient your private sector in doing those transitions. So just almost to finish, I want to say that this is not going to happen by itself. We need innovation. We need leaders, entrepreneurs that are doing this. We have so many good solutions: satellite technologies, seaweed technologies, aquaculture and virtual reality and artificial intelligence, drones planting mangroves, autonomous vehicles mapping the deep sea. It seems like basically for every sustainability challenge that we have in the world, especially ocean challenges, we already have at least one very brilliant innovator doing work on this. Our job from here, the job of the private sector, the job of the international community, and the job of the government is to help them reach a scale. How can we help them change the world with the innovations that they already have in place? And this is just a slide. I'm not going to go through all of it, but they need funding, exposure, cohesion, credibility, access to opportunities and policymakers so that they can make that happen. And just to give you an example of what Pak Firman was talking earlier today, yesterday we hosted this event in which we have a coalition that we are trying to accelerate 1,000 ocean startups by 2030. We invite you to participate on this. We are currently at 330. This is year 3, so we are on track. And we want to get to $5 billion invested in these innovations over the next 3 to 4 years. So we invite you all to participate in this. Ocean innovation needs a lot of support, but it also brings a lot of solutions. And I think that it's just through partnerships that we will be able to achieve this. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Alfredo. So Alfredo mentioned that business need to take actions. And fortunately, we have 2 representatives from the business sectors, one from the SOEs, Pak Yoki and Pak Agus from the private sectors. So I invite Pak Yoki first to talk about the actions that have been done by Pertamina Shipping, ya Pak. Bu Nicole told me that Pertamina has like 600 ships that distributes fuel across Indonesia. And there is one study from, there is a study stated that Indonesia can mitigate 2.1 to 2.8 metric ton CO2 equivalent per year by 2030 if we decarbonize the domestic maritime transport. So if we can also decarbonize the international shipping and ports, we could mitigate more than 10 metric ton CO2 equivalent per year. So I think the role of Pertamina Shipping is very, very big, Pak, in this area. So I hope you can share some of the experience that has been taken by the Pertamina, Pak. Time is yours, Pak.
Thank you so much, Pak Firman, fellow speakers and distinguished guests. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Before explaining what we do to decarbonize our business, our operation, I'd like to explain from the global shipping context on decarbonization. Annually, shipping sectors produce about 1,000 megaton of CO2, which equal to 3% of global emission worldwide. And this number is expected to increase by 50% by 2050 without any action taken, definitely. And that's why the Maritime Organization, the IMO, already set greenhouse gas strategy in 2023, the latest one, to reduce at least 70% of total emission in 2050, which equal to 1,000 megaton of CO2, right? And based on the latest study that the emission can be reduced, 1/3 of the emission can be reduced through
efficiency initiatives, while the remaining two-thirds of emission require support from the availability of low carbon fuel mix. So, which is the challenge for the maritime sectors. For Pertamina International Shipping, the situation would be about similar. Annually, Pertamina International Shipping produce about 1.9, the latest number in 2022, we produce 1.9 million megaton of CO2. And we've been able to reduce by 9% in 2022, thanks to all the initiatives taken by us, particularly in saving the fuels, make some more efficiency initiative in our operation, for instance, like limit the speed of the ships, try to clean the hull regularly, and make some modification on the design of the ships. And definitely the other initiatives, for instance, like the application of B35 in Indonesia would also help us to reduce the emission in our operation in Indonesia. But again, as I said, two-thirds of, and Pertamina International Shipping already set the net zero emission pathway in 2060, where, as I said, two-thirds of the contributors to the emission reduction will be on the fuel that we will use going forward. And I know there will be 4 key levers and allow us to achieve these goals, particularly how we can apply low carbon or zero carbon type of fuels in the future. First, definitely we need a clear regulation, particularly for the domestic operation of shipping. And we know that it has been a concern by all the key stakeholders in Indonesia. But I think consistency in the application of new type of fuel going forward will be really important. And secondly, we know that technology advancements is really important in allowing players in the shipping sectors to decarbonize. Currently, the dual fuel type of ships being built globally, 60% is gas fuel, LNG or LPG fuel. And the remaining 40% are built based on the biofuel. We haven't seen significant technological development on new type of fuel, for instance, like ammonia and hydrogen to support the maritime industry in the future. And the third one is we require the mobilization and the financial sector, because we know the new ships, new technology ships require higher capex compared to the conventional type of ships. And therefore, I think financial sector plays a key role in allowing players in the maritime sector to invest in new ships. And last but not least is definitely the availability and affordability of new type of fuel, specifically in Indonesia. So I think for us, we are really committed through our net zero emission pathway. But again, there are some factors that are not controlled by us, and it requires all the commitment from all stakeholders, the regulators in this industry. Pak Firman, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yoki. So I will give some context for the next speakers. Yeah. So Indonesia is the second biggest producer of seaweed in the world. For tropical seaweed, we are the #1. So, and from seaweed, we can process it into many things. We can replace noodle. We can create noodles. We can create bioplastic, and even we can create biofuel from seaweed. But the problem is the cost of seaweed right now is still very, very high. I'll give you one number. So the cost of seaweed is $1,000 to $2,000 per ton. If you want to replace wheat, for example, in the noodle, the price of wheat is like $300 per ton. So you need to reduce the cost of seaweed by 30%, 70% basically, right? So why the cost of seaweed is really high? Because it's small scale and we use traditional methods. So if you want to reduce the cost, we need to increase the productivity by using mechanizations, large scale, and using the technology. And C6 Energy is doing it right now in Indonesia. So with the government of Indonesia, we're doing a pilot project, 100 hectares, using technology and mechanization to make sure the productivity is increasing to reduce the cost of seaweed. So I will invite Pak Agus, the CEO of C6 Energy, to share a bit their experience on this seaweed farming. Pak Agus, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Firman, for your time. Actually, Pak Firman actually already conclude my presentation today. Okay, thank you, my honorable Pak Firman and other speakers, and also all all participants on this session. In good time now, I want to explanation a little bit about the how we do accelerating the Indonesian blue economy through seaweed innovation and technology for food, bioplastic, biostimulant, and biocrude oil. Uh, Firstly, background about the blue economy. Blue economy is a concept for the sustainable use of marine resource for economic growth while maintaining the preservation of marine ecosystem. Meaning, we want to optimizing the resource on marine, but we still keep maintaining the ecosystem on the sea. There are three blue economy concept. They are renewable economy, seafood and marine product, offshore engineering. This we need to sustainable all of this concept. C6 Energy is one of innovation company. We are established from India, but now we also have activities in Indonesia. We are one company to have a complete integrated from upstream to downstream activities. In upstreams, we do, like Pak Firman explained before, we do seaweed cultivation large scale. So we want to make a large scale cultivation of seaweed so we can increase the productivity of seaweed. In downstream, we also process the fresh seaweed from our cultivation and also from the farmers. And then we have an innovation to make other product from seaweed that not only for Karaginan as currently now. We also make a product for agriculture. We make a bioplastic, biocrude oil, animal feed, and food ingredients, of course. So with these two activities, we can accelerating the blue economy, and also we can accelerating the sustainable development goals from out of 17 SDG of Indonesian SDG. We can, with the seaweed activities, we can accelerating 10 of that. I want to explain first about what our activities in upstream. We name our activities ocean farming. So we do sustainable tropical seaweed cultivation. Currently, we do in Indonesia, in Nusa Tenggara Barat. With sustainable tropical seaweed cultivation, we can reduce the ocean acidification and capture carbon dioxide. With seaweed, we can do also seeding and harvesting all through the years. So with this, we can do farming activities in all through the years. With seaweed also we can absorb excess nutrient being washed off from the land. There are a lot of fertilizer from the land cultivation that are splashed out from the river and goes to the ocean. So seaweed, tropical seaweed can absorb that excess of nutrients. And the last, the important one, seaweed cultivation can provide the sustainable livelihood to rural communities. We have a lot of example for this, like in the all coast in Sulawesi, entity, which is that local communities to farming seaweed. They now growing from the miners areas. Now the economy is growing well. Also, the second generation, like the children of the farm seaweed farm, now already become success people. Some of I have evidence in Bali. They are one of children of the seaweed farmers now become a doctor, and also they can have a good education because of seaweed. So with that, what we do in ocean farming, there are three main what we doing in C6. One, we do mechanization of farming that to improve the productivity and safety. So with introducing the technology on the seaweed farming, we can increase the productivity until 5 times if we compare with the small scale seaweed cultivation. Also, we do regular monitoring of farm and environmental condition, which is with this we can collect the information from the areas what we have, so we can use that to predict it for the future, and also we share it to the farmers, so the farmers can understanding about what the environmental data of their location, like that. And the last one, we want to develop the climate change resistant varieties of seaweed cultivar. So we working together with university and other sector to finding the good seedlings that seedling can be more stronger to prevent the climate change, and also can be growing better in the future. This is some of our activities. We name 1 hour's farm. We name a longline farm. We have a vessel also to do activities, and we have one vessel we name Sea Combine. With this vessel, we can do harvest and seeding in one single time. So the seaweed just only can be processing on the sea, so not need to bringing to the land like now. As this is the graph, basically Pak Firman mentioned before. Actually, we can make a lot of application from seaweed. There are food, there are agri-input, bioplastic, renewable chemical, and biofuel. But currently with the current price, we only can be applicable to make food ingredient, and also just to agriculture, agri-input. So how to got the biofuel and bioplastic? One solution, we need to improve the productivity, increase the volume of the production. So with that, we hope we can achieve the biofuel and bioplastic in coming year. This is now I want to explain about the downstream processing in our active processing plant. We are located in North Bali currently, so we made currently we made the feedstock for biostimulant and the food application. We planning to we have a technology already to make a bioplastic and biofuel, but with I'm informed before, we need to reduce the cost of seaweed. We hope by next 2 years we can got this application. I want to explain one by one about the innovation on the downstream. One, the food ingredient and food and feed ingredient. As we know, high quality food ingredient for texturing and viscosity application can got from seaweed-based product. Seaweed being rich in fiber and low in calories, so it an excellent ingredient for health and nutrition food. Also, the proprietary of seaweed formulation, which can be incorporated in feed to improve the animal immunity. The next one, the plant biostimulant. We have already sell biostimulant product. We name Agrogain. This already distribute. It already sell to more than 20 countries in all the world. With Agrogain or biostimulant, the plant can be more healthier and also can protect from disease. The most important with plant-based stimulant, we can increase the yield of the plants. From the studies, we got the yield can be improved from 10 until 15% from the the control of the plant. So with this, we hope we can improve the productivity of the production of the farm, and then we can make the soil still in a good condition. So they will have a sustainable plantation on the land also. The third is biodegradable plastic. We can make a biodegradable plastic from the seaweed. As we know, seaweed is a very organic product, so it can be easily to degradable and easy to decompose it. Seaweed also has a potential to scale up and provide enough feedstock to match the demand of the single-use plastic. As we know, currently only 5% of the biodegradable plastic used to change the single-use plastic. If we want to increase the use of biodegradable plastic, it needs a lot of stock or a lot of material to make the biodegradable plastic. With seaweed, because we can plant it on the sea, they have unlimited space on the sea. So we hope we can match the demand on to replacing the single-use plastic. And also because of it grown on the sea, we can got the low cost production. So we can it can be alternative material for other application in the future. The last one is the renewable chemical and biofuel. The low cost and scalable feedstock are the key to develop sustainable chemical and fuel. This feedstock can be converted to sustainable chemical building blocks, which can help us to move away from the fossil-based chemical. There are technology, basically it's not new. They are hydrothermal liquefaction. With this technology, we can make a lot of any kind of the biomass into biocrude oil. So with this technology, we can use seaweed into biofuel in the future. The last one, the conclusion, with our innovation from upstream and downstream, we hope we can accelerating the blue economy more faster than what we planning. Thank you, Pak Firman.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Agus. So from seaweed, I think at least we can solve 3 global problems. The first one is food security. The second one is the plastic waste. And the third one is the energy transitions, right? So, but we need to scale up the productions and we need to reduce the cost by using technology and mechanizations. Thank you all the speakers for very insightful presentations. Now I will invite Q&A sessions. So if there is questions from or comments from the audience, please raise your hands and mention your name. So for the first sessions, I will open for 3 questions. Yeah, Pak Andreas, Miss, and any other? Pak Medril. So, okay. Yes, Miss.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for the presentations. I was very impressed with what's happening. So I'm Julia from the ISO standards group, and I wanted to know to what extent you're using standards in terms of trying to make your processes more efficient. What standards are you using, if any, for both speakers, all speakers? What standards are you using, and how can standards help you in terms of ISO standards for environmental, climate change, marine, that kind of thing? Are you now using standards?
Okay, I think the question is for Pak Yoki and Pak Agus. So what kind of like ISO standard, yeah, that they're using in terms of this? Maybe I will collect all the questions first. Pak Andreas?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Andreas Sutahayan. I'm from the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment. My first question goes to Pertamina, Pak Yoki. I think it's very interesting to see, to hear about your net zero emission target. Just wondering, what is the main challenging to reach this target? And the second is whether you have already a roadmap in achieving this kind of target for the net zero emission target. And my second question goes to the KI regarding the Blue Halo S. How is the involvement of the local community in order to maintain, because you are mentioning about the production and as well as the protection. So what is the role of the local community in this area? And to Bu Deputy, Bu Vivi, how is the blue economy? You already mentioned the blue economy roadmap until 2045. Now it's 2023. So we have FPGM and it's 4 years, it's 5 years in order to reach 2045. So how the synergize between RPJM and in order to guarantee that the blue economy, its roadmap will go smooth, something like that. Thank you. Thank you,
Pak
Pak.
Andreas. Pak Medril.
Well, thank you very much for very nice presentations. My question is to Bu Mezani from Konservasi Indonesia. You've mentioned that investment or financing is very crucial for this blue economy. And one of the options that we are going to go for is the blue bonds that you mentioned. But as far as I know, the applications of the blue bonds needs to be, well, if you got the bonds, then you have to input that bonds into the big budgets. And then from the big budget, big basket budget, then you redistribute it to something else. In this case, there will be possibility, there will be a kind of blue washings instead of green washings, blue washings could be happens. So how come then these mechanisms can be avoided? And my second question is related to Pa Yogi. It's great to hear that Pertamina has already had a kind of intentions to do kind of to reduce its net zero emissions from its shipping operations. But as far as I know, policy on bunker fuel in Indonesia is a bit lag behind. And you've mentioned about the regulations, policies, and so on. So how then Pertamina's plans aligning with this kind of the bunker fuel policy, while we don't have it until today, and then how then Pertamina can be aligned this approach for the futures? Perhaps
Thank you,
that's
Pak
my
Medril.
question.
So
Thank you.
I think Pak Yogi, you have 3 questions directed to you. So I'll start with you, Pak Yogi.
Well, thank you so much, Pak. I'm going to answer the number 3 first, Pak. I mean, the challenge on the fuel availability to support our decarbonization plan, the net zero emission pathway in 2060. Yes, as I said, Pak, it's going to be a challenge, right, to fulfill the demand for low carbon fuel or zero carbon fuel in Indonesia particularly. I think there are several action that can be taken. First, definitely as part of the energy company, Pertamina Shipping and the entire ecosystem of Pertamina with the other groups of Pertamina has a clear plan in achieving the net zero emission in our business, particularly Indonesia, which aligned to government net zero emission plan. And therefore, I believe going forward, there will be a serious action by the entire group to produce low carbon fuel or zero carbon fuel, for instance, like ammonia, hydrogen, where there will be a lot of projects going forward. And secondly, I believe the consistency and the commitment from us as a big player in Indonesia to committed to the regulation that's set out by the international regulatory bodies or the national regulation. For instance, like in 2020, the IMO introduced the IMO 2020 to limit the sulfur content. And I think Pertamina is one of the most consistent party that implement the low sulfur fuel oil, right, in Indonesia, despite we know there will be some challenges, right? Availability and distribution and consistency from the players in this sector. I think those two actions that can be done to ensure that we can align with our target, Pak. Hopefully that answer. And secondly, on the roadmap, okay. So in terms of the roadmap to achieve the net zero emission, we divide our plan into 3 phases. The first phase is, sorry, I don't have the slide. First phase 1, until 2026, we try to reduce the carbon footprint through the several actions that is taken. First is how we can use the low sulfur fuel, for instance, like B30, low sulfur fuel oil as well, and reduction in fuel consumption through all the initiative that we do. For instance, like we limit the speed of our operation based on the economical fuel consumption to ensure that we limit the consumption of the fuel. And secondly, we regularly clean the hull of the ships. There are more than 600 ships in domestically, and if one of the biggest contributor to the high consumption of the fuel is the hull condition. If the hull is dirty, then there will be a lot of friction that will affect the consumption of the fuel. And in 2024, we already set a program where there will be a continuous checking and regular cleaning to our hull of the ships. And last but not least is optimize the route in order to ensure that we got the optimal routing for the ships that we operate. And the second phase is from 26 until 2040, the focus will be on the low carbon. Low carbon meaning that we try to introduce new type of fuel, for instance, like LNG powered vessels, or at least the LPG powered vessels, and also eco-friendly ship designs. We know that it will take some time for us to rejuvenate the entire ships that we currently own or operated, but over the time, since we are very committed to replace all the conventional type of ships with the latest technology, hopefully it will reduce the total amount of fuel will be burned. And last but not least, the latest phase, 2040 up to 2060, there will be much more advanced type of fuel will be used by us, and definitely, hopefully, hydrogen will be much more available and affordable, definitely by 2060, and some other type of fuel, for instance, like green ammonia as well. That will be our staging when it comes to net zero emission by Pertamina International Shipping. And to answer the first one on the ISO standard. Well, I can say that since many years that Pertamina has been used ISO as one of the standard in our business, in our operation. The most prominent one is the ISO 9000 and ISO 14000, if I'm not mistaken. But definitely, not only ISO, it is not only ISO that is used as our reference, right? To ensure that we have a clear pathway for the net zero emission. There are a lot of regulation by the International Maritime Organization and Classification Society that will be used as a guidance for us as a player in the shipping sectors. I hope that answered. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So I know Bu Mezani has to leave now, so I'll give the opportunity Bu Mezani to answer. Very short, Bu. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Deputy. Thank you, Pak Andreas and Pak Mendril. Just to answer the first question around communities. this is really the key to any successful activities, both in protection and production aspects. So at the moment, we've been having different focus groups discussion and socializations with all the different areas. So within the first pilot area, it will consist of 6 provinces. So that's going to be quite a lot. And the first, this is why the first launch would be the grant facility. So the grant facility will then be able to invest in enabling conditions for the communities and also local fishers, and ensuring also safeguards for that transition into the quota-based fisheries. But the most important piece is how they can be integrated in these different types of blue economy. So not just nearshore fishing, but maybe tourism, or maybe creation of value-add activities, not just in the ocean, but in the coastal areas as well. The other question around the process of the blue bond, that's a very important question, Pak Mendril. Thank you for raising that, because one of the key aspects of ensuring that any financing facility gets to the heart of the impact. Basically, the idea is what Indonesia wants and what the communities and the country wants is the impact target, right? Whether it's from the side of the climate, the protection, but also on the side of the economic livelihood. So one of the key aspects of the design phase of this facility, because the grant facility will be launched first, and then the blue facility, the blue financing facility is the next one. The focus is on the use of proceeds. So what are the use of proceeds that align with international standards as well as Indonesia's strategic interests for the future? And this is one of the key aspects also that during the discussions we've had with different financial players in Indonesia, whether it's state-owned or also the Ministry of Finance, is what are the blue sectors that can be benefiting from this financing facility, because pipeline development is the hardest. You know, people have a lot of funding commitments, but how does that translate into the projects on the ground? So that's really key. The first is identification and alignment with standards. The other piece will be around transparency. So data transparency, not only having the use of proceeds in the forefront, but also the transparency over time and how to monitor. And I think one of the key aspects that's exciting for us and for the community is also the fact that Indonesia is the government is taking a very active role in doing adaptive management. So you have the strategy, but also you have you will look and monitor and reflect and also adapt. And so that piece around the safeguards and transparency is the second most important thing together in the design phase of these facilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Zani. I think you can leave. Send our regards to King of Jordan. Thank you. So for Bu Vivi, so I invite you to answer the questions.
Thank you for the questions. I think we are all aware that the global situation is not in a good conditions. Besides some challenges that we face, like the technology, investment, as well as helping people to be inclusive in the transitions, in the blue as well as in the green transitions. We are also facing, I think, many countries also facing what we call as a triple planetary crisis: the climate change, the pollutions, including in the oceans, as well as the loss of the biodiversity. So as we are also aware that the source is always limited, put it into the planning document, and we have a clear vision about what we are headed within the next 20 years. It's really helped us, not only the government, but also all of us, to prioritize and put the targets. And for the midterm development plan, which is along the line with the SDGs, the 2030 agenda, I think it's provide a platform for all of us to collaborations. So whatever we are, whoever we are, and whatever we do, as long as we put into the context of the sustainability, I think we'll be recognized, acknowledged that we do something for the global. For example, in the current midterm development plan, we put the at least 124 targets out of 169 sustainability target into midterm development plan, then we could prioritize in terms of the funding as well as the projects. And I think like not only the SDGs and the net zero emissions, we also put all the commitments, the global commitments like the IMO. By 2030, we have to reduce the emission by 40%. But then the problem is how to do it, whether it is the role of the Pertamina alone or all of us. So I think within the next 5 years, the form of the collaborations, like Alfredo mentions, all of us have somehow contributions. But then again, I think it's really depend on us and the agenda to achieve it.
Thank you, Bu Vivi. So before I give the opportunity to Alfredo, I will give opportunity to Pak Agus to answer about the ISO standard.
Okay, thank you for answering the question about our standards. In our seaweed cultivation, we have a national standard. Indonesia already have a national standard. It named Good Aquaculture Practices. So we're following that. In seaweed processing, there are also a standard in Indonesia that good manufacture practices and also HACCP that HACCP standard. That three standard what we use to our operation in Indonesia.
Thank you, Pak Agus. Alfredo.
Thank you. Going back a little bit to the green shipping and in general to how do these industry transformations happen. Well, specifically in this case, there's a few challenges, right? There's the challenge on the fuel supply, there's the challenge on the infrastructure, and there's the challenge on the pricing. And I think that from a fuel, well, no, there's a few more, but from a fuel supply perspective, I think there's a lot of initiatives right now trying to make the matchmaking, and the Aspen Institute is just trying to create this demand, aggregated demand at a global level. But I think it still is leaving out the question of the infrastructure and the production in itself. So that's one piece. How do we match make that supply and demand in a way that actually makes sense from an infrastructure and a supply perspective? The second thing is, how do we think about the routes that are going to be able to enable these things? And we have heard a lot about green corridors in the last few years. I think we are a little far away still from making them effective for all the trading needs that we have. Nonetheless, I think there's a lot happening in that space, and there's going to be new solutions that emerge when we think about it. And then the third part, I forgot. What was I talking about? And then the price, of course. Thank you. And then the price, I think here is where we need to start thinking about scaling up innovations like the one that are happening here, and really start thinking about how do we aggregate demand in a way that sends the right signals so that the producers can start being a little more daring in how they scale up the production. So that's one thing. But the other part on the price is also, and this is a challenge to many governments, right? How many subsidies do we have for current technologies? Can we redirect some of that to the sustainable technologies, to the sustainable options? And I know that is not a straightforward policy question. Nonetheless, it's one that we should be asking.
Okay, thank you, Alfredo. So unfortunately, we have reached the end of our sessions. So hopefully that you all can get clear pictures how the progress that we made in terms of the blue economy. So as mentioned by all the speakers, we have a clear plan from Brapenas, and we built partnerships with the international partners and also domestic partners, and we create actions through our business sectors. But we still have a lot of work to be done. So we should work together and make sure that the oceans become priority in the world and also Indonesia. Thank you again for all the speakers and for the participants. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Do we need a photo with all the speakers, or do we? Yes? We still have time. Okay. If all the speakers can join all together. Although it's not a full picture, but we're lucky to still have Bu Vivi, so we can maintain the gender inclusivity here. Okay. Okay, so hopefully what they shared earlier can encourage more partners to engage more on ocean innovation. So happy to see it's a full house today. Let's keep it this way. We're going to have a lunch break. So please enjoy your time in our Divine Pavilion, and we'll see you again at 2:30. We're going to continue with few sessions. Okay. To express our appreciation to all the speakers for your valuable contribution today, we have a little special gift as a token of appreciation to all the speakers. Please kindly accept. Okay, thank you very much all for joining us today, and hope you have a wonderful days ahead. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome back to Indonesia Pavilion. I hope everybody have a good break, feeling great and ready to join in our session. Today we'll be talking about our stronger commitment on new renewable energy, and I'll kick off by inviting the director of PT Kayan Hydropower Nusantara, Mr. Andi Mariono, who will serve as the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Desmona. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here with us. So my name is Andi Marjono. I'm the director of PT Kayan Hydropower Nusantara, as well as head of hydropower at Adaro Clean Energy. And today, we're going to talk about renewable energy role in green mineral downstream industries. Just wanted to give you some context. The government of Indonesia is committed to developing the downstream processing minerals, especially by developing, the green industrial park through what's so-called renewable energy-based industrial development, or REBIT. And when we look at the number, the objective is to enhance the export of top three minerals, namely aluminum, nickel, and copper. We look at the statistic reported by CLSA. Indonesia was part of Fragile Five in 2013-2014, following the end of commodity boom. But then there is a nickel downstream industrialization, and after that we saw the value added from nickel from $1 billion USD in 2014 to 34 billion in 2022. So it's quite big jump, right? And also the downstream sector pushed the FDI, foreign direct investment, from 1% in 2018 to 1.9% in 2022 until this year, right? So private developers is also playing important roles. And today we're going to have Nickel Industry Limited smelter in Morowali, Sulawesi. Also, we're going to have KIPI, Kalimantan Industrial Park Indonesia in North Kalimantan, which is going to be powered by hydropower in Mentarang Induk. And then we will also see that Mentarang Induk is being developed. And right now, it's something that we will see that it's going to be one of the biggest in the country. And also, it's going to be comply with international standard as well. And that's why we also invite Pak Antonio Lesmana to be here. And then last but not least, we invite Debbie Gray, which is the IHA, International Hydropower Association, to speak about, the why hydro will play a very crucial role. As you see here, the objective or the topic of today is basically what are the strategic roles and challenges of renewable energy, especially hydropower and energy mix, to power the mineral downstream industry and accelerate Indonesia energy transition agenda. First of all, I'd like to invite the first speaker, Pak Muhtasar, to come on the stage. Please have a seat, Pak. Pak Muhtasar is Sustainability Manager of Nickel Downstream Industry. And second speaker is Pak Antonio Lesmana from Kayan Hydropower Nusantara, President Director. And the last one will be Debbie Gray, Interim Head of Policy, International Hydropower Association. Let's give a round of big applause to all of them. And later on, during the closing remarks, we're going to invite Pak Rahmat Kaimuddin, which is the Deputy Minister of, Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment. So first of all, I'd like to invite Pak Muhtasar to speak about, your transitioning to renewable energy and other lower carbon emitting solutions in your smelter industry in Sulawesi. Stage is yours, Pak. Please. Let's give a round of big applause to Pak Muhtasar.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, speakers, and also ladies and gentlemen here. My name is Muhtasar. I'm a Sustainability Manager of Nickel Industries Limited. And today we are going to present about our experience on how renewable energy can help us in decarbonizing our operations. as well as to share some success stories in the downstreaming process. Yeah. So, yeah, again, a little bit about myself. I have a background in environmental engineering and also environmental science, and have worked for various industries since 2014. And yeah, later, if you have any question that you want to address that cannot be raised here, you can also send me an email there. And about Nickel Industries Limited. So Nickel Industries Limited administratively is an Australian public company. So we are listed in the Australia Securities Exchange, or ASX, since 2018. But all of our assets, our operations, are located in Indonesia. So we have a nickel mining site, which is called as Hengjaya Mine in Morowali, Central Sulawesi. And we have 4 nickel refinery facilities or smelters. 3 of them are located in the IMIP, or Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park. And 1 of them is located in the Weda Bay, North Maluku, or what we know as the Indonesia Weda Bay Industrial Park, or IWIP. And since its listing in the ASX in 2018, or more or less 5 years ago, Nickel Industries Limited has grown from a relatively small nickel mining company to the top 10 nickel producers globally. And we don't want to stop there. We aspire to become global leaders in low-cost and sustainable nickel production by implementing the best industrial standard and also supporting the communities in our areas of operations. And a little bit about Indonesia downstreaming policy. I believe it will be explained later by the representative from the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment. But just to give a little bit of context, so since the nickel export ban, I think, was enacted in 2020, it has attracted various investment, both come from domestic and also from foreign investment. And in 2021 alone, as you can see on the screen, the nickel production in Indonesia is higher than the rest of the world combined. So it's something that we should be very proud about. And here, I think the investment is not just in the upstream or in the mining sites, but also in the middle stream, in the processing, or even in the downstream, to make nickel to become a useful product such as batteries and etc. And in terms of timeline here, I think I will not go into the details, but as you can see again on the chart here, I think since 2020 we can see that there are a lot of companies who have invested in Indonesia, both from the ASEAN or China and also from the Western countries here. So yeah, I think from our point of view, this is the downstreaming policy is also one of the most successful one, I think, in developing the national nickel production and also to support the economic growth. And yeah, I think we are also proud with our Hengjaya mine. It is our mine site that located in the Morowali, Central Sulawesi. And please allow us to play a short video about it.
Nickel Industries' 80% owned Hengjaya nickel mine, located in Indonesia's central Sulawesi region, is a world-class 5,983 hectare nickel laterite mine close to the Indonesian Morowali Industrial Park, which is the world's largest fully vertically integrated nickel processing and stainless steel park, producing a broad suite of nickel products including nickel pig iron, nickel matte, mixed hydroxide precipitate and nickel cathode. Hengjaya is a large tonnage, high-grade, long-life mine with a 20-year mine production licence. and 2 further 10-year extensions. The mine produces high-quality nickel saprolite and limonite ore, 2 forms of ore in high demand as they serve as vital feedstock for Indonesia's world-scale RKEF and HPAL operations. Our Hengjaya mine operations are a leader in sustainable and responsible mining, having been awarded the coveted Green Proper rating, one of only 2 nickel mines in Indonesia to receive this rating. We have also received the highest MSCI rating for any Indonesian mining and metals company and rank in the top 3rd percentile on the S&P Global Sustainability Index. Our core ESG pillars are focused on local community, employment, empowerment and development, achieved through a number of programs including education, health, waste management, women's empowerment and adoption of renewable energy. Hengjaya Mine is committed to comprehensive biodiversity and rehabilitation programs, which since 2019 have seen it remediate over 2,000 hectares of land by planting over 2 million trees that will provide a significant future income stream for the local communities. Nickel Industries 80% owned.
Yes, and so our sustainability strategy focuses on the 3 pillars, which are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. So we have initiatives that aim to develop the economic of the community and also our operational areas. And we also want to empower the social people around our sites through various our social responsibility programs. And we also want to help to preserve the environment through our environmental stewardship. And more importantly, I think aligned with the spirit of the UN Climate Conference, we want also to reduce our carbon footprint by transforming our business. So we started with using the RKEF technology, which is quite energy intensive. And now we move toward the HPAL technology, which is less carbon intensive. And we also aim to utilize or optimize the availability of renewable energy sources, I think, in our operational areas. So later I will explain that we have developed the solar power system. And we also currently are studying about the potential of hydropower in powering our operations as well. And here I think in line with the conference, the COP28, we are also delighted, I think, to announce our commitment to reduce half of our carbon intensity by 2035 and also to achieve net zero by 2050. So it takes, I think, a couple of years for us to consider to have a robust study, and we decided, I think, to announce it now because we believe achieving net zero is feasible and also economically profitable. So yeah, that's our commitment, despite being a relatively young company, but we have a big ambition, and we hope to support Indonesia to achieve its carbon neutral target in 2060, as well as to help the world achieve its climate target by 2050. And we have several environmental initiatives. So in terms of energy, we have implemented solar system at our Hengjaya mine, which is able to power our office operations in the daytime. And we also consider or study the possibility to use LNG in our operation as an alternative. And later I will explain about the solar power agreement. And in terms of water conservation, I think we installed the continuous effluent monitoring system in our mine site. So we ensure that the effluent will not exceed the limit set by the government. And last but not least is the biodiversity protection. So we are proud to support the rehabilitation of watershed area in Central Sulawesi, in which we have planted more than 2 million trees since 2019 in the area of 1,905 hectares. And these plantations also will help the local communities because it will become the source of income, I think, after the 8 years of plantation. And yeah, again, just to give a visualization, I think, on where we are right now. So again, Nickel Industries Limited is a young company. So we were incorporated in 2007 in New South Wales, Australia. But yeah, since we are listed in 2018 and now we are already become one of the 10 largest nickel producer globally, outpacing some of the biggest companies who have been around for decades, such as the BHP, Glencore, and others. So yeah, we are very proud of this tremendous achievement and expect to grow even more in the future. And yeah, like I said earlier, I think since we are committed to reduce our emission, to halve it by 2035, and also to achieve net zero in 2050, so it is not possible to continue our business as usual. So we start to transition to use the lower carbon intensive footprint, and we choose to invest in the HPAL technology, which is the third generation of HPAL technology, which is expected to be able to produce nickel with the carbon intensity of less than 10 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of nickel metal equivalent. So this is very low and very efficient. And besides of that, we also utilize the heat in our operations and use the bio-based fuel, because the bio-based fuel is having lower carbon intensity in comparison with the conventional diesel fuel. And this is something that we just recently announced it as well. So Nickel Industries work together with Cessna, an Indonesian solar provider company, to develop the largest solar power plant in Indonesia with a capacity of 200 megawatts peak. And we have signed the MOU last month and announced it to the public and expect this to run by 2025. And moving to the social aspect, so we try to avoid reactive investment and believe that social initiatives are social investment. And we focus on several aspects such as education, health, infrastructure. And we are also developing corporate foundations that will help us to provide scholarship for indigenous students in Morowali area. So we hope that these students in the future can also become part of our workforce. And in terms of governance, we have published our code of conduct and anti-bribery and corruption policy. And we also have assessed our operations against the human rights standards and also the modern slavery standard, especially for the ones that are set in Australia. And we provide equal opportunity to male and female employees, so they won't be paid differently if they are on the same positions, or in other words, we provide equal remuneration for all of our employees. And we are also pleased to be named as one of the only 2 nickel companies last year in 2022 that earned Green Proper rating from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And also this year we were nominated for the Green Proper candidate, in which the result will be announced by the end of December this year. Besides of that, we also receive various accolades in the national and international level. So just to mention some, so we received the Most Promising Transition Award during the ESG World Summit in Bangkok in June this year. And we were also nominated as the most sustainable nickel company by TrendAsia in August 2023. And yeah, last but not least, again, the ratings, the awards are not our main objective, but I think they can provide like some assurance from the independent parties about our performance. And here we are proud that our company have received, I think, good rating from the S&P Global, MSCI, and also various nomination from the Asia Sustainability Reporting Rating Award, and also being a finalist for the Asia Sustainability Reporting Award in 2022. And yeah, if you are interested to know more about our ESG performance, you can also download our sustainability report. So we have published the 2021 and 2022 sustainability reports in accordance with the GRI standard. And those publications are available in our corporate website. That's all from us, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Muhtasar. Big applause to Muhtasar. So it's quite exciting to see your effort in reducing the carbon footprint, not only on the downstream part, but also you introducing your flagship project, which is the 200 megawatt peak of solar PV, and you are saying that you develop hydro as well. So we hope it's going to be realized quite soon. I forgot to mention that Pak Muhtasar received an SDG Pioneer Award from the United Nations Global Compact, becoming only the second Indonesian in the awards history to receive this accolade. So it's quite remarkable.
Thank you, Pak.
Big applause for Pak Muhtasar. So we have seen now from the downstream part. Now I'm gonna invite Pak Antony Lesmana, the director, president director of Kayan Hydropower Nusantara. We're moving to the upstream side. This is a development of 1.4 gigawatt of hydropower in Mali now. Just would like to introduce yourself, Pak Antony. Pak Antony is the CEO of PT Kayan Hydropower Nusantara. He is also the director of PT Kayan Patria Pratama, an established conglomerate with 40 years of operation across industries in East and North Kalimantan. With almost 2 decades of directorship in energy sector, Antony and his management team are the leading catch in developing Indonesia's first large-scale hydropower, 1.375 gigawatt in Kalimantan. So I'd like to hear from you, Pak Antony, how to develop this sustainable hydropower project while supporting the rapid, renewable energy-based industrial development program set by the government. Time is yours. Please give a round of big applause to Pak Antony.
Okay, thank you, Pak Andi. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome. And I'm grateful to see so many of you here today, and I hope you guys have enjoyed this beautiful city of Dubai, famous for its pristine beaches and soaring skyscraper. Today, the topic of my presentation is on the strategic role of hydropower in the energy mix to power mineral downstreaming in industry. Okay, so my name is Antony Lesmana, and I'm the President Director of PT Kayan Hydropower Nusantara from Indonesia. PT KSN is a joint venture between Adaro Energi Indonesia, who is the largest integrated energy company in Indonesia, Sarawak Energi Berhad, a vertically integrated power utility company fully owned by the government of Sarawak. And now they have developed and operated 3 large hydro dams in Sarawak. And last but not least, PT Kayan Patria Pratama, a local company who has more than 40 years experience working in North and East Kalimantan. So as a company, PT KSN is now trying to progress its vision of becoming Indonesia's sustainable champion, starting with the development of Mentarang Induk Hydroelectric Project, Indonesia's first large-scale sustainable hydropower development. So, I don't think that. Oh, video, okay. So here is a short video of PT KSN. Okay.
lompatan transformasi ekonomi Indonesia dan dimulai dari sini. Sehingga kita bisa mengelola sumber daya alam kita dari hulu sampai ke hilir. Dan yang paling penting penciptaan lapangan pekerjaan yang sangat besar.
Indonesia dikenal dengan keindahan dan sumber daya alamnya beserta potensi-potensi yang akan menjadi sumber daya terbarukan. Sebagai bentuk nyata upaya pemerintah Republik Indonesia dalam mengurangi emisi gas rumah kaca, Kalimantan Industrial Park Indonesia telah dibangun dan dikembangkan. Sungai Mentarang yang terletak di Kabupaten Malinau, Kalimantan Utara akan menjadi potensi pembangkit listrik tenaga air yang akan dibangun oleh PT Kayan Hydropower Nusantara yang akan mendukung kawasan industri hijau Indonesia. PLTA Mentarang Induk 1.375 MW yang merupakan PLTA terbesar di Indonesia yang menjadi salah satu bendungan CFRD tertinggi di dunia dengan tinggi 235 meter dan panjang 815 meter yang dapat menyediakan sumber energi hijau yang ramah lingkungan bagi Indonesia. PT Kayan Hydropower Nusantara berkomitmen terhadap pembangunan PLTA yang bertanggung jawab dan berkelanjutan sesuai dengan hukum dan peraturan di Indonesia serta praktek terbaik internasional berdasarkan International Hydropower Association atau IHA. Pembangunan ini akan menciptakan lapangan pekerjaan baru bagi masyarakat dan menciptakan peluang-peluang usaha yang beragam bagi masyarakat sekitar. PT Kayan Hydropower Nusantara melaksanakan tanggung jawab lingkungan dan sosial melalui program Lestari Corporate Social and Environment Responsibility atau CSER yang difokuskan dalam 4 kegiatan: lestari kehidupan, lestari lingkungan, lestari budaya, dan lestari pendidikan. Salah satu program lestari kehidupan berupa pemberian fasilitas perumahan baru dan lahan pertanian bagi warga yang direlokasi demi meningkatkan kualitas hidup masyarakat. Dengan adanya pembangunan PLTA ini akan membawa peran yang besar terhadap ekonomi Indonesia, diantaranya mendorong masuknya investasi dari dalam dan luar negeri dengan perkiraan nilai investasi sekitar 2,6 miliar US dollar yang dapat meningkatkan pertumbuhan ekonomi daerah. Merah sebagai semangat dan putih sebagai tekad yang menjadikan Indonesia sebagai bangsa yang mampu membawa perubahan besar bagi lingkungan dan juga dunia. Indonesia tangguh, Indonesia tumbuh.
Okay, so as a background, Indonesia has an enormous renewable energy potential, enough for it to power its sustainable growth. However, despite its enormous potential, if we combine the current geothermal, hydropower, solar, and wind, current renewable energy mix in Indonesia is only about 12.3% out of the 23% renewable energy target. In many of his presidential speeches, Bapak Jokowi always mentioned that Indonesia has approximately 80 gigawatt of hydropower potential across 4,000 rivers, and 38 gigawatt of those is believed to be able to be developed economically. So if we can harness this potential sustainably, I believe that it can help Indonesia to achieve its renewable energy target, which is the 23% of energy mix in 2025 and net zero emissions in 2060. For those of you who have not followed the development of Indonesia closely, under the leadership of Bapak Jokowi and Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment, Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Indonesia have seen successful story of industrial park. One being Morowali Industrial Park, and second being Wedabe Industrial Park. This industrial park are integrated industrial park for nickel smelting, producing components of electric vehicle battery. So many believe that downstreaming industry is the crucial step for Indonesia to become a developed country by 2045. Then with the same concept, one of our shareholder, PT Adaro Energy, has decided to build the first green industrial park in Indonesia. It's not only the first, it will be probably the largest green industrial park in Indonesia, if not the whole world. So by pushing the concept of renewable energy-based industrial development, we hope we can accelerate the development and utilization of renewable energy, especially hydropower in the region. So here are some of the facts of the Green Industrial Park. It is located in North Kalimantan, and North Kalimantan, being the outermost province of Indonesia, will put this industrial park strategically located for export and import. It has a total area of 16,000 hectares, consisting of two large overlay of area, 11,500 hectares and 4,700 hectares. Such a huge area offers huge potential for power-hungry smelter to consume electricity from hydropower nearby. So hydropower is definitely suitable for this because hydropower is the only renewable energy that can offer firm base load at high efficiency. It can also be used to firm up intermittency power from other renewable sources such as solar in the region. So we are then very proud and at the same time very, very humble as the President himself groundbreak the development of the Green Industrial Park on December 2021. And approximately a year later, the President again groundbreak the development of Mentarang Induk hydroelectric plants on the March 2023. This shows the strong commitment from the Indonesia government as well as the private sectors towards the renewable energy focused agenda. And we believe that renewable energy is the only way forward for Indonesia. So Mentarang Induk hydroelectric project is essentially the first large-scale sustainable hydropower development developed by PT KSN. It is a 1,375 megawatt project located in Malinau, North Kalimantan, able to produce firm power of approximately 925 megawatt. It is a concrete face rockfill dam with the dam height of 235 meters, easily making it the largest hydropower project in Indonesia and the second tallest CFRD in the whole world. So total estimated cost of the project is $2.6 billion with the first electricity is targeted to be produced in 2030. For those of you here who are interested to know more about the carbon emission of the project, MIHAP carbon emission will be approximately 31 grams CO2 equivalent per kilowatt hour, which is less than the 100 grams CO2 equivalent per kilowatt hour. Any power plant project with a carbon emission less than the 100 grams CO2 equivalent per kilowatt hour will contribute significantly towards the Paris Sustainable Agreement. So for the development of MIHAP, it is by design we want the host area Malinau to gain the most benefits. Here are some of the things that PT KSN has done. Number one, we prioritize hiring from local community. During the construction stage, there will be approximately 5,000 employment opportunities, and during the operation stage, there will be approximately 100 employment opportunities. Local talent will be definitely prioritized for this. And then certain work packages is reserved for local contractors, and we will have some training program for the locals to improve the capacity of the local. And other benefits such as expanding infrastructure development such as road and supporting local tourism agenda. As I mentioned earlier, we want PT KSN to become the Indonesia Sustainable Champion. So we will definitely comply with all the national regulations, such as the one being put forth by the Balai Teknik Bendungan, as well as international standards such as ICOL and the Hydropower Sustainable Assessment Protocol. We will follow best practices to ensure safe and sustainable hydropower development. So now it's almost 5 years since the inception of PT KSN as a company. A lot of hard work, dedication, and persistence have been put in this project. We want to thank for all the government agencies, especially the national government, provincial government, and regency government who have been supportive of this project. So to conclude, As the Chinese proverb says, for a journey of 1,000 miles, it needs a single small step. PTKSN have taken the first small step, and it will be another 7 years before we see the production of our first electricity. I'm happy to announce that we have begun the commencement work of our diversion tunnel last month. So, to conclude, I hope I will be able to share the successful story of the development of 1,375 megawatt project, delivering bulk renewable electricity to the first and largest green industrial estate in Indonesia. Thank you for your kind attention.
Check. Okay. Thank you, Pak Antony. And I think we understand that you're developing this with all of the, CSR elements, and I guess it will link to the next speaker, as we understand that Debbie, the only acceptable form of hydropower is sustainable hydropower, right? So we'd like to invite you on the stage. Please brief with us on how to ensure the sustainable development of hydropower projects, and a brief introduction about Debbie Gray. Debbie Gray is an interim head of policy at the International Hydropower Association. She leads the IHA work in positioning hydropower as a solution to climate change and manage the GRES program. She is also heading the study on women's representation in hydropower, follows hydropower development in the Americas. Debbie is a professional engineer who has been working for over 25 years in the field of energy and sustainable development. Time is yours, stage is yours. Please give a big round of applause to Debbie Gray.
Thank you very much, Pak Andy, and welcome this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for being here. It's great to see so much interest in hydropower, particularly sustainable hydropower in Indonesia. So just a brief introduction about myself. As was mentioned in the introduction, I'm currently interim head of policy at the International Hydropower Association. So I'm really bringing a sort of global voice to this great conversation that we're having about hydropower in Indonesia and how it can be used to help meet Indonesia's climate change goals. First of all, a couple of words of introduction about the IHA. We are an industry association dedicated to hydropower, of course. We have, it says there are 90 members. We just hit our 100-member mark not too long ago. And our members are stakeholders in the hydropower industry, not just hydropower operators, but also consultants and equipment manufacturers who are dedicated to advancing sustainable hydropower. So our mission, as you can see, is advance sustainable hydropower and also be the global voice of sustainable hydropower. How do we make sure our message gets across is by engaging with global policymakers and financial decision makers, exactly like we've been doing here at COP. I arrived in Dubai 2 days ago, and it seems like I've been here for 10 days already because the past 48 hours have been full of meetings with people like the World Bank and other development banks to try to get across our message that we need more sustainable hydropower for the energy transition. Just a quick look at some of our members around the world and their installed capacity. I'll just go quickly past that. So I guess one of the main messages that I want to bring to this conversation is the world needs more hydropower. Now, some of you in the audience might be thinking, well, of course I'm going to say the world needs more hydropower. I work for the International Hydropower Association. It is my job to promote hydropower. But actually, it's not just the IHA who is saying that. A lot of modeling has been done by international agencies such as IEA, the International Energy Agency, as well as IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency. And what they have done is they have modeled the electricity system going into the future according to different scenarios. And what you see here is the keeping global warming to less than 2 degrees scenario. So what you see in the bar on the left is in 2017, you see a certain amount of electricity, and the different colors represent the different forms of generation of electricity. So of course the hydropower is in the dark blue. Then they have projected what needs to change for us to meet the climate goals going into 2050. And if you see the red circle that just came up, that is pointing to hydropower. So there are two things that I really want you to retain from this graph. First of all, as you see, the bar on the left is obviously much smaller than the bar on the right. Why is that? Because if we're going to meet our climate goals, we are going to need to more than double, actually close to triple, the amount of electricity that we need. Why is that? Because electricity going into the future, in order to meet our climate goals, we're going to have to electrify a lot of end uses. And this includes, I'm talking about, for example, transportation, buildings, as well as heavy industry, which currently might use fossil fuels for high heat processes or other parts of their processes. So a lot of those applications are going to have to electrify, and we're seeing it already a lot with electric vehicles, which are more and more prevalent on our roads. So we're going to need more electricity, but we're going to need more low carbon electricity. So now the second most important thing I want you to retain when looking at this graph is look at the size of the blue bar between 2017, or the blue band between 2017 and 2050. That's the hydropower bar. It's kind of hard to see on the scale, but hydropower actually needs to double in the next 25 or so years if we're going to meet climate goals. So think about that. Hydropower has to double. Now, hydropower has been around for 100 years. The country that I am from, Canada, I think it's 60% of our electricity comes from hydropower. And I'm from the province of Quebec, where actually 95% of our electricity comes from hydropower. And across Canada, there are at least 5 hydropower plants that I know of, which are actually 100 years old, and they're still operating today. So that means that if we're going to double, we have to build as much hydropower in the next 25 or 30 years as we've built in the previous 100 years. So that's quite a large task ahead of us. Now, a lot of people think, well, hydropower, that's the old renewable. It's been around forever. We've already chosen the best sites. We've already put in hydropower facilities on the major rivers, which would have hydropower generation potential. That's a misconception, because we did a literature review of all the studies out there looking at where is hydropower potential. And in every single continent, there still is a lot of untapped hydropower potential. However, hydropower, I guess being in one of the older renewables, I work for the Hydropower Association, and I'm going to come right out and admit it. There have been bad hydropower projects done in the past. By bad hydropower projects, I'm talking about projects done 50, 60 years ago, where the notion of sustainable development wasn't as strong as it is today. So these irresponsible hydropower projects are no longer acceptable, and people have demonstrated against them, and I've worked to stop projects even. So what do we need? We need a standard. So I'm going to briefly introduce the Hydropower Sustainability Alliance. The Hydropower Sustainability Alliance was actually just launched exactly 1 month ago today in Indonesia, in Bali, Indonesia, where we had our World Hydropower Congress. But before the launch of the Hydropower Sustainability Alliance, the IHA has been working with stakeholders to develop a lot of sustainability tools. So we've developed sustainability tools. We've developed the standard, which was mentioned earlier, and which I'm going to talk about in a few slides. But this was formally launched into the Sustainability Alliance just 1 month ago today. So what the Alliance does is the custodian of the independent sustainability standard. So as mentioned, hydropower is a bit of a crossroads. And the role that hydropower is going to be playing as we look into the future, it will go from a role where hydropower has mainly been a lot of baseload electricity, but more and more hydropower is going to be required to support the integration of more wind and more solar energy. Now, we all know that wind and solar are great energy forms, but they're also intermittent, which means we need something when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. And we need something to store the excess energy. For example, on a very hot, sunny day, when demand might be very low, solar generation is very high. Well, if we don't have a way of storing that electricity, then that electricity is lost and that energy is lost. Now, a lot of people are really interested about batteries. They're excited about batteries, and actually so am I. However, for the large amount of storage that we need, batteries are simply not going to be enough. However, so we do need more hydropower, but again, irresponsible projects are no longer accessible. So what is the solution? How can an investor who wants to invest in a project tell a good project from a bad one? And how can host communities trust the hydropower developers to do a good job? How can development issues be addressed? And how can our governments be sure that the projects that they're approving are actually good projects? Well, we need a standard. And this is why we have developed the standard. And again, as I mentioned, it's It was developed, the development of the standard was really pushed by the International Hydropower Association, but we didn't do it alone. It is not people from the community only talking amongst themselves and saying what are good projects. We worked with a number of stakeholders, including some major environmental organizations, as well as development agencies and international financing institutions like the World Bank, as well as governments, to develop this standard. So the standard was actually launched in 2021, and it's already been recognized, like for example, by the climate bonds. The climate bonds, in order to lend money for a project, the project has to have been either certified or at least assessed by the standard, to give one example. Now, what does the standard cover? So the standard looks at the 12 elements which you see here. So I'm not going to go and read them all, but I just wanted to highlight that when we're talking about the sustainability standard, we're not just talking about the environment and fish and biodiversity. That's what a lot of people think of when they think of the impacts of a hydropower plant. It goes beyond that. It looks at cultural heritage, resettlement, local communities, indigenous peoples, for example. So when we're talking about sustainability, it really is all aspects of sustainability. To get a project certified, there's a very transparent process. There are 4 main steps to it. First of all, a power plant has to be audited by independent accredited assessors. Then there's a notion of transparency. Once the auditors have done their job, they produce a preliminary report. The report has to be made available to the host communities as well as to the global community so that they can give their comments. So the reports are put online, but also efforts must be made to have this report available in the local language in a format which is accessible to the local people. Quality, the application has to be submitted to the Secretariat to make sure, who will ensure that the auditing process was done according to the criteria in the standard. And finally, credibility, because of this multi-stakeholder oversight, which is not just the hydropower industry, but really the hydropower industry along with other stakeholders, including environmental groups. So a couple of words about the sustainability standard in Indonesia. So my organization has worked actively with the Ministry of National Development Planning, or also known as Bappenas, for a number of years now, since 2017. And there have been 3 assessments done. First, the Jatiluhur Dam. Second, the Kusan Dam. And then as well, the Mentarang Induk power plant project, which we just heard about by the previous speaker. These are 3 assessments which have been done, but in parallel, we offer training, and we have trained over 100 professionals on the use of the hydropower sustainability standard. And there are 2 provisional accredited assessors from Indonesia. So I would summarize by saying Indonesia is a country which has been very engaged in the conversation about sustainable hydropower, and they're not just talking about it, they're actually putting words to action by having these assessments done, learning from the assessment, working to closing any gaps that are identified in the assessment, as well as training their own local people. I just want to say a word about a topic which was mentioned by Pak Anthony as well, and that is the greenhouse gas emissions from reservoirs. It's probably a lesser known impact of damming a river, that when a river is flooded to create a reservoir, the carbon in the soil can decompose to form either CO2, carbon dioxide, or CH4, which is methane. And so there's been a lot of questions about, well, how much methane is actually being formed, because methane is, of course, a very potent greenhouse gas. So IHA, in partnership with some scientific bodies, and mainly the University of Quebec in Montreal, developed a tool called the GRES tool. So the GRES tool is a simple web-based online tool that you can use to assess the greenhouse gas emissions of your project. And it can be used either on existing projects or on future projects. And Pak Anthony mentioned that the Mentarang power plant will have a greenhouse gas emission footprint of, I think he said 35 grams per kilowatt hour, which is actually quite low. And looking on a life cycle assessment basis, that is roughly the average of hydropower plants around the world, and that is very similar actually with wind or solar when you look at a full life cycle assessment. So if anyone's interested in the GRES tool, learning more about emissions from reservoirs, please come up and see me afterwards. Finally, and this is my last slide, everyone, I want to say a few words about the Bali Statement, because what better location here in Dubai to talk about the Bali Statement than in the Indonesian Pavilion. So the Bali Statement was the result of a consultation process. It was released, of course, in Bali almost exactly 1 month ago today. It was actually 1 month ago tomorrow, to be very precise, because we were hosted by Indonesia for our World Hydropower Congress last month. So I'm very excited because I was just in Bali just last month, and I'm happy to wear the gift that I got while I was in Bali, my batik today. Thank you. So what does the Bali Statement say? The Bali Statement, again, reinforces the need for sustainable hydropower and its necessity in building low carbon technologies, low carbon societies. Sorry, and how do we do this? With 4 recommendations to government, which I'm going to read. The policymakers have to look at planning for future energy needs, because to build a hydropower plant takes a long time, anywhere from 10 to 15 years to include the permitting and the construction. So if we're talking about doubling hydropower in 25 years, we have to start making the decisions today. We're running out of time. Incentivize sustainable hydropower development through financial and market mechanisms. Without going into too much detail, hydropower provides a lot of flexibility to the grid, and a lot of markets today only reward energy. They don't reward the other services which are provided by hydropower, and by changing the market to reward those services, then it will help the development of more hydropower, because today those services, the ancillary services, they're called, are often provided by gas peakers. So if we're trying to get gas out of our electricity mix, we have to incentivize and reward hydropower for the services that it offers. Accelerate the development of new renewable energies through accelerated permitting and licensing. This is not just applicable to hydropower, but to all forms of energy. My colleagues from the Global Wind Council are sharing that sometimes it takes more to permit a wind park than it does to actually construct the wind park. So policymakers have to accelerate that, but without foregoing environmental safeguards. And finally, incorporate the sustainability practices like those that are in the sustainability standard into new projects. Finally, just if anyone's interested more in the Hydropower Association, there's a QR code to our website. If you'd like to get involved, learn more about sustainable hydropower, I'd be happy to speak with you afterwards as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debbie. Big round of applause to Bu Debbie Gray. Terima kasih. So I guess now we're going to have a Q&A session. And let me start with Pak Anthony. It was mentioned in Debbie's presentation that IHA has done the assessment to Mentarang Induk. Do you mind to share, without disclosing any confidential information, what is the findings and what is the current effort to close the gaps, if any? And do you think it's going to be important? Because I guess now you, as you said in the slide, that you are trying to do the financial closing by end of next year.
So thank you, Pak Andi. So in year 2020, we did manage to get some grant from the Swiss government. So how do we use that money efficiently? Then our board of directors from KSN decided to use that money to do the initial assessment of the hydropower sustainability assessment protocol mentioned by Debbie earlier. So we managed to find 7 gaps. And yeah, we were thankful that we managed to find that gaps early though. So some of the gaps are like the biodiversity, we have not built enough grievance mechanism for the local people. So now we are trying to our very best to close some of the 7 gaps that mentioned. And we were very fortunate, ISA helped us a lot, because otherwise if the banks find that gaps and find out that we are not ready, then it will be quite catastrophic for us, because we plan to do the finance close next year though. So after closing the gaps, we want to get the certification from ISA, and hopefully we can get the gold certificate from ISA. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Anthony. Moving to Debbie, do you mind to share the similarity between your assessment to other, let's say, IFC standard, etc.? I think there are some similarities to that standard, right?
Yes, there are a lot of similarities between our standard and some of the environmental safeguards which have been adopted, for example, by the World Bank or other financing institutions. And we're working right now, in fact, that was part of the meeting we had just yesterday with the World Bank, to try to in order to be more efficient. In other words, what we're trying to put forward is if hydropower has been certified by the sustainability standard, that would be able to let's say, accelerate the process of approval by a group such as the World Bank. Now, of course, the World Bank is not going to say, oh, yes, we agree with that right away. Of course, the World Bank has to do its own internal assessment to look at how does our standard compare with their own standards. But because our own standard was developed actually with a lot of input from the World Bank, we expect that this process will eventually be very quick. And so, yes, that's what part of what we're doing after we've launched the standard is to try to get it accepted not only by international financing institutions, but I would say in a perfect world by governments to help accelerate the permitting process. Yeah. So we're working to that goal, yes.
Thank you, Devi. Now moving to Pak Muktazar. I'm quite keen to understand further on your flagship project, which is the, PV 200 megawatt peak. It made a lot of headlines, I think, last month. Do you mind to share with us what is the main challenge? Because I guess this is a captive project, 200 megawatt peak, and you said it's 20 megawatt hour battery as well, right? Perhaps you can share with us what is the challenge and effort in this development of the project itself.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pa Andi. So I think if this question was asked a decade ago, probably the answer would be different. So I think in the past, when we talk about the renewable energy transition, people always spoke about the trade-off between sustainability and profitability, because at the time, the cost of renewable energy development and also the operationalization, I think, were more expensive than the conventional or the fossil-based fuel. But now I think we are lucky and also grateful because, for example, for the solar, I think now we can afford to generate energy, I think, in less cost in comparison if we use coal or other fossil-based fuels. And I think the challenge, in general, I think I can classify it into technical and non-technical. So in technical perspective, I think we need to prove how the small-scale renewable projects, because I think, probably because this technology is still quite new and many were developed using small investment. They were developed in relatively small size. So let's say like 1 megawatt, 5 megawatt and 10 megawatt and etc. While we know that the industrial scale needs more. So we need like 400 megawatts or even a gigawatt of power plant. So in terms of technical perspective, I think we need to prove that the renewable energy alternatives, be it solar or hydropower, are able to meet the industrial demands in terms of energy, and they can provide the energy continuously as well as simultaneously, so there won't be any barrier. We don't need to stop our operations, and we can continue to generate the products such as nickel. And from non-technical perspective, perhaps I think from the regulatory aspect as well. So I think we need more support. I guess to speed up, I think, the administrative and bureaucracy process. So I think since this is quite new, we wanted to develop 200 megawatts peak of solar power. So the regulatory aspect also need to be adjusted, I think, to meet this size, because previously I think the solar farm, many of them were developed in small size. So we need also like faster approval on that one. And also I think because solar, especially if they are developed in the land, then it's also quite land intensive, and we have also issue about land compensation, which is not easy. So I think we need more support from everyone, basically, not just the government, but from other business sectors, local NGOs, I think, to give understanding if this is something that we need to develop our green industrial growth. So I hope that clarifies.
Thank you. My last question to the distinguished speaker before I give it to the floor for the Q&A. To Pak Antony, I seen in one of the slides, actually you have completed the first phase of resettlement, right? Do you mind to share what you've done and, what is the response from the society, from the people actually you relocated at the time?
Okay, thank you, Bandi. So for the development of the Mencarang Induk, there is one villages consisting about approximately 100 people that we need to relocate because it's exactly where our dam is located. So last year we begin the process of relocating them. So we built the new houses, new schools, new infrastructure for them, and so far I think we did some survey asking them that how happy you are after we PTKs and relocate them. So 66% found out that they are very happy. 20% thinks that their lifestyle is generally the same as before, and approximately about 7 to 8% generally feel unhappy. And those who are unhappy because I think they change some of their lifestyle that they cannot do previously. Like for example, they still use the basic toilet necessity. Now we improve with the better toilet conditions and they are not used to the new facilities. So there are some things that we PTKSN need to, I think, do a better job in socializing with them. And for those of you who have not followed that, I think 3 months ago that there is the big flood in Malinau, whereby 80% of Malinau is basically flooded though. So those people that we relocate, because we relocate them to a higher grounds, and they are very thankful because we managed to relocate them and they are not affected by the floods. And now 10 other affected communities because of the development of MIHAPs wants us to relocate them as soon as possible though. So we will try to our best that we want to develop this in a very sustainable way, and hopefully once the project started, we can relocate the other of the 10 affected communities. Thank you.
Anthony. Now I'm going to have, give the floor 2 questions. Perhaps if you have any question, you can direct directly to the distinguished speaker. You can raise your hand if you have any question. Yes, please. Please, Pak. Oh, just 1 second. There's a microphone over there. Please state your name and your institution.
Sure. Hello, my name is Tommy. I'm from Tony Blair Institute. I have a question to Madam Debbie. You explained 2 things that I'd like to ask. One is, in light of the climate change, in light of the risks of the hydropower, what are the steps to ensure the supply of water? Like for example, in Indonesia, in some cases, in provinces that rely its electricity on hydro, they experience quite frequent blackouts. So what are the mitigations on that? Second thing is, in your presentation, you mentioned about irresponsible hydropower. What does that mean by that? Thank you.
So I guess there's 2 questions, Debbie. So you're going to take it all, right? Please.
Okay. To answer your first question, I'm actually going to ask for help from my colleagues for the first question. But to answer the first question about flooding and drought, I think last year there were a lot of images of reservoirs going dry, for example, in Europe, and some towns which had been flooded, 50 or 40 or 50 years ago were coming to light. And it's true, hydropower is a resource which depends on, the fuel, you could say, is water. So it's true that in conditions of drought, there will be less. However, less water and therefore less generation. However, the advantage of hydropower with its dams is that it is able to store water in times of drought, of low water. So I understand that, yes, there are times of severe drought where even the water which has been stored is not sufficient. But we have seen, like in other parts of the world, and I'm thinking of California because I'm a bit more familiar with it, even though there has been drought in California, the hydropower potential has been able to, or the generation rather, has been able to stay the same as it has been in the past 5 years average. In other words, just because there's a low water year, it doesn't mean that the lights necessarily go out. Now, I appreciate that you're bringing forth an example of where in one community where the lights do go out, and I have to admit I don't have an exact answer for that, and I would maybe look to my colleagues who know the Indonesian water patterns, because I believe your water pattern is sort of monsoon and dry region. But I would leave you on that question with having more water infrastructure is actually protects communities against drought, because coming back to my California example, they were worried about the levels of water in the reservoirs, but those communities which were fed by reservoir did have enough water to supply, like the municipalities, as compared to other communities which were more water stressed. So the water infrastructure actually helps in maintaining water in times of drought. I don't know if one of my colleagues would like to, who knows the rain patterns, would you like to build upon that answer specifically to Indonesia?
So you can go to the second question, Debbie.
Okay. So the second question.
Responsible hydropower.
So responsible hydro, actually sustainable hydropower was is what we call our standard. So I had a slide which had like 12 points that we look at in the sustainability standard. But basically sustainable hydropower is one where the impacts on both the local communities and on the surrounding environment are minimized. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that hydropower can have zero impacts, but frankly, no form of electricity has zero impact. For example, a windmill, has to take balsa wood, which is now being so much stressed in South America, for example. If you look at a whole life cycle, every single form of energy that we use, be it gas or solar or wind, or hydro, is going to have a life cycle impact. In other words, I'm not going to sit here and say we can do hydropower with zero impact. But what I am trying to say is by responsible hydropower, sustainable hydropower, we can build hydropower plants which minimizes the impact on the local communities. And one of the real key, and the local environment, and one of the keys to doing that, I would say, is to involve local communities at the outset. And that is something that the hydropower community globally did not do in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, when a lot of big projects were developed. For example, on my continent, the developer kind of came in and said to a community, we're putting a hydropower dam here and you're going to have to move, and I'm sorry, and maybe here's a few $1,000s for your troubles. That's not the way to do a hydropower project. So a responsible hydropower project is one where you involve the local communities from the outset and you help determine what are the best conditions also for installing the hydropower. Like, for example, again, my example is Canadian, but we use local indigenous knowledge about rainfall patterns to help inform where exactly should we put the dam, or when designing our mitigation measures, like, for example, to have an environmental flow, we depended a lot on the local indigenous knowledge to better understand the flow patterns of the river and what was important, for example, for spawning of the fish. So by involving the local communities from the outset, you design a better project, and that makes sense as a win-win-win, because it makes sense for the developers as well, because if you design a project and it's not good, and then the communities are out either at a place like COP or in the local communities protesting against it, that is going to cost you a lot of money, and it might actually block your project in the long run.
Thank you, Debbie. Before I invite Pak Rahmat to the stage, short closing statement from each of you. Pak Mutasar, perhaps you can start with your closing statement.
Yeah. So from us, I think it's quite similar with what Anthony and Bu Debbie mentioned earlier. So as a nickel producer, for us, there is no way to produce nickel except to produce it responsibly. And in order to produce it responsibly, we certainly cannot do that alone. We are miners, we are nickel manufacturers, so we are not renewable energy experts, and we are also not, let's say, the most excellent social people as well. So we certainly will need a lot of hands to ensure that our nickel production can be done in a sustainable and responsible manner. And here I think in this COP opportunity, we would like to invite everyone, I think from the finance sector, from the NGOs, academic, to support our efforts. And yeah, I think together we can make our dreams come true. Thank you.
Big round of applause to Pak Mutasar. Debbie? Your turn, Debbie, closing statement.
So my closing words would be, we are going to need more hydropower if we're going to meet our climate change goals. Why? Because hydropower provides strong baseload as well. With its storage capacity, it helps the integration of other renewables like wind and like solar. However, going forward, the only acceptable hydropower is sustainable hydropower, and now we have a great tool by which we can measure that, and that is the hydropower sustainability standard.
Another big round of applause to Debbie. Last but not least, Pak Anthony.
Okay, I'll try to keep it short. So I think this is definitely the biggest COP event in the history of COP, though. So us attending this COP event does not tick the climate box for the year, though. We need to turn the commitment into real action, though. The badges that we wear here today is our shared responsibility that we need to deliver the climate action back our respective home nation, though. So for us, KSN, we want to continue the development of Pentarang Induk in a safe and responsible way. Thank you.
Tepuk tangan untuk Pak Anthony. Now I'd like to invite Bapak Rahmat Kayamudin, the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Transportation at the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs, to give some closing remarks. Please, state is yours, Pak Rahmat. Tepuk tangan untuk Pak Rahmat.
Thank you so much for attending the session and all the wonderful panelists. It's not much I can say, probably with a little addition from the government point of view. I think what we want to do in Indonesia is to improve our economy by industrialization. And what we want to do is industrialize by doing value added to our natural resources. That requires power. And that requires power that is reliable and price competitive and sustainable. Because if you want to build smelters that are going to be used for battery materials, it makes sense. If it's low carbon, it is sustainable because it will be used in the green value chain. So we commend everything that this gentlemen and ladies has done. I'm very grateful that not only there is an association on hydro that recognize the limitation of the variable renewable energy, but is also pushing to build more and more dispatchable, like the IHA. And I'm also very grateful to see that there is an effort, global effort, to improve the standard. Because otherwise people will say, oh, hydro good, not good. If now that we have one standard, it's actually will be better. So I think hopefully we all learn something today, like I do. And let's make this effort, as Pak Andri said, we can execute once we are back home. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Rahmat. You please stay on the stage, Pak Rahmat. We're going to have a photo session together with all the distinguished speakers. And now, again, please, big round of applause to everyone here. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you once again to all these speakers for your insightful contribution, especially Mr. Deputy. In between your tight schedule, you still managed to squeeze in to join this conference. Thank you once again. I do apologize for the noise. At least we all do the right thing by, thank you, by everybody is doing the good talk for the environment. That's the least I can say. Okay, I'll see you again, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session is going to start in the next 10 minutes at around 3:50. So if you want to have some quick refreshments, please do so. We look forward to see you again soon. Thank you. Good evening, friends. We'll be talking about the potential of Indonesia CCS as well as its development. And to start with, I would like to invite our moderator for this session, Ms. Diovani Swandrina Putri. She's from Indonesia CCS Center. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. And in this session, it is a collaboration session between PT Pertamina Persero and Coordinating Ministry of Investment and Maritime Affairs and Investment of Republic of Indonesia. So here we'll have the theme of harnessing potential of Indonesia's CCS development for carbon removal implementation towards a cleaner future. So I am Diovani Swandrina Putri. I am the head of business development of Indonesia CCS Center. I'm currently also working in PT Pertamina Hulu Energi, and I'm also acting as the special with the special energy advisor in coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment. So let's meet our distinguished speakers who will be shedding light on various aspects of CCS. The first one, we will have the Senior Vice President Research and Technology Innovation of PT Pertamina Persero, Bapak Oki Muraza. Please come to the stage. And the second one is the President Director of PT PLN Indonesia Power, Persero, Bapak Edwin Nugraha Putra. And the third one, we will have the Executive Director of Indonesia CCS Center, Ibu Dr. Belladonna Troxilon Maulianda. And the last one but not least is the Global Advocacy Manager of Global CCS Institute, Mrs. Gloria Turan. Please give a big round of applause here. So before we start, probably I will have for each of the speaker a little bit introduction of them. So the first one, we have Bapak Oki Muraza. He is the Senior Vice President of Research and Technology Innovation in PT Pertamina Persero. He was the Deputy Co-Chair in B20 India in 2023, and he is also the Policy Manager in B20 Indonesia 2022 in Task Force of Energy, and he was also co-lead in the Net Zero Sustainability Task Force and Chemical Business Task Force for Pertamina. And the second one, we have Bapak Edwin Nugraha Putra as the President Director PT PLN Indonesia Power, and he has the extensive knowledge in the power plant industry with more than 25 years, Bapak. Working with PT PLN Persero in the area information technology, distribution, transmission, and automated system, and many more. And the third one, we will have the Dr. Belladonna Troxilon Maulianda. She is an accomplished energy professional with over 18 years of global expertise in energy transition, CCS, and sustainability. We know her as the brand ambassador of Indonesia CCS, so she makes my WhatsApp busy, actually, because everyone just contact me if they want to talk with Ibu Bella here. So Ibu Bella also held her PhD in CCS and currently serving as the Executive Director in Indonesia CCS Center. And last one, we have Gloria Turan, the General Manager for Advocacy and Communication for Global CCS Institute. She had extensive years experience in the energy and climate fields, and held a master's degree in public administration from Hartford Kennedy School of Government, an MBA from Cornell University, and BSc Industrial Engineering from Istanbul Technical University. So, without further ado, please welcome the first speaker, Bapak Oki Muraza, as the SVP of Research Technology and Innovation for Pertamina Persero.
Thank you very much, Mbak Diov. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for staying with us until this late. And hopefully in the next 10 minutes I can speak loud enough in this room. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we'd like to highlight the importance of CCS, but first, please allow us to share a bit good news about the status of sustainability in Pertamina Group. On the next slide, you can see basically the Pertamina commitments, yeah, on sustainability. Actually, we have the updated one. So now the good news is, according to the latest Sustainalytics mark, Pertamina is the first on Earth, yeah, in the world in terms of integrated oil and gas company. So sustainability is very important for Pertamina Group. How did we reach that? We reached that through multiple strategies, including capturing the methane, including energy efficiency, etc., etc. So with this, hopefully we can have proper motivations to go to our topics today, which is CCS. Next slide, please. Yeah. In the spirit of decarbonization, basically Indonesia is blessed with so many things. Yeah, you can name it. We are the first or the second in terms of biodiversity. Correspondingly, for natural-based solution, we are among the best in the world. Then we have also a lot of potential for variable renewable energy. We have also the biggest one in base load in geothermal. Few minutes ago, there was a session specific on hydropower, etc. Now, what about CCS? CCS, according to several studies, yeah, we have a lot of potentials, basically. If you see a number of studies, they are different in terms of storage capacity. So basically, in the past few years, we are trying to prove that number, the storage capacity that we have in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the general strategy in Pertamina Group. Basically, we are trying to reduce the emissions by a number or multiple practices, yeah, starting from biofuels. This morning, in NDC sessions, we emphasize on the biofuels and geothermal. Then today, we are going to present some of our initiative on CCS. Hopefully tomorrow, we are going to share some of our activities on bioenergy, and the day after tomorrow on the bioenergy combined with CCS or BECS. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we have almost 20 initiatives on CCUS and CCS. Yeah, basically we can consider some of the projects are heavy on the utilization, and some of the projects specifically designed for the S, for the storage. For the U, I think you heard the success story, the first CO2 injection in Jati Barang. And inshallah, after a few days, on the 7th of December, we are going to start the second injection in the second field, Sukawati field. Hopefully that will be the history for Indonesia to have the future CO2 cluster for enhanced oil recovery. Now, in terms of storage capacity, at least now we have about 3 storage hub potentially. Yeah? One in Sumatra, the second one in West Java, and the third one in Kalimantan. Yeah? And potentially, if we have the regulatory frameworks, if we have many things in place, we can have these potentials of injections before 2030 or in 2030. So huge potential, basically. Next one, please. Yeah, let's highlight a bit some of these potential hub. Yeah, the first hub is in Sumatra. We have rigorous assessments by neighboring plants, basically. So we have a refinery, we have coal power plants in Sumatra, which can be mitigated basically by one of the potential hub in Sumatra. At this moment, it's not yet gigaton storage capacity yet, but hopefully now we are opening the additional data for cell information. Hopefully there will be another good news from Sumatra hub. Yeah. Then next slide, please. Yeah, this is the second one, Java Island. Java Island, from natural gas point of view, Java and Sumatra, basically we have a lot of natural gas sites contaminated by CO2. So having CO2 utilization, having CO2 storage in Java or near or surrounding Java Island will be very strategic in order to monetize our natural gas. So we have one of the so far very interesting case is basically Sukowati, in which that we just need to make a short pipeline, only 35 kilometer from Jambaran Tiung Biru to Sukowati. Yeah. If this is happen, this will be the first CO2 clusters for enhanced oil recovery in Indonesia, just like the thermal cluster that we have in Duri. Duri is steam, and hopefully in Sukowati there will be CO2 clusters. And a number of activities in Java, including Asri Basin. Yeah. Asri Basin is basically salin formation, in which that we expect to have between 3 or more than 10 gigaton in terms of storage capacity. Next slide, please. Yeah, the third hub that we are targeting, basically in Kalimantan. In Kalimantan, we have refinery. We have also a number of industries there, in which can be mitigated by having one hub in Kalimantan. So this is also still going on. We are extending the data in order to have the studies simulation to the salin formation. Hopefully, there will be also good news from this exercise. Next slide, please. Yeah. Then there is another award or reward for this CCUS and CCS initiative, which is basically the new business. So we are expecting there will be the first ammonia business in Sulawesi, in which that we are also supporting the CCS. Similarly, we can also have later on the first blue hydrogen for refinery, etc., etc. So basically, in terms of business opportunities, CCS is basically opening opportunities for us to have low carbon hydrogen, which can be implemented in the hydrogen for refinery. It can be utilized for hydrogen for fertilizer, hydrogen for coal generation, etc., etc. Next slide, please. Yeah. So now, this is basically the core of the questions which is asked by the organizer. What is the role of Pertamina in the value chain? Yeah. Considering now Pertamina has 6 subholdings from upstream to subholding PNRE, we can see that upstream, certainly Pertamina is the oil producer, gas producer, and at the same time, we may be the potential operator for the CCS and CCUS itself. And then we have a refinery in which that we try to reduce the emissions. And then we have also pipeline business in which that at least some of our affiliations already working there. Transportations, Pertamina is also including integrated marine logistics, in which that shipping is there, etc., etc. Until the storage that we have, until the trading, potential trading that can be done by our subholdings. And of course, the partners are not only within Pertamina, but also with IOC, with so many other companies, including with our governments. Because as you can see, that this is one of the exercises that we want to have with Pentahelix together with the society. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, what are the opportunities and challenges that we have in CCS value chain? As you can see, the capturing, it's 60 to 75% of the cost will be for the capturing itself. Depend on where do you want to capture it from. If it is a coal power plant, it is quite costly, up to $70 per ton. And then if it is natural gas plant, in which that you already have amine systems, absorptions, etc., it will be lower. And there is also a case in which that you want to capture CO2 from dilute environment, like from the air. It's called DAC, direct air capture. And then in terms of transportation, also there are many things need to be elaborated. This is very good exercise. We have discussed it with our subholdings. They are very interested to contribute in the shipping. Similarly, pipeline also, our affiliates, they are also very motivated to consider to build infrastructure for CO2. And then, of course, there are many studies needed in terms of building capacity for us, yeah, because this is a new business. We want to learn many things, including the materials, etc., which will be used, yeah. And then we are also assessing the injection costs, yeah. Of course, this is still a number of initiatives need to be done for the injection costs. But basically, injectivity and integrity will be part of the exercise when we are considering the technologies and the costs. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is, I think, one of my latest slides. This is something that can be discussed further with other speakers as well. How can we cope with the high capex? Yeah, because you know that as an integrated energy company, we are considering a number of initiatives. Natural-based solutions, certainly the cheapest one. Yeah, you can plant trees. You can get many things from the trees, oil, etc. Then you have another of options capturing methane. And now, what about CCS? Yeah, CCS, of course. We need to have learning curve. Yeah, from us we start with Jatibarang, in which that we learn about the injectivity. Now the second case for Sukowati, hopefully that will help us in developing knowledge in terms of managing typical case. Then the support, of course, from the government. Yeah. At this moment, I think later on some other speakers will elaborate on this, that we are waiting for regulatory frameworks. Yeah. Basically, regulatory framework will consist of presidential decree followed by the derivatives, the regulations from different departments. Yeah. From Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment, SKK Migas, etc., etc. Now, what we can do at this moment, yeah? At this moment, of course, this is good exercise for us in order to strengthen our muscles, in order to have a lot of knowledge on the injectivity, on the integrity. We need to have enough manpower, yeah? So basically, this is opportunity for many petroleum engineers, many geologists, many geoscientists, chemical engineers to go deeper into these topics. Hopefully that there will be a big business in Indonesia for CCS, and hopefully we can grow together. Just like when you want to prepare ultra marathon, if you want to run 160 kilometers, you cannot just register and then you run tomorrow or this weekend, but you need to have your community, you need to have a lot of synergy with a lot of partners, which will remind you to build muscles, to have exercise, etc. Similarly, CCS, it's basically a business that we can learn together. We need to prepare, we need to build our muscles together to have a lot of exercise, etc., etc. With this, I would like to end my presentation. Hopefully, we can have some discussions during the Q&A. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please give big round of applause. Thank you so much, Pak Oki, for your enlightened presentations, and congratulations, by the way, for Sukawati this week. Hopefully it went well. It will go well. Okay, so for the next one, we will have Bapak Edwin Nugraha Putra for PT PLN Power. So the stage is yours, Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, thank you for staying here. My name is Edwin Nugraha Putra. I would like to explain to you about how the possibility of retrofit CCS in PLN. Well, first, allow me to introduce our company. Our company is PLN Indonesia Power. PLN Indonesia Power is one of the subholding of generation company belong to PLNs right now. We are operate 22,000 megawatts of generation capacity. 60% of them coming from coal. This is the problems right now. 60% of them coming from coal. Another 25% coming from gas, and we only have right now 13, 14 renewable energy that coming from hydro and geothermal. Next. Well, you know that at COP26, 2 years ago, PLN already announced and put our commitment and ambitions to reach the NDC target by 2030, and also we commit to get net zero emission by 2060. We can see from the graph over here, right now we are produce 250 to 300 million tons of CO2 per year. And it will reach 1,000 million tons or 1 billion of CO2 by the year of 2060. But we will convince you, we will certain that by 2060, by doing what we call it accelerated renewable energy development, we will get net zero emissions by 2060. So how we do it? First, we will introduce 480 gigawatts of renewable energy to the systems. And it will cost us 700 billion US dollars. Yeah, this is a huge amount for us, of course, in Indonesia. And we need to collaborate with you all over here to make it happen. So we can see by 2060, over here, we can see by 2060 that we will introduce 61% of renewable energy that coming from solar and wind turbine. And we also use the storage, whether it is using battery, hydrogen, ammonia, or anything else that can store the energy during the day and use it during the night. And we also introduce, we can see over here, 15% of renewable energy, but based on base load, such as hydro, geothermal. And you can also see 5% at the top. We introduce new technology of renewable energy, such as nuclear, tidal, wave, anything that new for renewable energy. And at the bottom, we introduce gas, we use gas, and for 30% of the energy will serve by using the CCS. So this is the things that we will do. We are certain that by doing this, we will get net zero emission by 2060. Next. Next, please. Yes. When we will implement the CCS, one of important things that when we use CCS right now, it will make double the cost of electricity coming from coal. So we will use the CCS when all of the investment already fully depreciated, or already fully returned, so that we will use the CCS and the cost of electricity will get as normal price before. So we can see over here, we start using the CCS by the year of 2035. We use 2 gigawatts of CCS. And then by the year of 2045, we will early retirement, we will do the retirement of 5 gigawatts of coal. And following in 2050, we will add another 23 gigawatts of coal retirements. And then by the end of 2060, we will use fully CCS in 14 gigawatts of coal power plant. By doing that, by waiting of the technology coming to the systems, we are sure that the cost of electricity by using the CCS from 119 today, if we use it, it will go to 102 by the end of 2060. Next. So we also already studied from all of the power plant that we have right now, how to determine which power plant that we will use CCS by 2060. We have right now 55 coal power plants that emit more than 0.9 of emissions per kilowatt hours. And then at the first stage of the criteria, we will consider about the well capacity, forcing and productions, and then the distance between the power plant with the locations of the sinks. And then we also consider biomass use as the substitute. And we also consider the remaining life of the coal power plant after we using the CCS. The second stage, we also consider the distance between the power plant and the well, so that it will make the cost of CCS get higher. And then we also consider about the existing modifications, because we need to put a lot of devices in the coal power plant, so we need to consider whether the location can be put the CCS over there. By doing that, we already choose 19 out of 55 of coal power plant in Indonesia that be able to do the CCS. Next, please, thank you. So this is the map. We can see here, we have 19 critical coal power plants in Indonesia that will be used CCS by the year 2060. In Sumatra, there are 7 coal power plants. In Java, 10 of them. 1 in Sulawesi, one in Kalimantan. We also already spot the possibility of well gas production as well as depleted gas that can be used to store of the CO2 later on. Next. So this is just a rough calculations that by using CCS right now, the possibility it will increase the electricity cost by 10 to 15 cents per kilowatt hours. So how to make it better, how to make it lower? There are 3 things that we can do. First, we can do the profit sharing, as Pak Oki explained. It is possible to use it in EOR implementations. The second one, we also need the support from the governments, because to adjust the cost of CCS, because the price will get higher, the LCOE cost of the electricity. And the last one is, we also ask the government to give carbon tax adjustments when using the CCS. Next. The last slide is that in order to be able to make the availability of CCS by the year of 2060, PLN cannot do it alone. We need to collaborate. We need to establish the partnership with stakeholders, with you over here, to do study and do the implementations of CCS. We also propose the new regulations to the governments in order to enhance the availability of carbon storage across the country. And the last one is we will explore the financing options when we use the CCS project so that make the electricity of price get lower. That's all maybe today from me. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for the presentation, Pak Edwin. So it is a very bold commitment and ambition from BTPL and to do the CCS as a part of decarbonization. We'll talk about this more detail in the discussion. And for the next one, we'll be having Ibu Dr. Peladona Troxilon Maulianda as the Executive Director of Indonesia CCS Center. Please, Ibu, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let's wait for the slide. So yeah, just a brief introduction. I'm from Indonesia CCS Center. Indonesia CCS Center is a non-profit think tank organization. And then on this occasion, I'll be talking about the CCS implementation throughout the CCS value chain stakeholder. Next slide, please. So what is Indonesia CCS Center? Basically, we are a non-profit think tank independent organization. We are facilitating the government and also the business to make CCS to be implemented in Indonesia and in the region in a fast manner. So we are leading the Indonesia's energy transition agenda, especially in the CCS, and then we are facilitating many G2G discussion and also with the international collaboration. We are driving the regulatory advocacy and also the stakeholder engagement. And then we are trying to raising the awareness with the public. We are working together with the media. We are also facilitating many study and knowledge and upskilling for Indonesian domestic skills. And then we are collaborating with many stakeholders. As you know, CCS is needed throughout the value chain in many different sectors. And then there are many things that we are still doing in terms of the CCS landscape. So next slide, please. So this is a brief introduction about me. You can call me Bella. So my name, you can choose it either it's a poisonous plant or a heart attack medicine. So it can be either one. So I'm the Executive Director of the Indonesia CCS Center. I'm also the Special Advisor for the Coordinating Minister in the Maritime Affairs and Investment. I've been around for 20 years in the energy sector, been in Canada for 12 years, in Malaysia 4 years, Scotland, and also Indonesia. Did my PhD in CCS in Canada. So those are the companies that I've been working before with the Ministry and Indonesia CCS Center. Next slide, please. Okay, today I'll be talking about three things. First thing is the context setting, what is the importance of the CCS value chain and stakeholder. And then diving deep in the stakeholder collaboration, and then some takeaway messages. Next slide, please. So, we are pretty aware with the global climate change, right? And then we need to help the hard-to-abate industry, and then CCS is the most viable and proven technology to help the hard-to-abate industries. And then, as you can see that we are pretty ambitious. Indonesia, we are targeting for net zero emission compared to the other developed countries that has only carbon neutral ambition. And then, we're pretty much, in any other scenarios, we know that CCS is being required either in the World Bank or the IPCC or United Nations scenario. So we are aware that CCS is the most volumetric solution in terms of reducing the CO2 emission. Next slide, please. Okay, so on the left part of this plot of the side is pretty heavy plot, right? So I think in any other scenarios that I just mentioned just now, we do need CCS, right? So even in one of the scenario, it was mentioned CCS can reduce up to 30% of the global emission. And then, as you can see, it's a climate change solution, but on the other hand, it can also be a potential new business revenue stream. On the right-hand side, you can see there's a global investment values can go up to 2.4 trillion investment globally, right? And then there are many M&A happening recently, for example, Exxon, and then Denbury, and Oxy, and so on, right? So you can see that there are many global players that are taking into account CCS pretty seriously. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, basically this one just to show you that Indonesia is aspiring to be a CCS hub, and then we are benchmarking this with the UK Teesside, the Teesside area, which is the UK's East Coast cluster. Indonesia currently doesn't have a carrot and stick yet in the CCS landscape, so that's why we have to push forward the CCS hub concept to make it economic at scale. And then, some of the CCS hub benefits compared to the standalone projects, you can see it on the right-hand side here. It's going to be reducing the cost because we're going to share the infrastructure, we're going to share the costs and liabilities and also profit. And then, we are trying to avoid the commercial risk because later on, Indonesia is going to be open for CCS cross-border. And then, we do need the G2G agreements. And then later on, some of the areas that we have to take care of is the liabilities. So I think CCS hub is one of the way forward. And then, we are trying to give the same equal opportunities for the whole value chain because, we do have a very complex value chain for CCS, starting from the upstream on the emission part to the midstream and then downstream, right? So in the hub, we can kind of really manage it even better rather than the standalone. And then from the UK's East Coast cluster, we're learning that it's going to create more jobs. In UK, it's creating around 25,000 jobs per year. So if it's in Indonesia, we do have a lower cost for the labor, so it can go up to between 50 to 100,000 jobs creation per year. And then lastly, we are aware that it's going to create the low carbon business. As Oki mentioned before earlier that, Pertamina, Pupuk, and many other companies in Indonesia are producing low carbon products in the future, such as blue ammonia, blue methanol, and blue hydrogen. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just the simple value chain of CCS, right? Since we are aspiring to be CCS hub, later on we're going to have a collective emitters on the upstream part, and then we're going to have aggregator, and then we're going to transport it either with the shipping or the pipeline, and then later on we do have the operator to be the injection part of it. So it depends. If we do need an aggregator in the injection part, we can also do that business model. Okay, later on, next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So basically, we do realize that there are 4 key factors driving that we do need to build a CCS hub. So the first one that, CCS hub later on can help Indonesia to develop high premium products such as low carbon premium products. If you just saw recent news that ExxonMobil invests in Indonesia for $15 billion, this is for net zero petrochemical facilities. It was launched within the President Jokowi visit to Washington, D.C. So this is a pretty example of CCS is a license to invest. So many global investors right now, when they're doing the FID, their main criteria is CCS. So then later on, these companies, they can produce the low carbon premium products. And then on the bottom left part, it's another thing that I was just mentioned just now is license to invest. So these global investors, when they're producing their new products for the low carbon premium products, they're considering CCS as the license to invest. So then the last one, and then the last two on the right side that as Pak Oki and also Pak Erwin was mentioning, we do have pretty abundant storage for Indonesia. We do have between 80 to 600 gigatons. So a few weeks ago, our National Research Center mentioning that we do have 600 gigatons combined of saline aquifer with a depleted reservoir. And then, as you know, that currently we do have a regional market from our neighboring countries that already have the carbon tax, such as Singapore, Japan, and South Korea. So we do aware that we can cater to the neighboring countries' emission. Next slide, please. So in promoting the CCS hub, there are several challenges, but then we are treating the challenges as opportunities as well. We do need the upskilling that, it's going to create future jobs with new skills, such as the carbon capture. We do need some expert in carbon markets to make it seamless. We just launched our carbon exchange a few months ago, so we do need some carbon markets experts. And then we do need some experts in the emission inventory, emission monitoring, emission standards, and many more. So Indonesia just launched also 4 national standards on October 31st. We were adopting the ISO standards. And then we also aware that we do need to engage the public stakeholder. So we are working together with the Indonesian national social media, and then we're trying to educate public from CCS 101 until the benefits of CCS. And then we do aware that CCS is a new business models, so that's why we need to educate all the stakeholders and industry players what are the available business models, such as aggregator and many more. And then we do aware that we need to have a partnership between the government, public, and private sectors. Okay, next slide, please. So Indonesia CCS Center already mapped few of the possible hubs in Indonesia, starting from Sumatra in Arun until the Papua. And then we're mapping the potential main emitters, which is petrochemicals, smelters, power plant, and refinery. And then this collective of emitters needs to be mapped within the close distance with the injection area. So these are the benefits of Indonesia. First one, we are having the large storage capacity. We do have a strategic location for the neighboring countries. And then we do have strong downstream industries. This is one of the strategic initiatives of President Jokowi. We are building more downstream industries, either in the minerals, either in the petrochemicals, and many more. And then rapid development, we do have 15 pre-projects or studies within CCS, and then with the recent investment from Exxon. Next slide, please. So this is just to share with you, since I'm also the special advisor at the coordinating ministry. There are many recent progress in the regulation. In 2021, we launched the presidency regulation on carbon pricing. And then within this year, we launched few of the new regulation. The first one is on the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources in March. This one to cater the CCS and CCUS within the oil and gas area. And then there was a Financial Authority regulation back in August. This is to cater for the carbon trading. And then we launched the national standards, 4 national standards from ISO TC265, number 14, 15, 18, and 23. They were focusing on geological storage, and then next year we'll be focusing on carbon capture and transportation. And then currently we are on the final stage on presidential decree or presidential regulation in CCS. I think we are the first within the region to develop and to establish a high regulation in terms of CCS. So there are 3 major differences between this presidential decree with the ministerial regulation. The first one, this regulation will allow CCS cross-border. And then the second one, it will allow the emission sources from beyond oil and gas industry. And then the third one, we can inject CO2 to the saline aquifer beyond the oil and gas working area. So I think this is a pretty good progress that can cater the other industries such as PLN, petrochemicals, fertilizer, and many more. And then we are also working with the SKK Migas, the regulator in Indonesia. We are helping them with the PTK, which is the implementation regulation. And then we are also working with the international organizations such as United Nations, U.S. Department of Energy. We're going to join their CMC, Carbon Management Challenge pledge in the main event in COP in next few days. And then we are also working with many countries such as Singapore, Canada, Norway, and many more. So yeah, we are also exploring G2G. We do aware that for the cross-border based on London Protocol, we do need to have a G2G agreement to make the B2B work out. For example, we did have few MOUs between the B2B from Singapore and Indonesia, which is between Medco and Semcorp. We do have between BP and also Chubu in Japan. So we are pushing forward for the G2G agreement. So hopefully we're going to have one soon in the next coming time. Next slide, please. So this one, basically to accelerate the cross-border CCS, we are exploring this few of the collaboration with the United States. We are working together with the US DOE, with the CLDP. We were mentioned in the White House fact sheet, Indonesia CCS Center, working together with the US government to develop the regulation. One of them is ISO standards. We're going to join the US DOE in the main event in the next 2 days. We are going to co-host the Carbon Management Challenge. And then with Singapore, Ibu Wewe is here. We are exploring the Singapore-Indonesia bilateral collaboration. And then with Japan, we are also exploring the same setting. And then lastly, with South Korea, also we're exploring the same setting on the CCS cross-border. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is the last hot news that we just had. On November 13, Indonesia CCS Center was mentioned in the White House fact sheet during the President Jokowi meeting with President Biden. We were pretty lucky. We got the counterpart from US CLDP helping us to be mentioned in this White House fact sheet. And then the other one is also the investment from the CEO of Global Exxon. The investment is around $15 billion for the net zero petrochemical plant that it cannot be invested unless they can do CCS in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we're almost there. Basically, Indonesia CCS Center, we're doing our best to leverage CCS Hub in Indonesia. We are facilitating the existing government institution as the accelerator and regulator, such as Minister of Energy and also SKK Migas. We are also get support from the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Investment. And then we are also trying to facilitate collaboration with the IDX, the Carbon Exchange. And then our center just held the first CCS forum back in September as the Asian Summit side event. And then we also help our national agency to launch our 4 national standards in CCS. And as you can see, we are facilitating many stakeholders within the CCS in the region. Next slide, please. This is just to give you a context that, we're trying to our best to do the CCS Hub in Indonesia, since we do have the strategic location. Neighboring countries have the motivation to do CCS cross-border, and then we can use the existing LNG transportation infrastructure and ecosystem. Since Singapore and Japan and many more already has a motivation to do CCS cross-border. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is my last slide. Basically, we do aware that CCS is a vital part in Indonesia for the decarbonization, especially hard-to-abate industry. And then we do need the international collaboration in terms of investment, infrastructure, asset, and so on. Because as I mentioned before, we don't have the implementation, carbon tax, and incentive yet. And then the third one is, there are several key points that we have to work together to develop the CCS Hub in Indonesia. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Bella, for the enlightened presentation. It's great to see how Indonesia is currently progressing for the CCS. So last but not least, please welcome Kumaran Turan from the Global CCS Institute to give the last presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to start by thanking the government of Indonesia, Pertamina, and of course, Indonesia CCS Center for inviting me to be part of this great discussion. Next slide, please. Just a quick word about the Institute. For those of you that are not familiar with us, the Global CCS Institute is an international think tank that aims to accelerate the deployment of carbon capture, use and storage technologies as one of the key tools, not the only one, but one of the key tools amongst energy efficiency, renewables, etc., in order to meet our climate targets and get to net zero emissions. We are supported by a strong membership of more than 200 organizations, including governments, private businesses, and NGOs. And we're certainly hoping to have the government of Indonesia join our membership as well. Next slide, please. Every year, the Institute releases its flagship report called The Global Status of CCS. And this year, we released our report roughly 2-3 weeks ago. And it's showing, the global status of CCS is showing impressive momentum. In fact, the global pipeline of CCS projects has been growing continuously year on year at around a 35% per annum growth rate since 2017. In fact, the IPCC's 1.5-degree report, which was released in 2018, was quite pivotal globally to establish the scientific basis for why we need CCS if we want to get our climate targets. And the momentum since then has been quite impressive. This year, in our report, we mention that we have a global database of all CCS projects, both commercial and demo. And when we look at the commercial large-scale CCS projects, we have a total of 392 facilities in what we call the facility pipeline. Now, 41 of these facilities are in operation today. The others are under construction and development. The 41 facilities that are operating have a capacity to capture and store around 50 million tons of CO2 per year. And just to illustrate the scale, this is equivalent to removing around 10 million cars off the road in a year. So we're talking about large-scale industrial decarbonization that comes through CCS. When we look at the countries that are leading in terms of CCS deployment, in terms of the countries that have most facilities, we count the US, the UK, Canada, and Norway amongst the top 5 countries. And in fact, one of the key developments that we're observing is, in addition to capture facilities, we now have a lot of what we call transport and storage facilities. As we heard from Dr. Belladonna, the concept of hub and clusters are taking off around the world, and hence independent transport and storage operations and facilities are becoming quite important, which is something that we think is going to be quite an important advantage for Indonesia. Having said all of this, in order to meet our climate targets globally requires us to scale operational CCS capacity from 50 million tons today to around 1 gigatons by 2050, according to the IEA, IPCC, and other organizations. So we have a lot of work to do. Next slide, please. So this chart shows the growth of the CCS facility pipeline historically. And as you can see, the pipeline has been growing since 2017. In fact, if you look at the bar on the right-hand side, you can see that facilities in all stages of development, in operation, in construction, and in development, are at record high levels. We have 41 facilities in operation. We have 26 facilities in construction. And since last year, within the context of just 1 year, we have added almost 200 new facilities to the facility pipeline, which is underlining the strong momentum that CCS is experiencing globally. Next, please. This is a global map of commercial large-scale CCS facilities around the world. And as you can see from the collection of dots, there are a lot of dots in North America, in Europe, and in Southeast Asia, including Australia, but there are very few, if any, dots in Latin America, excluding Brazil, in Africa, or Central Asia. So we still have a lot of work to do outside of these countries and outside of these zones if we are to get to that 1 gigaton by 2050 timeframe. So great momentum, but there are other parts of the world that need to accelerate and get into the CCS space and accelerate its deployment. Next, please. So when we look at the role of CCS in Indonesia, at the Institute, we undertook some modeling of energy demand, consumption, economic factors, and also CO2 emissions. And we believe that in Indonesia, in order to reach its net zero targets, there's a potential to capture and store around 10 gigatons but between now and to reach the net zero over the next 30 to 40 years. And deploying CCS at the scale, at a system level in Indonesia, we estimate is going to lead to sort of significant reduction in the total decarbonization costs that the country is going to kind of have to undertake. And of course, as we heard from our other speakers as well, CCS has a myriad of applications. And in Indonesia, we can see CCS being applied to, of course, upstream oil and gas, but also in terms of power generation, in terms of hydrogen production, and steel and cement, so other hard-to-abate industries represent an important opportunity for Indonesia to deploy CCS. Next, please. We've heard already about, again, kind of opportunities in Indonesia. I think one of the key things is that Indonesia has very strong storage resources. We estimate around maybe 400 gigatons. We've seen different numbers, but certainly very strong storage opportunity in Indonesia. Opportunity for CCS networks, sub and clusters. Again, we've heard in Java, Sumatra, etc. And we have in Pertamina very strong and very active oil and gas industry expertise, which is very applicable to deploying CCS. According to the Institute, in our database, we have 6 commercial CCS facilities in development. I'm sure there are others and potential for others, but we are keeping track of the 6 large-scale CCS facilities. And of course, one of the biggest advantages I think Indonesia has is the comprehensive national CCS strategy, which is quite advanced compared to other countries, particularly in the region. Next, please. CCS provides, I think Indonesia has, as we talked about, has got very strong storage potential. And we've got countries, neighboring countries near Indonesia, who are looking to, for example, Singapore that doesn't have those storage resources. We've got Japan, who's looking to, again, kind of develop CCS, both onshore and in other offshore countries. And there are other opportunities in the region that can enable Indonesia to be a CCS hub in Southeast Asia. Next, please. Just taking a step back, I mentioned that we currently have 50 million tons of storage capture and storage capacity globally. The chart here is from the IEA, and it says that we need to get to a gigaton level by 2050. By 2030, and several gigatons by 2050. So we need supportive policies in order to accelerate the deployment of CCS around the world and in Indonesia. Next, please. And this is my final slide. I don't want to look forward to a kind of very interesting discussion shortly, but accelerating the deployment of CCS to the levels that are required will need us all to work together. This is the private, the public sector together, and the finance sector coming in to finance CCS deployment. We also need to have CCS deployment in emerging markets, developing economies to accelerate. As I mentioned in the map, there is a lot of development in Southeast Asia, in North America, Europe, but we need other countries to come to the picture. And of course, we need the society to be highly engaged in this, and we need to kind of communicate the societal benefits to the public. And of course, we need the governments to come in and help put in place supportive policies, legal and regulatory networks for the private sector to be able to kind of invest in accelerating CCS. With that, I'd like to say thank you, and you can find and download our report on our website. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, Lauren, for the enlightening presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys can't wait to join the party just opposite of our pavilion, but please stay with us because we want to have a bit more detailed discussion in here. So probably the first questions is for PT Pertamina and PLN here. You know, as the biggest state-owned enterprise company in Indonesia, so how do you see this new technology of CCS will fit into your global strategy? Because we know CCS is pretty niche, this technology, the cost, the investment, the long-term plan, and etc. So there must be a pretty unique approach from each of you in order to implement the CCS in Indonesia. So how do you see the CCS? Do you see it only as the obligation to decarbonization, or you can see it as to expand your nature of business currently that you're having? So the first from Pak Okif, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Basically, we have CCS in our net zero strategy. So basically, I think about 2 years ago, we were working on very hard, just like Pa Edwin in PLN. I think before Glasgow, we work very hard to get our net zero. A lot of things from different subholdings, different expertise, we try to get our net zero. And then we present it in Glasgow. So CCS is very important for us. Now, the next step is basically how can we have consecutive efforts basically in order to going to the pathways which is around CCS. So from our case, we start basically with a number of projects which can be executed, yeah, while waiting for regulatory frameworks. Because as you can see from presentation from Dr. Toran, Dr. Belladonna, and also Pak Erwin, basically regulatory framework is very important here. So many things are still not defined yet. So there is a number of agreements basically which is required for regulatory frameworks, including some issues on cross borders, NDC, and also in our government there are multi ministers basically that we need to discuss with these regulations. So for us, once it is in our portfolio, especially sustainability portfolio, and then we are challenging ourselves how can we use that to strengthen our muscles. So Jatibarang was the one of the exercise, yeah. Just like our 42 kilometers marathon, we start with 5 kilometer exercise. It's like our Jatibarang, the first CO2 injections. And then we are trying to strengthen our muscles, another basically capacity building in Sukowati. Hopefully there will be also good news. And then we have a number of CO2. We have a map where we can increase the production of oil basically in Pertamina Group. Yeah, we have Ramba, etc., etc. So basically, for us as one of the state-owned enterprise, which is basically mandated to increase the production of oil and gas, this is the priority. So we utilize our knowledge that we built in CCUS and CCS to increase the productions. Because as you may know that basically Indonesia and many other countries, emerging economies, now in recent literature they call it global south, is having a big problem with the capital. Yeah, so we try to generate the capital basically by increasing the productions. So we are trying to increase the production by CO2, and at the same time we gain knowledge. Yeah, we gain knowledge, capacity building, etc., etc. So our team now learn how to calculate the storage capacity. They learn about the injectivity. They are learning about the well integrity. Actually, Dr. Bella was one of our wonderful experts. She is one of the best Indonesian in geomechanics, right? So basically, national capacity building is very important. And then, of course, at the same time, we are doing advocacy to our government, thanks to all think tanks which help us with the advocacy. The advocacy is very important to convince our policymakers, etc., etc. So there are multiple opportunities that we need to work on CCS.
Yeah, thank you so much for the answer. So for next, probably from Pak Edwin.
Yes, Ms. Giovanni. Well, actually, Valen already announced our commitment and ambitions to get zero emissions, net zero emission by 2060. We already calculate the availability of renewable energy resources in our country. Even though if we use all of them, we cannot support all the power that we need by 2060. We cannot do that. So either we will use nuclear. Well, actually, we already introduced nuclear for 5% already. We need to add it more. But in the other ones, we also consider about energy security. So we still need coal power plants for years longer. And then the important thing is how to reduce the emissions emitted by the coal. So CCS plays important role over there. If we calculate in 2035, we need to use CCS as soon as 10 years more from now, 2 gigawatts, and then it will become 14 gigawatts in 2060, and we can reduce the emissions from 2 gigawatts until 108 million tons of CO2 per year by using the CCS for 14% gigawatt. Another important thing is about the technology that we use for CCS, because we need to put the CCS in the locations of coal power plants. We need special locations. Not all of our coal power plant already designed to have a huge space over there to put it there. So that we need technology to make it small, but biggest efficiency, of course. And the other thing is that it will absorb energy from the coal. With the technology today, the coal only have 70% of energy if they use CCS. So the technology is very important to make it better power output. Maybe will become 80 or even 90% of that. So that's so we commit. We will use the CCUS because the energy for renewable energy is not enough to support the total energy for Indonesia in 2060. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer, Pak and Pak Edwin. So, I'll understand that from industry perspective, CCS is important indeed for both of you, from the upstream sector and the downstream sector. So, related to that, as mentioned from Ibu Bella presentation, that in a way, CCS a license to invest in Indonesia, because President Jokowi and President Joe Biden is talking about that regarding the investment and regarding the CCS project. But we want to know about perspective from the other countries. If I may, Mrs. Gularan, if you have any perspective from the other countries, how they are seeing CCS, is it also the license to invest, or they just only doing the CCS for decarbonization?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And I think it's a bit of both. So CCS, a lot of the countries have net zero targets now, and it's recognized that it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to get to net zero without CCS. So we're seeing governments around the world put in place supportive policies, subsidies, carbon taxes, or carbon trading systems that actually help to make the business case for CCS. Therefore, blue products like blue hydrogen, for example, are becoming quite important. We're looking to have decarbonized products like cement and steel for example, in Europe, which is putting in place the carbon border adjustment mechanism. So I think it's a case of needing to get to net zero, and CCS being a crucial technology for that, as well as having the business cases that make CCS an interesting business opportunity for an energy transition. So it's both.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. And how do you see Indonesia fits into that? Should I say we are probably the leading in Asia, but to be honest, if we compare with UK, Norway, and US, they developed countries, they'll already implement this technology far way before us. So how do you see Indonesia can benefit from this technology?
I think Indonesia has made some great advances over the past sort of couple, 2-3 years. We talk about sort of capacity building. We talk about having an atlas of storage resources. We talk about having legal and regulatory frameworks in place as the first steps, as the no-regret options for CCS deployment. And when we look at Indonesia, we have the Indonesia CCS Center supporting the capacity building. We have the government speedily putting in place. It's not 100% there, but it's made incredible progress, and being the first sort of country in Asia. And of course, we have Pertamina, which has deep understanding of the storage resources. So, it doesn't have any large-scale operational projects yet, but I think compared to the other countries in the region, Indonesia is very much, I see it as being sort of further ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for saying that. Okay, so I know you know that the readiness of Indonesia in CCS is currently developing and progressing. We can say we have the quantum leap for that. And Ibu Bella from Indonesia CCS Center, you know, you have the strategic role to connecting all of the stakeholders, the government, the institution, the industry itself, the value chain, the partnership with the regional and international, you know. So you know the appetite for each stakeholder, but what about the public? How do you, what's your opinion about our public sentiment regarding this new technology, you know, because people in Indonesia is currently very new technology, right? So we have to, I don't know, we have to probably explaining from the very general basic of CCS technology. But what is this Indonesia CCS role in this thing for the public sentiment in Indonesia?
Yeah, thank you, Madia, for the difficult question, right? So basically, there's a saying in Indonesia, kalau tak kenal tak sayang, right? So if you don't know someone, you cannot love them, basically, right? So same thing with CCS, right? So basically, in Indonesia CCS Center, we are trying to do 3 things with the public. So the first one, we are trying to raise their awareness first, right? So they have to know about CCS first. So we've been working together with the media, the national leading media, which is Narasi, and then we also have few engagement with the chief editor media. So that's the first one. We are raising the awareness first. And then the second one, when they already aware about the CCS, we have to share with them the benefits out of it, right? So it's not about the benefits, probably the first basic things such as it's safe, it's a proven technology, right? And it's been around for many, many years. And then basically the same concept with the oil and gas production. It's just the other way around, the concept, right? We do need do more feasibility studies and so on and so on. So we just need to lay the principle, fundamental, basic first. And then the third one, of course, we do aware that Indonesia is an emerging country. So we do need to show them the multiplier effects, right? Such as the job creation, new industries, and then, you know, we have to make sure to the future generation they're going to have jobs within this new business model, within this new sector, right? So let me summarize that. With the public, we do need 3 things: raising the awareness, laying the fundamental concept about CCS, and then the multiplier effect about CCS, yeah.
Thank you so much for the answer. So we are now collecting all of the puzzles for the CCS. We have the industry that is already ready to implement the CCS, and we have the enabler or the connector, which is the Indonesia CCS Center. And from the perspective of the Global CCS Institute as well, that Indonesia is currently leading on the CCS deployment. So probably for the closing punchline here, for Pertamina, PLN, and Indonesia CCS Center, based on the readiness of Indonesia that we has been discussing in this very event, what is your company or your organization's roles to take part in this journey for the implementing CCS in the next 5 years? So probably we'll start from Paulo Kifris.
Yeah, so basically the key for business, the new business, which is still having unclear boundary, yeah, or yeah, the boundary condition is not yet fixed. Basically, the key is the collaboration. So this is what we are doing with the hydrogen business. This is what we are doing also with CCS. As you can see that we have a lot of partners in CCUS and CCS. So hopefully with the strong motivation to have new business, we can work together with many parties. Yeah, we are collaborating with other sister company SOE. We are collaborating with IOC, NOC, with government, etc., etc. So basically, the key will be the further collaboration with many parties.
Thank you so much for the answer. Go ahead, Pak Edwin, your turn.
Well, we need 700 billion US dollar to get net zero emission by 2060. Yeah, I agree with Pak Oki. We need to do collaborations with others. We need partnership with others. And also, we need to master the technology of CCUS. It is not the things that coming from Indonesia, but from outside. So Yes, we need collaborate with others to know the technology. And then we also need partnership maybe with Pertamina because we need to put the emissions, so the CO2 as a storage or AOR as we explained before, so that it will get more benefit by using that one. And we commit that by doing that, PLN will get net zero emission by 2060. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer, Edwin. Go ahead, Pepela, your answer, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I think there are three things that we do need to establish by Indonesia CCS Center within the next few years. So the first one, we do need the enabling regulatory framework environment, right? Since we cannot do anything, we cannot attract the investors if we don't have the regulatory framework that enable the CCS, right? So that's why we are working on the presidential decree. We are working on the SKK Migas, PTK, Indonesian national standards, and many, many more. So Indonesia CCS Center are helping on that one. So that's the first one. We do need the enabler regulatory framework. And then the second one, we do need to engage and manage the stakeholders, which is the first one is the public, right? Like we've been doing right now. We don't want to have a showstopper like what is happening in the Australia and Germany, right? So that's the second one. And then the third one, like Pa Oki and Pa Edwin was mentioning that, we do need a partnership. We do need a detailed partnership between G2G for the CCS cross-border, for the B2B as a CCS hub. We do need the public and private partnership for the funding. There are many transition mechanism funding that are available, such as from Standard Chartered, from IFC and World Bank, and then many more, right? So I think let me summarize that again. So the first one is on the enabling regulatory framework. Second one is the stakeholder engagement and management. And then third one is the collaboration and partnership between G2G, B2B, and the public and private sector.
Thank you so much for the answer, Dr. Baladona. So probably the last one from Ibu Glorin. Do you have any suggestion for a quick win strategy for Indonesia to implement this? Because, we do have all of the collaborative efforts from the industry and the Indonesia Center have been doing right now. So what is your suggestion for the quick win to Indonesia to implement this?
I think Mr. Muraza said it well. It's a marathon, and it's kind of difficult to do the quick wins. But as I mentioned before, I think Indonesia has kind of progressed quite rapidly in a number of years, and we are collaborating actively with the Indonesia CCS Center, and we as the Institute stand ready to support the government and the industry in any knowledge sharing or advocacy efforts that are necessary. So I think this is a long-term capacity building exercise. But I think you guys are doing a great, great job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. So, ladies and gentlemen, we reached the end of our conversation here. So, we have to ensure that the CCS will not only be the hot topic for this year, but we have to ensure that this will be implemented in Indonesia soon. So, thank you very much for the honorable speakers here, for your time, and for the ladies and gentlemen here for the audience. Thank you so much, and have a good day. And we will be having the photo session first, please.
ini apa karena dia musik itu buat
Cek, 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 cek. Cek.
It's working. She was saying she wants to be there. How would you know it's working? It's working. We just need to. No, it was working, but we could not see that you were sleeping. We need to see on the camera.
I was waving my hand. Already. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. I was just standing.
Mas nggak ikut? MC-nya. Ini namanya siapa? Gue mau pinjam iPad gue. Oh, Victor.
Pamit ya.
Thank you, Pak.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie, can I take a picture with your boss? Pak, is it okay if I
Oh
take
iya
a
ya.
picture?
Sangat profesional Bu Mona. Kita
Ya,
Thank you. Sorry.
backing global trade ambitions here to delivering on that promise here. From representing a team here to empowering lives here, here, and here. That's why we're here on the ground. Here where you need us, in the world's most dynamic markets. A bank that connects potential to possibilities. So, where will you go from here? From here, possibilities are everywhere. From taking first steps here, to beginning your own wealth journey here. From backing global trade ambitions here, to delivering on that promise here. From representing a team here, to empowering lives here, here, and here. That's why we're here on the ground.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the COP28 side event on progress of Indonesia Just Energy Transition Partnership or JETP event. For those who have not registered yet, please scan your barcode at the registration desk area. The event will kick off shortly, and before we begin, I would like to ask all of the guests to kindly turn your phone on the silent mode to avoid any disruptions during the event. Thank you. Yeah. Should be. Banget ya. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to the Indonesia Pavilion at COP28. We are delighted to welcome you here in Dubai. My name is Claudia Johan, staff at the Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. This year, the Indonesian government's theme for the COP28 conference is stronger renewable energy commitments. Therefore, in line with this theme, we will take stock on the JETP progress. In fact, today's event marks the first public discussion since JETP launched its Comprehensive Investment and Policy Plan, or CIPP, last month in Jakarta. Today's event is a collaboration between the Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia and Standard Chartered Bank. Distinguished guests, the government of Indonesia views energy transition as a key strategy to building a green economy future for Indonesia and to also meeting the country's commitment for the Paris Agreement. JETP has been viewed as a critical piece of Indonesia's green energy transition. But its success lies on the collaboration between Indonesia and the international stakeholders. 1 year has passed since JETP was announced last year during COP27 and G20 in Bali. It's now time for us to execute the plan. Today, we are honored to have a lineup of esteemed guests who will share their knowledge and experience on this matter. But first, I'd like to turn your attention to the screen to watch a heartfelt remarks from the Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Minister Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to Indonesian Pavilion at COP28. Unfortunately, I cannot join you in person today for this important session on the Energy Transition Partnership. I'm delivering this message with a sense of optimism and urgency. The launch of the JETP, a Comprehensive Investment Plan and Policy, marked milestone in Indonesian commitment to addressing the climate crisis. It also demonstrates the collaboration between Indonesia as a developing nation and developed nation. I'm pleased to share that the CIPP offers nearly 1,000 prospective green projects in need of financing. The concrete is expected to provide clarity for those wishing to seize the opportunity presented by the Indonesian energy transition. However, the JETP partnership has made us realize that we still have much work to do. The world needs a new paradigm of climate financing. And I believe, again, we have to do it together. Otherwise, this JETP program is not going to be moved forward like we expected. As President Joko Widodo stated 2 weeks ago in his lecture at Stanford University, the available climate financing mostly adopts as business as usual approach. This business as usual return on capital, which may burden developing economies, and we need to find better way to mobilize and share technology and capital so a developing nation can continue grow and prosper. Otherwise, it's going to be also another new problem in the near future. I'm confident that today's session will provide a platform for open and constructive dialogue on the Indonesian energy transition. Let us find ways to align climate financing, partnerships, global effort to mitigate the climate crisis. And developed nations need countries like Indonesia. Together, let us harness the power of collaboration and innovation to pave the way for a more sustainable future for Indonesia and the world. Again, I would like just to emphasize, I think collaboration between developing countries and developed countries is so important in this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, I am pleased to welcome on stage our co-host for this event, a leader whose support and deep involvement have been critical in the launch of the JETP agreement. Please join me in welcome to the stage Mr. Bill Winter, Group CEO of Standard Chartered Bank.
Thank you much, and thank you very, very much. And I'd like to welcome everybody here. It's a pleasure to be co-hosting this event, especially with Pak Luhut, who made some very clear and inspiring comments. And in fact, I think his inspiration is for all of us to take a good reflective look a year and a bit after the fact and say, what's working, what's not, how can we get this done? Because what Pak Luhut has said very clearly is that the opportunity for us, if we can execute this JETP, together with the investment program that the government has so forcefully set out, the opportunity is nothing short of transformational for the impact that we can have on carbon emissions, not just in Indonesia, but around the world. What do we mean by this? Let's start with the idea that we can come up with a financing facility that allows owners and operators of coal-fired power plants to terminate the operation of those plants 10, 15, 20, 25 years earlier than would otherwise be the case. We all know that Indonesia is a young country, growing very quickly, with a tremendously fast-growing need for power in order to affect their own transition in a way that's just. So not depriving the population of the opportunity to grow, but at the same time, making the transition to a net zero economy by 2060, as the government has so clearly set out. There's no mechanism today for financing that early termination of coal-fired power plants. But you've got a combination of the JETP country partners who have very forcefully said, we will help with this, together with key private sector participants, including banks like Standard Chartered Bank, that have said, we'll create the mechanisms. Be clear what the underlying economic and political agreement is, required legislation passed, etc. We'll understand what the economic cost is. We'll find a way, whether it's issuing carbon credits or offsets, into the international market to finance what would otherwise be an uneconomic transition. Now, can anyone expect the people of Indonesia to take on an unlimited amount of uneconomic activity? Of course not. That would be the opposite of a just transition. But can anybody expect the investors of the world to finance this without a pretty clear set of rules around Now, what's in it for me? How do I know for sure that these emissions are going to be terminated in 15, 20, 25 years? Right? These are the critical details that have to be worked out. Now, when I look at the investment program that Indonesia has put out, which is clear in its ambition, clear enough in the detail. Now we have to take that obviously to the next step of precise detail. I look at the willingness of international partners to help finance that transition, do that in a just way, tap into the private sector to create the facilities, the underlying market, to allow this to happen in a not just a safe and sound way, but also in a very robust way. I'm hopeful that we can deliver the solution here. Now, Standard Chartered Bank has been operating in Indonesia for over 150 years. We have a very strong presence on the ground. We're deeply committed to the economic development of the country and its people, and we're deeply committed to doing our bit to contribute to a net zero economy for the world over the next 27 years. Indonesia has got to do its part. This discussion today, I think, can help take us one large step closer to making that dream a reality. So thank you very much for joining us, and I'll hand back to our moderator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Winter, for your encouraging message. Up next, we have another distinguished speaker joining us today, Dr. Mari Elka Pangestu, Special Envoy for the Global Blended Finance Alliance for the Republic of Indonesia, also a former World Bank Managing Director for Development Policy and Partnership. Dr. Mari also served in the cabinet in different terms as a Trade Minister and Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic Indonesia. Dr. Pangestu, the stage is yours.
Thank you, and welcome to the Indonesia Pavilion on this very momentous event where we will be hearing the progress of the Just Energy Transition Partnership, or JETP, of Indonesia. I'm so happy to see such a full room, which it indicates to me you're either very curious about what's in the JETP, and that's very encouraging because hopefully we will have a lot to say about that. Because there is actually a lot of hype around the JETPs, what they can and cannot do, as Bill Winters just said. And as we all work to mobilize capital for climate, and what matters the most is that the Indonesia's JETP is offering a blueprint and many lessons learned, I would say, by both sides. I think Pak Luhut in his message mentioned about developed and developing countries. I think this is one of the first, I guess, of these types of partnerships. So I hope that both sides learn from each other. And it is also Indonesia's intention in the climate space to lead by example. We don't just want to be talking, we also want to do. So we want to do by leading by example. I know, looking at the numbers in this room, that there are many people actually dissecting the investment plan, the Comprehensive Investment and Policy Plan, CIPP, that was launched last week, very carefully and looking at it line by line, perhaps, which coal assets will see early closure, and trying to get a glean on the breakdown of the donor funds and understand the channels through which they will be deployed. I kind of remember 2 years ago at the Finance Day at Glasgow when Sri Mulyani was on the same panel as Mark Carney, and Mark Carney was talking about the 13 trillion that's available from the private sector, and Sri Mulyani simply said, well, Mark, I only need $280 billion of the 13 trillion that you have, and we have the plan of what we want to do. And that was actually, I would say, the seed and the beginning of the idea. And 1 year later, when we had the G20 meeting, that's when the Just Energy Transition Partnership was born with the IPG. But today, what I wanted to talk more about the JETPs is not line by line and to see what's in there and what's not in there. I wanted to talk about what the JETPs can do at the very broad and principle level, and how we can inspire the world. This is how we have titled this session today, and how will we know if we are succeeding. So first, JETP helps to create a framework for different conversations across governments with business, with investors, about what the real economy needs to look like to be resilient to shocks and to support sustainable and inclusive development. I myself, I've been in government, I've been everywhere. I thought it was a miracle that PLN and the energy minister could sit together and come up with the IPG partners to approve the CIPP, right? So I would say that's a big round of applause to all those who have worked hard on both sides to make this happen. Second, to have long-lasting impact, JETP should underpin climate-positive growth, help create jobs in new industries like EV, like renewable energy, and support more resilient economy in the future. Third, it must be responsive. If JETP is going to drive growth and prosperity, it must respond to the needs of the countries with the right type of capital for the right activities. Public money shouldn't go where private sector can invest, and vice versa. Actually, I think, Donnie, you mentioned this yesterday. We had another session in Jakarta the other day on sustainable finance. Fourth, JETPs should be efficient. They should fundamentally reduce the transactions cost of accessing the right kind of concessional capital. They should quickly match the private sector with partners in country, and they should help build pipeline of not just bankable projects, but transformative projects with a clear link between the national climate goals and the infrastructure plans. Finally, JETPs can help to send a clear signal about a country's national policy and priorities to support the transition. And frankly, I would say, I don't know whether my friends in government agree, I think it has shifted the way we think in government and collectively in a coordinated way. And you could say, if you look at the record, just in the last 1 year, there have been a number of reforms and changes in regulations that have happened. Maybe it's not fully completed yet, but there is a start. And I would say having this platform where you had these conversations going really actually helped to do that. And I would say it's one of the biggest stakeholder outreach involving all communities that have happened in recent time. So with this signaling, JETP should help reduce the perception of risk. The risk that emerging countries have, like countries like Indonesia, which as the GFANS partners to the JETP know well, is a country, Indonesia is a country that has real track record in implementing blended finance solutions at scale with SDG Indonesia and the energy transition mechanisms and many more. So what I'm saying is that a successful JETP should be catalytic. That's the key word. Indonesia has shown a strong commitment to provide a holistic transition pathways framework. And this needs to be matched with fit-for-purpose financing and funding from IPG as well as from the private sector. It should use concessional funds to accelerate the transition to a low-carbon economy. It is also about speed, moving faster to decarbonize key industries than the market would otherwise do. It cannot be business as usual, as our president called for. Ultimately, this is all about partnerships, working across the public, the private, and the philanthropic sectors, as well as civil society and communities, to develop the right pipeline of transformative projects, connect the transition as a driver of climate-positive growth and prosperity, and make sure that no one is left behind. The word just is there for a reason. We should not leave anybody behind. We are so excited to partner with so many on Indonesia's pioneering JETP, especially having integrated the private sector from the beginning. I think that's very important. Involving the private sector from the beginning ensures that we can focus on developing commercially viable projects. And together, Indonesia is exploring alternative sources of capital, including carbon, to support early decarbonization of coal plants and call on everyone here together to work together to get there faster. I'm going to repeat my favorite word, which is about collaboration. And I think the President and Luhut just mentioned there. I think it has to be more than collaboration. It's about collaboration and co-creation. Co-creation between developed and developing country partners, between public and private sector and philanthropy and so on. So it's co-creation is the key word. And let me now close with a message from our children, from our grandchildren, in the words of Greta. There is no time for blah, blah, blah anymore. We are at the COP and we need to get going. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pangestu, for a very powerful message. Indeed, collaboration is a key to soldier on with impact. Thank you so much again, Dr. Pangestu. Now, we are still waiting for a representative joining us from the Special Envoy for Climate from the United States of America. But I would like to invite actually all the keynote speakers and panelists to come on stage to take a family photo first before everyone is leaving. Would invite Mr. Bill Winters to come on stage, Dr. Pangestu, and all the keynote speech for the panel session to come on stage. Alexia Rahmat Kaimudin, Tomoyoshi Yahagi, Darmawan Prasojo, and Doni Rino Dono Saputro for a family photo together. Let's give a round of applause to all the speakers. Thank you so much again, Mr. Winters and Dr. Pangestu, for an awesome remarks. Now, we would like to continue to a panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, a panel discussion today will be moderated by a distinguished figure in the global financial landscape, Mr. Mark Carney, co-chair, GFANZ, and UN Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance. I would also like to invite, joining Mr. Carney today on stage, we have 5 distinct speakers. Please join us on stage. Alexia Lotortu, United States Assistant Secretary of the Treasury for the International Markets. Muhammad Rahmat Kaimudin, Deputy of the Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment in Infrastructure and Transportation. Tomoyoshi Yahagi, Deputy Director General, Ministry of Finance, Japan. Darmawan Prasojo, CEO, PLN, Indonesia State-Owned Electricity Company. And finally, I would like to invite Doni Rino Dono Saputro, Vice Chairman, Asian Standard Charter. Mark. Mark. What? Give me one moment. I think we're still waiting for Mark Carney to come join us at the pavilion. Okay, wait, okay, awesome. Unfortunately today, we just heard that Excellency John Kerry won't be able to attend this session due to some leadership commitment. So it will be represented by Rick Duke, Deputy Minister, Special Envoy for Climate for the United States of America. Rick, the stage is yours.
Cops. So thrilled to be here, thrilled to see such a strong turnout and crowd for what is such an important partnership. And I am also pleased to note that this partnership is really at the heart of dealing with keeping a safer climate future within reach. When we look across what's required for addressing the climate crisis, it's really three things. It's the energy transition, it's stopping deforestation, and it's cutting non-CO2. Indonesia is at the forefront of all of those, but in particular, this JETP partnership is really giving us a basis to do the work together as a partnership in order to have Indonesia really at the forefront of transitioning from fossil and unabated fossil specifically to clean power. And the answer for every industry and every country is similar, which is that we need to find pathways to allow for faster scale-up of renewables, all the associated work that needs to be done on transmission, on storage, and planning to pull that all together, and the investment that's required to actually complete what is fundamentally a massive substitution of capital investment in those things, poles, wires, batteries, solar panels, and hydropower, and you name it, for the normal ongoing costs of using fossil fuels in the traditional sense. And so with this Just Energy Transition Partnership, Indonesia and partners are doing that work. As Pak Rahmat has at times called it, the JETP doesn't guarantee success, but it's like having a personal trainer for the energy transition and make sure that you can work through all that's required. And we appreciate that metaphor. And the work is well underway. And I'll say that this is true for the United States as well. We have a tremendous energy transition of our own underway with major legislation in place through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, which gives us a platform for all the investment required, but it still requires a tremendous amount of effort to implement all that, to build the transmission, et cetera, et cetera. And I am really pleased to note that today, my boss, Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry, joined on behalf of the United States, the Powering Past Coal Alliance that continues and really deepens the United States' commitment to phase out unabated coal to meet our goal of 100% clean power in the United States by 2035. But look, there's no one-size-fits approach to all of this. There is a tailored approach that's required, and I think the JETP has really shown through the investment planning process, through the dialogue, through the frank and at times quite challenging work together, that these solutions and these energy transitions have to be case by case, and Indonesia has to define and is defining for itself the path in order to really make it happen and happen as quickly as I know our colleagues from Indonesia want it to happen. So with that, I'm going to just really express my appreciation to all the partnership here and to really welcome the investment plan and to, I'm not sure who I'm turning it to next here, but appreciate the chance to be here for this celebration of so much progress in just 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rick, for your remarks. As we wait for Mr. Carney to join us, thank you, Alice, for taking the stage for the first half minutes until we wait Mr. Carney to arrive. Over to you, Alice.
Thanks very much, Claudia. I know it's disappointing that Mark is running a bit late, but for me it's a great opportunity, actually, because it's actually my team and everyone in this room who've been working super hard this last year to support the government of Indonesia on their efforts on the SIP. And I couldn't be more delighted that there's a plan and that we're now going to start implementing the plan. And so this panel is a wonderful opportunity to celebrate all the hard work of everybody here, all the high ambition of everybody here, and the aspirations for green growth in Indonesia. I think a year or so ago when we decided to all take this leap of faith with the Indonesian JETP, which is obviously the biggest agreement of its kind globally, it was a leap of faith. We didn't know how it was going to play out. We've been building the plane as we fly it. But we're still here. We're still flying. So we haven't got there yet. So we've got to keep building. And that's what we're here to talk about today. So I'm really, really happy to have this distinguished panel here today. We've got Pat Ratmat, who's been, his team have been leading the work, which, and under the great leadership of Palahut, who couldn't be with us today, but we know he's itching to get back into action and carry on this work. And we've got Pat Darmo, who is the heart of the operations. Obviously, PLN have a critical role to play in this work, and we're super excited to all be collaborating on this together. And we've got Alexia, who's with the Japanese Ministry of Finance, has been leading the charge for the IPG. And I know he's going to talk about this new approach to collaboration and country-led transition efforts. And we've got Pat Donny, who has been, I think, very instrumental in keeping us all sane and on track over the last year. He's obviously been thinking about how to finance projects as well, because he's a banker. But he's also been giving us all very wise counsel, so that's fantastic. Great. So I think we're going to start with Pat Ratmat, and we're going to start by, I mean, as I mentioned, this is the biggest agreement of its kind. As you've said many times to us privately, this has been a real marathon. A real marathon, more than a marathon, ultra marathon every day for the last year, but we have a plan. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about what the SIP, the priorities in the SIP, and the ambition that you're setting out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Alice. So basically, what is the CIPP launch signifies? I think for us, the first thing is to show that Indonesia is open for business in renewable. So maybe, you know, before we start this JETP process, there is this myth that Indonesia may not want to do this, or they don't really, or not really ambitious. Maybe the myth is based on facts, some. But what we say is, no, I think we want to do it. But we want to do it such that, we want to do it right. We want to do it that is just, right? We want to do it that is actually doesn't impact our development. To be honest, that is the only order that I got from my boss, Pak Luhut. He said, we will do all this, but never sacrifice Indonesian development. So that is the only thing. And I think we signifies that. If you look at the CIPP, there's a lot of projects worth tens of billions of dollars, and all that will show our ambitions and our interest. So open for business. The second thing, that when we recognize that Indonesian JETP is very, as Bu Mari said, hyped. We announced it in G20, all the world's eyes are looking at us. We want to also use the opportunity to help, welcome, Mark. It's okay. Alice has been doing a great job. So.
Quality is about to go down tremendously. I apologize. Let me start, and I'll pass back, Pak Ratmat. Let me apologize. I was coming from this Global Decarbonization Accelerator announcement, which ran on, so I apologize for that. But this is crucial, and what you're launching into, I think, is an explanation of the SIP, I suspect, right? So if I can allow you to continue, and then we'll dig down into exactly how we're going to make it happen.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Good to see you.
So what we recognize is that this is a very big opportunity as the eyes of the world are looking at us to learn about what is just transition means. Because Indonesia is actually very interesting case, right? We are a developing country. We want to industrialize. We have a lot of needs. We are powered by fossil. So if we can work together with everyone to show, what are really the problem. So what we said is we opened our kitchen. So we invited the IPG members. We invited International Energy Agency. We invited UNDP, the World Bank, ADB, to say hey, let's cook this together. So it's kind of like MasterChef. Everyone can see what's going on in Indonesia. So because we want to be transparent, and hopefully, I would say, everyone learned something in this process. With Alexia, with Rick, who unfortunately have heard too much about my complaints and everything. So I keep saying like, this is like, going through a boot camp or personal trainer. And to show our ambition, we pick the biggest and the baddest of all the personal trainers, which is the U.S. government and the Japanese government and all the G7. So if we cannot do this right, we cannot be fit after this. But of course, I said, my personal trainers has to be fitter than we are. So everyone has to work out together. So I think with that, Open for Business showed international collaboration. Of course, we also learned a few things that we cannot be perfect day one, but we can do something meaningful right now. And that is what we believe the CIPP signifies. We have a plan that if we do it right, will lower emissions significantly, or the peaking. But of course, it assumes certain things which may or may not be available today. So we said, okay, let's do with what we have, because keep blah, blah, blah is not going to reduce emission. Every breath we take increase emission, right? So let's execute and then close this CIPP. And then whatever that we don't know yet, we will learn more moving forward. And what we know, what we are sure, let's execute. So I think that's what the CIPP signifies today.
That's fantastic. Very good. And Pak Darmo, I'm going to come to you in a second, but I'm just going to ask one sort of clarifying question. I like the mixture of metaphors of both master chef and personal trainer at the same time, which is a good combination. But if you were to take a couple of those lessons, and let me underscore one thing, which I think is clear, and Bill and Donnie and others have been, and obviously the U.S. Treasury and Japan have been hugely helpful in this, is there is a new level of transparency and understanding of the strengths and the challenges. But if you were to take, if you can give me two of those lessons applied to whether it's policy reforms or priorities or that impinge or influence on the financing options for here, just a perspective on that, and then Pak Darmo, I'm going to come to you from PLN's perspective on this. So.
Yeah, maybe this is not something that people want to hear, right? But that is the fact. For example, when we started this discussion, I remember it was in DC, in maybe around the winter break, winter UN. There is a request that says Indonesia should not build more coal-fired power plant. This has to be complete moratorium, otherwise everything is off. So we have to explain that these are all the situations. If you look at the Indonesian, do you know that Indonesia has 17,500 islands across 3 time zones? Do you know that some of these factories that the energy need may not have potential renewables there? Do you know that we don't have the grid that is well connected and it's not even smart? Therefore, if we just do this, there is a risk that some people will not get the energy is needed. But of course, we need to create some policies to restrict, to limit all this, and we can be open to that. So those are the kind of conversation, maybe I would say no silver bullet, in this. Sometimes you have to look into some solutions that you have to look at all the possible solutions as long as it's reduced emission.
Okay, it's very helpful. I think this key point that was underappreciated going in is the distributed nature and the variegated nature, if you will, of the power system in Indonesia, given the geography, given the history, and how to have frameworks around that so that the decarbonization can proceed. So the man who's in charge of that system, Pak Darmo, if I can come to you, you're absolutely on the front lines, and I really just invite your perspective, given some of the lessons learned, given the SIP, how you think about implementation, where you see the priorities should be.
Well, we understand that the journey of humankind is facing a very serious threat. The Earth is warming. So we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We understand that one. And we need to slow down the warming if it's possible to cool the Earth. But we also understand that this is requiring a transition of energy that currently entering a very critical phase. Why we call it critical? Because it offers so many challenges, but in the same time, magnificent opportunities. We also understand that this is a global challenge. When we're talking about SOx, we're talking about NOx, particulate matters. When we take care of it, the area is going to be cleaner. But when we're talking about greenhouse gas emission, 1 ton emission of CO2 here in Dubai is going to have the same damage effect with the 1 ton emission in Jakarta, in Washington, D.C., all over the place. So we also understand that this is a global challenge in which PLN, the National Electric Company, is not going to be able to do this alone. So, and then at that time is also, I was studying about the climate change in the US, my doctorate degree, my dissertation in climate change, and all of a sudden I'm becoming the CEO of PLN, own and operate among the largest coal, becoming the Darth Vader, joining the other side. So, it was so complex at that time, and suddenly there is a JETP. So what is a JETP for us? It's a platform that's shifting previously fragmented stakeholders to become unified. I can share with you, I couldn't imagine that PLN, domestically in Indonesia, PLN, with the coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment, Bu Nani, Pak Rahmat, from the Ministry of Finance, with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, of Ministry of Environment, State-owned enterprise, and PLN, we have twice a week meeting for the whole 4 months because of this JETP. This JETP is galvanized the whole component of the stakeholders previously fragmented to become unified, not only at the national level, not only at the regional level, but also at the international level. Applause for the JETP. In that regard, the first thing that we felt is this: we're facing this challenge not alone. We're facing this challenge together. So it's giving us a strong convictions, no matter the challenge ahead, we're going to be able to keep moving forward and to get the mission accomplished. But also, along the way, I still couldn't believe that we reached this far. With Alexia, with everybody here, it's been not a honky-dory road, Of course, it was very difficult, Even aligning the different thought, it was very difficult. But, we have a common purpose that this is not for Indonesia, this is not for United States, this is not European countries, this is not for Japan, this is for humankind. And we somehow come up with the same understanding that this is the only way to move forward to be unified. So in that regard, it's like, this is a great platform in which Pak Rahmat is, and along the way, we collaborate with the International Energy Agency. We do, even before designing the national electricity planning is a enigma, even inside the PLN. But now, it's becoming international collaborations. PLN, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, the Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment, the International Energy Agency. We did the modeling in Paris. We did the modeling in Jakarta. We lay out the plan. We map out every single challenge. In each of the challenges we address in such a way, we come up today with what we call the accelerated renewable energy development. Why we even come up with the idea? Not JETP per se, but the platform of JETP that unified the whole component, global communities previously fragmented to become unified. That's what the JETP is about. Applause for the JETP. Of course, along the way, we understand how we need to design environments that is conducive for collaboration. We understand we need to design environment that conducive for investment. We need to do the de-risking so that the investment is going to flow. We need to understand scenarios. What is the business as usual, the accelerated renewable energy development, what are the challenges? And then we came up with the comprehensive investment policy planning, even though we feel we are in the middle of redesign our national electricity planning on top of the CIPP. And in the new planning, 75% of the additional generation capacity that are going to be built from today until 2040 is coming from renewable energy. That is a very aggressive plan. And only 25% is coming from gas-fired power plants. And we are also signing an agreement retiring 600 megawatt of Cirebon power, expediting before 2042, 600 megawatt to become 2035, meaning this is early retirement of coal, avoiding of greenhouse gas emission, etc., etc. So for us, PLN, the JETP is a platform that galvanizes the mindset, the paradigm of thinking, also the collaborations, and then giving us a sense of pride, a conviction that we're going to be able to keep moving forward. But also the JETP is giving us a sense of humility. Why? Because along the way we understand this is a fierce, grueling, long battle to combat climate change. And the long battle has just begun. Thank you.
Very good. Excellent. You know, one of the, that was beautiful. One of the things that struck me is when we embarked on this, and Alexia, I'm going to turn to you, but when we embarked on this, it was Indonesia's country plan. That then we moved the JETP to look to various ways of financing it. But what's happened is this learning process, as you just said, because of the JETP, a better appreciation of the scale of issues, technicalities, and that has to reflect back into the financing. And so we're in a much better place as Indonesia, but collectively as part of the JETP process and where we go from there. Now, Alexia, you've had this great term, I remember, extreme collaboration. And that's been much of the theme thus far. And thinking about how we apply extreme collaboration to the financing instruments and the full range of financing instruments. Now that we have the launch of the SIP, the learnings that have just been mentioned, and we move towards this phase of implementation. And you know, the United States and Japan, your leadership has been extraordinary, but through the IPG, where do we go from here, basically?
Thanks a lot. And I have to say, this is probably my favorite event of COP. I feel like I'm back with the family. And on this stage, but also so many faces in this room are part of this extreme collaborative effort. And I want to underscore, I mean, it's not collaboration for collaboration's sake. It really is around a bold vision to accelerate what usually is a multi-decade energy transition, to have it happen much faster. Yeah. And this energy transition is not just about the energy sector, it's actually about the whole of the economy, right? And so I think our Indonesian colleagues have always been clear with us that they need to see growth, inclusive growth in their country, and they need that needs to be coherent with the way we think about the energy transition. And so the collaboration, a lot of folks, and Mark, I'll get to the financing, but a lot of people talk about first and foremost the financing, aligning the financing. You have the 10 billion from the public sector, actually now higher than 10 billion, 11.5 billion. You have the philanthropic organizations. I see GAP in the room, and then using those two together, as you said, Mari, in your intervention, we should catalyze the private sector. So that's part of the collaborative piece. But I would say almost the more poignant part so far in the planning stage has been the brain trust collaboration. There are hundreds of experts from Indonesia, from the IPG countries and beyond, who have been part of actually doing the deep technical work to understand what an ambitious but implementable strategy can be, because that's what we're about. And so that has been, to me, the most fascinating part of this, the relationships, the learning that we've done together around this radical collaboration, and that we've done it in a very frank way so that it's not always hunky-dory, as you said, because we didn't mince words. We had robust debates about strategies. Is it about coal decommissioning? Is it about coal flex? I mean, there's not one path that we know yet, right? And we had those conversations incredibly openly. And then, around us, we had working groups. So we had the EIA helping us with the technical work. We had ADB helping us with the financial work, the World Bank with the policy reform, because that's a critical piece of the SIP as well. And then we had UNDP working on the just part. So the infrastructure for implementation is there. We have the technical pathway on the energy side. We have the plan for the just piece. We know what the policy reforms are needed that will unlock more private financing, whether it's revamping requests for proposals, whether it's loosening local content requirements. We know all of that. And I think the question for all of us will be, how do we leverage these working groups that all report to the Secretariat for the implementation? Is it fit for purpose? Are certain tweaks needed? I think we're very open-minded about that. And then most importantly, I think now, and I think Rakbat, you said it, perfection and movement. We need to see projects come through. There's been a little bit of money flowing. Sulawesi, we discussed, you're talking about the work that you're doing on Cirebon. We've had work on feasibility studies for energy. We have worked on microgrids. We talked about the geography of Indonesia. So we've done some work on microgrids to reach the smaller islands in the east of the country. So money has started to flow. I think that's a question that's often asked. But clearly, now we have the spark, the money, but then we need the policy reform so that we can really have the ignition that we need to truly deliver on the potential of the JETP.
Fantastic. Okay, fantastic. Donnie, I want to turn to you and the role of, we're joined at the hip. This is like extreme collaboration here, and we're together. Role of the private sector, learnings there, Standard Chartered at the very much at the front lines of this from the start, and given this new era, how do you see our role? And then, Tomo, I'm going to turn to you for your perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I think, look, it's been said, right? The way that we see energy transition in Indonesia, I think Bill said it, that Indonesia as a large emerging market is also on the uptick sort of upward sort of trend, because it's accelerating its economic development through industrialization, through downstreaming, digitalization, and so on. So we see that energy transition for Indonesia is actually a critical pathway towards having that sustainable economic growth, as well as environmental stewardship. Now, we've been operating in the country for a long time. The way that we see is that JETP, and I like what Pak Darmo said, it's really actually, and also borrowing from Ibu Mari, it's about the co-co. It's about collaborating, and it's about co-creation, because ultimately, it can't be BAU or business as usual. We have been, many of our colleagues in GFANS, the banks, the global banks, the private sector banks, have been investing in Indonesia, also in energy transition. But what we need, given the scale of the challenge, is very different, as we talked about. It requires something very different. I think Bill said, for example, that early decommissioning of coal-fired power plant. I mean, there's no model yet that we have to come up with. But it is part of the challenge. And I agree that Indonesia can be the blueprint. If that has resulted in success, I think actually that can be blueprint for many of the emerging markets in the world. Now, for us in Standard Chartered, the ambition that the government has very clearly, actually very strong. I think Pak Rahmat actually has made it very clear Indonesia is open, Indonesia is serious in its commitment, and that is very much aligned with us in achieving net zero. And we are committed, we fully recognize the scale of the financing that Indonesia needs, along with our colleagues of the private banks and GFANs, and we stand committed to support that. Ourselves, actually, we committed to mobilize $300 billion by 2030 to help emerging markets transition in the world. And we will continue, and this is probably the key, actually, the way we see it, actually, of this JETP, is that collaboration very closely with the public sector. Because the key is that how do we find the most optimum structure of financing that can leverage more than the current one-to-one. It should be more than that, but that's the key, because the rest would be BAU, in our view.
Excellent, very good. Okay, so I'm going to go from the private to the public and go to you, Tomo. Again, let me thank, Japan has been a long-time development partner of Indonesia. You were the catalyst, along with the U.S. Treasury, for this JETP, which, as you just said, and Bill had said it earlier, that in many ways is breaking new ground and will be a blueprint for others. So it's important for Indonesia, therefore it's important for the world, but it's also important because it creates this opportunity for, as I say, a blueprint. So when you look at the infrastructure build, from transmission, smart grids, as Alexia just mentioned, mega hydro, geothermal, just a bit of your perspective, stepping back, Japan's perspective on these investments prospects. With a microphone.
Thank you, Mark, and apologies for being late. And
that's okay.
Let me begin by offering my sincere thanks to everyone here. I feel like almost family with these members because over the coming years, we met almost once a month, or sometimes almost every week we met in the website. Again, I feel like real partners with you. This year marks the 50th anniversary year of the relationship between Japan and ASEAN, whose secretariat locates in Jakarta. Japan has forged strong ties with Indonesia for many decades and has been proudly a primary supporter in the field of infrastructure, industrial growth, and human resource development. And the CIP has identified many projects to accelerate energy transition in Indonesia. There are several projects that Japan considers very important. Regarding the early retirement of coal-fired power plant, Chirebon 1, which is involved Japanese company, became the first MOU signing project under ADB's energy transition mechanism. And transmission and renewables projects are also critically important to advance JETP. For example, Sumatra Java Interconnector Transmission, Hurais Geothermal, and Maura Labo Geothermal are examples of this important project. And Japan commits an estimate $1.7 billion financial contributions. GOJ and other related partners, such as JICA and JBIC, are ready to support JETP. However, support from Indonesia is also necessary for accelerating these projects. I believe that collaboration between Indonesia and Japan, including JICA and JBIC, on the ground level, will help promote this project. Japan will continue to work together with the United States and other IPG partners to accelerate these very important projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tomo. Alexa, can I come back to you? You know, the SIP has identified over 400 priority projects that need to be initiated between now and the end of the decade. So, yes, time is of the essence. And the roll-up of the investment requirements, and we all knew this to some extent coming in, that as big as the original 20 billion was, and the needs would be greater. Now we have, in a more tangible way, an identification, right, of some of those needs. So, your perspective, you referenced some additional funding. How do you think about additional funding for that within the context of the JETP and the existing model?
Absolutely. The needs are clearly great. I think we've estimated for just the on-grid needs about $97 billion. And so clearly that's huge. And clearly public sector financing will never, however generous everybody is, will never get us there. And so the private sector piece is fundamental. And I dare say I can see not only our hosts today, Standard Chartered, here, but I also see Citi in the room and a few other banks. And my sense is their pockets are deep enough. So, you know, what we've discussed with Pak Ratman and others is success brings success. What I mean by that is let's get on with it. Yeah. Let's start financing, you know, some of the first 50, 75 projects. Let's get going because, frankly, there's a lot of money looking for good investments. And if we can deliver, based on the political commitment of the government, policy changes that are coming, that the environment works, I'm not worried about the money coming. If we want to see this $97 billion for on-grid on the table before we start, that's a recipe for disaster. Right. So we need to get going, keep the ambition high, I think it's fair to keep the public and the private sector and the philanthropic sector on their toes, but let's get started. And once success is there, I'm sure that you know, additional money will flow. And I do think also the MDBs have a role here. I think, you know, to your point in terms of helping to bridge the public and the private financing. They've been important players, as I mentioned, but I think having the MDBs really line up their financing in the energy sector in Indonesia to the goals of the JETP can also be some of that lubricant that we need for the financing to flow. And then definitely we need to do some blending in terms of helping to reduce the cost of capital for the private sector. We need to make sure that the private sector is in a position to do non-business as usual deals that would not have otherwise happened. I think we need to figure out how to align different sources of financing so that the transaction costs for the government can be less when they're trying to put together a deal. Are there platform opportunities or portfolio opportunities that are available? These are some of the things that we need to think about as we move towards implementation.
Great. Absolutely. And I just to sort of round it out, Donnie, if I can come back to you, because private perspective on blending, on comparative advantage of public finance versus private, given the opportunity set here, what you've seen thus far, and maybe any observations or steers for our friends in the broader public sector of how they could best use their facilities in the context of a serious relook initiated by some of the major shareholders of the role of the MDBs and the instruments that they should be. You know, I'm just throwing that out there that potentially some of this is in play, and so in real time. With real projects, I think this group, I'm pointing at you, but it really is more broadly in the room and beyond, not just can finance, but help shape how the system is going to work going forward. So this is part of your contribution. So from a private sector perspective, best use of public and blending in.
Thank you. But I think I speak for all of the other colleagues of the banks and GFANs, as you know, that we do desire to have that right sort of structure, right blend and collaboration with the public sector. Remember, before JETP, we have been working on project-by-project basis across the world globe with the DFIs, the MDBs, as well as the ECAs of many companies, actually helping facilitate that financing for particularly countries where, emerging markets, actually, where pure commercial financing is probably more difficult. Now, in this specific JETP case, I think we have reached a critical milestone, a great milestone because of the SIP launch. It's really a start. So we haven't quite done actually any of the financing, but soon enough that will be unlocked, we believe. So the way we see it is that I think if you look at the 5 investment focus areas within the SIP that we got, some of them actually can probably be, purely commercially viable. Some others actually would be less, although highly transformative projects. Some others actually quite heavy lifting. And this is where the essence, I think coming back to what Pak Darmo said, that this JETP has put a structured approach of all the key stakeholders to facilitate and mobilize this much needed capital into where it matters the most, essentially, right? In this case, it's Indonesia. So the focus of accelerating net zero transition for Indonesia. So some of the commercial viable we can do. I'm sure actually the other colleagues actually, and even banks outside of JETP. I think we talked about that because that model itself actually of the banks actually who are supporting the private sector financing, we will be very open. I think actually there's plan actually to open it up further to others, not just the 7 institutions that the original sort of founder, and create actually the scalability even more to different level. But on some of the more sort of less commercially driven, I think this is where we really need to sit down. We have started actually the work with quite a number, with ADB, for example, on the the Cirebon project that involves a number of our private sector banks. But I think we need to step up the game. And the next part, what we need right now is to accelerate implementation. I think, Alexia, you mentioned that let's do it now. But we need the process in which how we can blend all of this together, how we can get into the specific, because the SIP actually with the projects provide a great roadmap, right? It sort of outlined the policy measures that would encourage investment, but at the same time, it creates the clear project pipeline. And that is a credible project pipeline is so critical in getting that financing going. So how do the process work of all the priority projects, where the timeline, and the RFPs, of course, Pak Darmo, to be issued, so that we can work on that. That's the real deal, actually, when we then put our minds together. But that's essentially actually what's ahead of us in the very near term.
Okay, perfect. Okay, we've got about a little less than 10 minutes left. So I propose this, which is, Pak Darmo, I want to come back to you, and specifically on the issue of grid. There's no transition without transmission. Issues about strengthening the grid, expanding the grid interconnects, maybe a more extreme version in Indonesia, but one that all our economies face, realistically. So get your perspective on what's required to unlock that. And then, Pak Rahman, I want to give you the last word for any other reflections you have. And then we have to have a photo since we're all part of the same family. So.
Well, Mark, first thing is I want to make a comment that because of JETP, then Indonesia designed and built green financing country platform. And because of JETP, then we also redesigned the regulatory framework. Because of JETP, we redesigned and how we approach designing a new projects and put on the CIPP. So this country platform is easily can be scaled things up, to address a much bigger, ambitious transition of energy. And that's the point I want to make. That is very important. And the second thing is this, of course, with this transition of energy, we face some kind of challenges. The first thing is the mismatch between the location of the large-scale renewable energy and the epicentrum of demand. And that's why no transition without transmission. That's why we are right now in the process of designing what we call the green enabling transmission line. With that new transmission line, Sumatra to Java, and then Sulawesi, and then also Kalimantan to Java, and then Nusa Tenggara to Java, we are able to add 32 gigawatt of hydro and geothermal into the power system of Indonesia. And then we also facing another challenge is that, this is also an opportunity. 4 years ago, the base load, coal, only 5-6 cents. Solar and wind at that time, 11-13 cents. But today, the base load is roughly 9 until 11 cents. And solar and wind is only 5-6 cents. So meaning today, because of this kind of innovations, renewable energy is getting cheaper and getting more competitive. And adding solar and wind is going to reduce the overall levelized cost of electricity. But this is intermittent. This is variable renewable energy. That's why we need to also design and build smart grid. Price tag of smart grid is roughly $5 billion US. Transmission, green enabling transmission is roughly 15 until 20 billion US dollars. The total price tag for this accelerated renewable energy development until 2040 is roughly 152 billion US dollars. But in the same time, we're going to be able to provide affordable green energy that are going to sustain the rapid economic development of Indonesia. And in the same time, we're going to be able to build the national capacities, meaning to create more jobs, to give prosperity to the people, eradicate poverty, and in the same time, taking care the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Okay, Pak Rahman, last word, and then I'll sum up.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I just want to quickly comment on the discussions between Alexia and Pak Doni here on the financing. So I think for us, we believe that there is enough money in the world to do this. It's just that what worries, so I'm not that worried about the quantity. I'm a little bit worried today about the quality, if you will. Because if you don't, we need to manage the way we finance it so that the projects that requires, for example, concessionals or grants can go to be done first. And then maybe on the commercially viable projects, maybe we can do private financing. Because unfortunately, we don't live in the unlimited resources, right? So we need to make some sort of arrangement, allocate it a little bit. So resource allocation is very important. And yeah, we need to, the good thing is that we have now certain visibility of what is available today, both on the supply and in demand side. So quick things to kind of closing from my side that Indonesian energy transition has been an open platform. We want to involve people. And of course, this JETP partnership is a start. What we hope to be, very, very important, maybe the keystone. And of course, if any other people want to be in the journey of Indonesian energy transition, will be welcome. And we also hope that some of the lessons we learn in the process, I think could be quite valuable. We want to codify some of these learnings and then maybe share it. One thing that I keep saying is, maybe next time we do technical work first. And before we do all this, very high level thing, it will reduce stress. But maybe it's also good to, again, have a very strong boot camp drill sergeant to bark at you.
Exactly.
To ensure success.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Look, I think one thing that absolutely comes through in the experience, but even if you haven't been embedded in the process, what comes through clearly in the interventions, this excellent panel today, is the value of the process. And the huge value of the process thus far that actually puts and this is the most important thing, puts Indonesia in a position with a much better understanding of what needs to be done, much greater clarity, a much better sense of prioritization, a sense of cohesiveness, and with a built-in group that can help catalyze the financing that's necessary. Now, what needs to happen now is to flip to implementation, to build, if I may, on what Alexia said, I think we'd all agree, is do projects, do deals, do financing, focus on comparative advantage of various forms of financing. It was reinforced. I would include, we didn't have a chance to draw it out, but the official sector, particularly understanding the economics of managed phase out of coal really understanding those and recognizing, yes, a role for concessional finance, but the scale of the issue and the importance of, in my judgment at least, energy transition credits or some form that would come from that to help balance. So really focusing in on those aspects and moving forward. And but I leave this as I expected to, and I always do when I'm engaged, with even more enthusiasm and confidence that your leadership, your personal leadership, and collective leadership of this group is going to get this done to the benefit of Indonesia, and as you said, Pradarmo, the benefit of the UAE and the world, because it's for the climate. So I just say a big round of applause for the members here. Thank you very much.
Mr. Carney, we really appreciate you moderate the session. Before we end this session, we would like to invite all these panelists to stand up and take a group pictures. And we have some goodies, a token of appreciation from Indonesia Pavilion. Thank you so much once again. And we also would like to invite Rick Duke. Okay. Pak Edo Mahendra as head of JETP Secretariat of Indonesia. Big smile. JETP. Let's give a round of applause. And we also would like to invite Bunani to hand over token of appreciation to all our speakers. Esteemed guests, we have reached the end of our event today. I believe you found the discussion to be insightful and fruitful. Lots of promises and pledges, but most importantly, it's time to execute. It's time to turn promises into action. Thank you very much and see you again in the next event. Thank you.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, we have a next session inviting. So please be seated and we will resume with the last session of this day. Thank you. Elena,
Iya, nggak apa-apa. Oke. Nggak apa-apa. Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the last session of the day. Thank you for still have the energy and and be with us for the last session. Thank you very much for your precious time. I know it's very late, but I hope you can enjoy the discussion today with us. On this session, we will learn from our renowned speakers who are going to share the successful model and initiatives in encouraging local community to optimize and develop new and renewable energy for daily use and, of course, the economic activities. To start with, I cordially invite Dr. Zahrul Mutakin. He's the forestry attaché from Indonesia Embassy in Tokyo, Japan. Over to you, Pak.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mbak Mona. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining the last, but of course, very important session today. I can see that you are still full of enthusiasm and also energized, of course, to participate in, okay? First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Muhammad Zahrul Mutakin. I'm a forestry attaché in the Indonesian Embassy in Tokyo. Yeah, I belong, of course, to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. That's why I'm here. Yes, this evening we will talk about the role of community in energy transition. Yes, the stakeholders that very important to be involved if we have to succeed the energy transition, of course. And we have to consider one of our goals in sustainable development goals, which is no one left behind, of course. Therefore, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Haris Yahya, the Director of Geothermal, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia, to deliver his keynote speech for this session. Please, Pak Harif, floor is yours.
Yeah. Before deliver the speech, I would like to thank, and then I use Bahasa, because today I think the last event is very interesting. We're talking about the JETP, but the most important is how to implement the JETP in the real implementation in Indonesia, because we really need it. Energy transition is one of the way to speed up our energy implementation, and then not only to fulfill the demand, but also to make it more green. Yeah. Allow me. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So, Excellencies, representative of ministry, and then also agencies from invited countries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, speaker participant, and good evening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, first of all, I would like to convey my deepest appreciation to Pertamina, yes, for the organizing this event and invite us to deliver the keynote. So, as we already know that Indonesia is committed to do the energy transition, as we already talking today, is a very good part of our effort, and then we hope that we can continue to develop and this kind of progress that we already have. Please allow me to deliver my short keynote speech to share about the government support for energy transition activities in society. So, please, the next, please. Yeah, let me emphasize that based on the Constitution, energy development should be aimed for the welfare of Indonesian citizens. in line with the 4E's principle of availability, affordability, acceptability, and accessibility, as well as trilemma energy to ensure energy security, energy equity, and environmental sustainability. Thus, we expect that the new renewable energy, clean technology, as well as energy efficiency will be our way forward in energy sector development in the future. Indonesia is blessed up to 3,680 gigawatt potential of various renewable energy, which are available to be utilized to meet the national energy demand in the future. New renewable energy potential include hydro, solar, wind, bioenergy, and also geothermal. Currently, the installed capacity of renewable energy power plant has been increased to 12.7 gigawatt, and Indonesia will accelerate new renewable energy deployment to meet the target 23% of new renewable energy share by 2025, enhance nationally determined contribution target, and then also by 2030, and also to achieve net zero emission target by 2060 or sooner. Next. The government have done several programs to improve the energy access for all. Since 2011, government have developed many renewable energy projects in remote area and isolated grid. The project consists of microhydro, solar PV, biogas, power storage device, and municipal waste power plant. Government has successfully increased the electrification ratio from 73% in 2011 to 99.7% by 2023. And the government and PLN also has a diesel conversion program to reduce our dependency to diesel, as well as reduce the CO2 emission. The program aims to replace 5,200 of existing diesel power plant in more than 200 remote area with the renewable project, conversion to gas, and interconnect to the grid. Next. Some of the solar PV project and power storage device that have been developed in rural area, mostly in the eastern part of Indonesia. Applying this principle would ensure that no one will be left behind in the clean energy development. And furthermore, providing energy access should provide opportunities in improving public welfare. Next, please. The government also has been promoting the use of biogas through various programs, namely a Ministerial of Energy budget, biogas rumah, special allocation fund, and private development. There are more than 50,000 to 50,002 biogas units that have been developed so far. Communal biogas installation process a human waste to be used as a biogas as a substitute for LPG and for lighting. The benefit of this communal biogas program include saving on cooking costs, reducing the dependency on fossil energy and also LPG import, and reducing greenhouse gas emission. Next, please. Another one of renewable energy is geothermal project. Geothermal projects also can bring multiplier impact to the local community. With this characteristic, a geothermal project can have many other purpose and benefit beyond the electricity generation. The excess heat from the electricity power generation also can be used for such as hydrogen production, mineral extraction, heat industry, district heating, and also tourism activities. In many direct use applications, small, medium industry players can also utilize the geothermal heat to stimulate various economic activities for the local people. Therefore, geothermal energy can contribute more in decarbonizing many sectors and develop green economy. Next, please. The development of renewable project has always been in synergy with the conservation forest area and environmental protection. Several collaboration between Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and the renewable project developer have been established to maintain the natural biodiversity around the renewable project area. Among others, Tapanuli Pongo House for orang hutan ecosystem in Batang Toru hydropower plant, Eagle Conservation Center in Kamojang geothermal field by Pertamina geothermal energy, community-based conservation program in Darajat geothermal field, and Green Corridor Initiative program in Gunung Salak geothermal field. So next, please. We believe that new renewable energy optimum utilization will be carried out with the spirit of pentahelix, which highlight robust collaboration of all stakeholders, including state-owned enterprises and private, academia, media, government, as well as society or association. And the role of private sector is very important, like we already identified in the previous meeting. And given the limited resource of the government, the private sector can assist in providing investment, conducting business activity, business of new renewable energy generating and green fuels, supporting services, encouraging innovation and technology, creating jobs, contributing to state revenue and economic activities. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants, I sincerely hope that through this forum, we can have a fruitful discussion to identify concrete programs and activities in order to encourage the local community and green economy. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Haris, for the inspiring talk about the Indonesian government support to energy transition activities in the society, as well as considering the ecosystem in Indonesia. Now we move on to the panel discussion about how communities take a significant role in securing the energy needs using the renewable energy options. And we have three distinguished speakers here. I would like to invite them to come to the stage. First, Mr. Brahmantia S. Purwadi, the Corporate Secretary of PT Pertamina Persero, the largest oil and gas state-owned enterprises in Indonesia. Please, Pak. Second, I invite my longtime friend, Ms. Monica Tanuhandaru, the chairperson of Yayasan Bambu Lingkungan Lestari. Please, Pak, come to the stage. And last but not least, please come to the stage, Ms. Ilina Stefanova, Program Officer for International Renewable Energy Agency, or IRENA. Okay. Thank you, Pak Brahmantia, Mbak Monica, and also Elina for being with us to share your works, of course, and ideas on how community be involved in energy transition strategies. And all of you, you will have 10 minutes each for presentation, and then we move on to the Q&A. And then first, I would like to invite Pak Brahmantia to talk about the community empowerment conducted by PT Pertamina. And then please, Pak, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, the good word to describe the community on the climate change is we confirm that there will be no one left behind. Of course, Pertamina as the biggest energy company in Indonesia, convey that actually we have strong roles in the carrying out of company sustainability, social and environment responsibility to the community. With the spirit of energizing sustainable community, Pertamina and the community work together to build an independency in conservation, in conserving environment, energy, and social economic. And all these activity are to support government target and also SDGs. With the several program, at least we have three biggest program right now. The first is in Pertamina Independent Energy Village. The second is Tourism Village, which run by communities. And the third is Pertamina Forest. Next, please. We have Pertamina Green Business Initiative to support government in achieving net zero emission by 2060 or earlier. We have company big, bold strategies. The first is the carbonization of operation with the green power generation. The second is new low carbon business with, of course, Pertamina is a fuel and energy company with the biofuel and new and renewable energy development. The third is carbon offset. We are actively in the market also. We have Pertamina Geothermal Energy as a private company, as a open company right now to deal with the carbon market business, CCS and CCUS services, nature and ecosystem-based solution. Pertamina continues to strive to develop green business with a target that by 2060, at least, we can reduce between 25 or 30 million tons CO2 equivalent per year. Next, please. Pertamina provides access, of course, to the new and renewable energy to the community and rural community surrounded our operation. For the energy independence and also community economic in line with supporting sustainable development goals. Number 4, education. Point number 7, clean and affordable energy. Point number 8, decent work and economic growth. And not but not least, point 13, attacking or tackling the climate change. For these years, until end of 2023, we have 76 program running, which include 57 solar panel program, 12 biogas program and gas methane utilization, 4 micro hydro programs, 2 program for utilizing waste into biodiesel, and 1 wind and solar hybrid program, which impacting the society. More than 4,000 heads of families are program beneficiaries. Increase the social economy by 2 billion rupiah per year, around 700,000 tons CO2 equivalent per year's carbon emission reduction, which also energy produced from new and renewable energy facilities such as 287,000 watts peak per year from the solar panel, micro hydro and wind, 609,000 metric per year from biogas and methane gas, and 6,500 liters years from the biodiesel. Next slide. On the Pertamina Independent Village program, we have one good example in Desa Kliki. Desa Kliki is located in Ubud, in Bali. With this program, Pertamina utilizing new and renewable energy using solar panel with use for waste management operation and also supporting community fund security by supplying water. If you ever go to Bali, we have Subak. Currently, they have a problem in mobilizing the irrigation by Subak. By our solar panel, this program can be successful to increase the paddy field plantation for them. The resulting of this impact is installed by the solar panel, the total of 28 kilowatt peak with electricity cost saving at least 60 million per year, with 1,000 beneficiaries from its local people, and can process organic and unorganic waste in Desa Kliki area around 180 tons per year. Next, please. Second, we have also the tourism program. The tourism program that involved in this Pertamina program is to encourage strengthening community skills and capacity in managing sustainable tourism. Within this case, Pertamina also support the government in targeting of the super priority tourism destination program. This program has managed 794 homestays, 30 craft of SMEs, and 30 food and beverage of small and medium enterprises. The tourism village program impacting on the community, including the economic increase of the community itself of 600 million rupiah per year and more than 5,500 beneficiaries. Next slide. We have also Balkondes. Balkondes is actually a tourism village center which supported by the community, which in this case is the program of village economic center is in Borobudur in Central Java. With this program, Pertamina fosters the community in managing the village economic center based on renewable energy, and also this program impacting at least 600 million rupiah per year and more than 5,500 beneficiaries. This Balkondes is actually currently have been visited more than 6,000 tourists per year. Next. We have also Pertamina Forestry. We need to make sure that abandoned land, critical land, are evolving and are to be rebuilt by our program. Pertamina Forest is step taken by Pertamina to support the Indonesia government in mitigating climate change and offer critical land in Indonesia. Not only planting the sea, we are focusing on mangrove. As we know, that actually Indonesia has 17,504 islands, and we have like coastal community. We need this program to be leading in our Pertamina program. The program impacting on the more than planting 6 million trees, including mangrove, which can absorb carbon emission around 120,000 tons of CO2 equivalent per year. More than 4,500 beneficiaries and increasing the community economy at least 1.8 billion per year. We have also the good example of Pertamina Forestry program is in Segara Anakan, Cilacap. Why Segara Anakan? Pertamina has the finest, newest, and the greener refinery in Cilacap in Central Java. One of the implementation is in this location because we see this location have a reduction of the mangrove area due to the conversion of mangrove area into aquaculture, which has impacting on reducing number of marine species and also causing an abrasion. Currently, this program Pertamina is successful to restore mangrove cover area, and there are community economic effort in the form of managing educational tourism location and small medium enterprise product from mangrove and also from the fisheries. The last page is on the key takeaway. Next, please. On the key takeaway. Okay. The forestry is done. Okay. On the last page, I would say that Pertamina is aimed to leverage the social project for sustainable and equitable energy transition nationwide, as well as to create added value for Pertamina business while simultaneously fostering social economic benefit for local community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Brahmantia, for your inspiring works by Pertamina. This is this is the real action of the Pertamina on the ground that can be, it's like in promoting communities take an important role in the implementing of energy transition on the ground. Okay. Next, Mbak Monica will present her works in promoting community-based bamboo industries, considering bamboo as an abundant resource in Indonesia archipelago and very close to villages. Mbak Monica, the floor is yours, Mbak.
First of all, thank you for the opportunities and also for the audience who is staying until 7 to listen to this panel. I wanted to give my appreciation to Pertamina. I want to share the story a little bit. When Pertamina says we want to work with bamboo, I said, what? What? That was my first reaction with the team. Bertanya-tanya, kenapa nih? Kenapa bambu dan Pertamina tertarik? So I wanted to give my appreciation because this is a long time. As bamboo is part of our culture. Yeah. Next slide. And bamboo is part of our culture. It has an environmental benefit. It has a social benefit. And last, it also has an economic benefit. Right? So when we talk about bamboo, we talk about the past, the present, and the future. And when Pertamina said, we want to build something on bamboo, and I said, what do you want to build on bamboo? Biomass, biofuel, bioenergy, or we want to build something for the future, which is all of that. As a natural source of material or nature-based solution. So bamboo can become biofuel, biomass, but also bamboo is the future timber. It was the timber of the past, but is now the timber of the future. So then we talked about restorative economy. Pertamina contributes to the restorative economy, the initial restorative economy, the start of restorative economy. What is restorative economy? The core concept is we want to harmonize growth and also environmental stewardship. We also want to look at the balance of economic growth, but also the balance with environmental protection and sustainability. And I think bamboo is one of the solutions. I'm not saying this is a silver bullet for sustainability, but bamboo is a solution. In the upstream, we do have bamboo forest. We have about 176 bamboo species in Indonesia. We have about 1,600 bamboo species in the world, 176 bamboo species to date found in Indonesia. Each bamboo has different function in the society. Some use it for roofing, some use it for food, some use it for structure, building structure, some use it for farming, some use it for fences, so some use it for music, some use it for different kinds of use of bamboo. So what are the key focus? Participatory development in leveraging these day-to-day lives of the people using bamboo. The downstream of bamboo, we can use it for food, building material, but also bioenergy. Next, can we have a next? 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 So what are the outcome of our collaboration with Pertamina? One is we have a knowledge bank, which basically we have a one map platform. Next. So we're developing a one map platform, which actually inclusive to all the vegetation and planting, yeah, including ecological mapping and also community engagement. Yeah. We have an interim knowledge bank that we place in the open source. We call Restore. So when you look at the map, it's an open source. We can look at every villages and the status of the bamboo. Now we have a request, please also map other vegetation. So from planting bamboo and mapping bamboo, now we are asked to also map other vegetation in the village. But we also look at carbon storage. We're also looking at biodiversity. So if you go into EBF website, you can open one map, and in one map, you can go to Restore. Next. This is our work area. We work in West Kalimantan, East Java, Bali, East Nusa Tenggara. Next. We also conduct community-based monitoring. We actively work with women only in the start, and then the men would join and participate. And it's actually very rewarding, from making bamboo seedlings, planting, and harvesting. Next. I wanted to raise this issue about the impact on working with women and the women only. It's actually the impact on gender relation. There is, as you know, in most of these villages, women are invisible. They are voiceless, they're not acknowledged, or their role is just reproductive role, but also helpers in the family. So since we work with women, and of course the men in the family, there are a family unit dynamics. Women to start being acknowledged in the house. Women have voices in the house because the women have knowledge and income. And then they're also heard and have voices in their family and their clan. Next, they also have a acknowledged in the community or in the village. And then they also are heard at the village level. They have an influence at the village level. And then next, they also have decision to make in the use of their income. Whether they want it to use to support the family, the food in the house, they want to support the children's study or school, they want to buy land, or they want to plant other food crops or other crops. So in terms of these gender relations, we're able to, it's a game changer basically. Empowering the women with bamboo in the village, it is a game changer. Next. Now, where are we working with Pertamina? We're working in green mobility and green energy. Next. So what is the collaboration with Pertamina? I get a question, what is Yayasan Bambu Lestari working with Pertamina? So the collaboration is we work with, one, creating an affordable bamboo bicycle. The material is made out of bamboo, 100%, And we're campaigning for green mobility. So the bamboo bicycle becomes an ambassador for green mobility. And also, of course, I'm not undermining electric vehicle, but I think bicycle is still the best green mobility until we can process the battery. We're also looking at the potential for renewable energy. Is it possible for bamboo and other vegetation to be the source of community-based renewable energy? Meaning, we're not going to be practicing plantation-based, but we're practicing community-based renewable energy. That's in the collaboration. Next is the innovation. With the help of Pertamina, we established a new design, bike to school, or GoSeko, Goes ke Sekolah. It's an affordable bamboo bike that every children can have, their dream bike. GoSeko will be sold 5 million rupiah, but if other people wants to sponsor a child to have his dream bike, they buy one and they get two. Beli satu dapat dua. So that other bike will go to a child that wants or dream of having a bike. As you know, the transportation, the school is free, but the transportation to go to school for a child is not free. That is mostly in the village, that is costly for a family. For a child to go to school, it's not the school, it's the transportation from home to school. Now, what we're trying to do is actually later end of this year or early this next year, we want to distribute some of the bicycle for children to choose the children that the house is far from school. Then they can get a bicycle. And then in the initiative, EBF is also launching Kayu Untuk Bumi, or pedal for the earth. It's a global campaign on bamboo bicycle. We did the Paris, 1,200 kilometers with a bamboo bike. We also did the Japan Odyssey, 3,000 kilometers endurance ride for 12 days with a bamboo bicycle. Next. This is the high-end bamboo bicycle. So you know, we didn't manage to bring in the bicycle, but the bicycle is in here in Dubai. Next. This is another source this is a timber alternative. We built a campus in Flores, in Ngada. The middle one is the campus in Labuan Bajo. And the right one is like the new building in Labuan Bajo. This is 100% made out of bamboo. The campus is called campus because everything that we want to learn about bamboo agroecology is in this campus. Next. So what's the future outlook like for this collaboration? Biomass for electricity generation, bamboo for bioethanol production, sustainable energy cycle, and the last is community involvement and economic impact. I think this is new, not for EBF or Pertamina, but this is relatively new for the world. This initiative has has started with India and Finland. They started to establish a biofuel made from bamboo with the bamboo that has no economic value. So I think with the 12 million hectares of degraded land in Indonesia, I think there is potential for us to restore the degraded land without with a safeguard without the conversion of a forest. We should prevent deforestation. We should just plant bamboo, 20%, and the rest should be other plants, other crops. It's not a monoculture. This is the safeguard that we have to put up front. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mbak Monica, for inspiring work by Environmental Bamboo Foundation. Then you can see that so many initiatives, that also the idea to be done by the Environmental Bamboo Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard some examples from Indonesia about how real action have been done on the ground and how Indonesia can lead by examples to inspire the world. Community-based energy transition, of course. Now, I would like to invite Irina Stefanova from IRENA to talk about the role of communities in the international scale that might connect to the works that have been done in Indonesia. Please, Irina,
Thank you
the
so
time is
much.
yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Elena Stefanova. I'm IRENA Coalition for Action team lead. And I'm very happy to join this discussion today and let you know more about what IRENA is doing in terms of promoting community energy, sharing this knowledge, good practices, and making sure that community energy has its role in energy transition. So before I start my presentation, I would like to very quickly guide you through the Coalition for Action. You know that IRENA is intergovernmental organization, so it is mostly communicating with ministers, with government, but the coalition is also making sure that the voice of the non-governmental stakeholders, the private sector, is also getting its seat at the table. So it was established almost 10 years ago. It currently brings together more than 140 energy players in the renewables field. We have big businesses, small businesses, think tanks. We have international organizations, civil society members. So we have a very diverse group of actors with whom we are discussing the energy transition, making sure we are approaching sustainable development goal 7 together. And we also have the buy-in of the non-governmental stakeholders, because 75% of the investments in energy transition are actually coming from the private sector. So we have to make sure that we have the private sector, the non-governmental stakeholders, the communities engaged in that. Could you please go to the next slide? So yeah, we established a community energy working group a few years ago when we realized the role of the importance of the community energy, but mostly sharing this knowledge and experiences that we hear from different parts of the world and bringing it together. So together with the group, we developed several papers. First was about community energy benefits and the ownership. The second one delved into more about the financial aspects. And the third one, that is the most recent one, brings different community energy examples from diverse places, presenting those scenarios and those business models as a impetus for other communities to continue to develop renewable energy projects. If you can move to the next slide, please. So yeah, community energy is crucial for the inclusive and just transition. So beyond the local socio-economic benefits, it grants the communities with autonomy. It fosters positive attitude towards renewable energy and gets additional support for the transition. So there are a wide range of approaches for community energy development that are found around the world. So examples include community projects that grant access in areas where such access is missing, or community-led projects supplying renewable energy to the grid, but also providing other energy services, and partnerships with like the traditional energy players like the utility, but also the local authorities, private sector developers. So this diversity also reflects the different environment, the different setting where these community energy projects are born. And it's very challenging to identify one set of best practices. So that's why we decided that dissemination of good case studies, actually illustrating best practices around the globe, would promote renewable energy. So if you can move to the next slide, please. So we are convinced that the community energy brings plenty of benefits, and it also ensures that those benefits are spread equally and widely across the society. And IRENA has always put a strong emphasis on socio-economic benefits, because we believe that the renewable energy discussion has to go beyond the technologies, beyond the profits. It also has to discuss what good it brings to the communities, how the communities would prosper with the help of renewable energy. And if you can go to the next slide, please. So firstly, we have several key socio-economic considerations that we have. So firstly, energy transition only be successful when it has broad public support. And it would get broad public support when we are ensuring that the community perceives these projects as just. So one is the procedural justice that actually gives the foundation of all the procedures that are, so the community is considered treated fairly. In terms of the planning process, in terms of the decision-making process, those processes need to be fair, they have to be impartial, and they have to make sure that they consider all the different voices. Also, in terms of the distributional justice, it actually means that all the benefits of the community energy, all the resources, the cost and the benefits are distributed across the society equitably. And in addition, restorative justice requires that damage is restored, or even better, harm is prevented. And I think that previous panelists also touched upon this topic. And the most important, I think, is the trust that is built between the stakeholders. And with the participation of the local stakeholders, actually, and renewable energy is accepted more broadly. And it provides it gives the role of the citizens to participate in that. So from the social acceptance, we have to move to the action on the ground, and make sure that local energy projects are also considered in terms of well-being, socio-economic value creation and employment, and healthy natural environment. So community energy can maximize these benefits and give right incentives for these combined goals of increased renewable energy generation on one hand, but also energy efficiency and affordability. And I think one of the most important aspects of the renewable energy, which also the previous panelists touched upon, is the empowerment it gives to the people. And I think Monica explained it very, very nicely, that the role of the women in energy communities is growing. So currently, the traditional fossil fuel sector only has around 20-21% of women's participation. The renewable energy already gives, like the average percentage is already 32. In solar energy, it's almost 40. And we are also happy to see more women at the drive seat of these community energy projects, because this is actually a great chance for them to work and to participate actively in their community life. So if you can jump on the next slide, please. I would like also to touch upon this of the topic of the prosperity. According to IRENA, the annual investments in renewable energy has to increase 4 times. Actually, today, 118 countries here signed a pledge, a global renewable pledge, that and they are committed to tripling the installed renewable capacity. So basically, it also requires more than 4 times increasing the investments. And it's not only in the renewable energy capacities, but also in the supporting infrastructure, in the training, in the building the skills. So what community energy could bring is basically not so much in terms of investments, because most of the projects are small scale, but it could bring a lot in terms of the local benefits for the society. Needless to say, areas where energy access is missing, which are currently more than 700 million people in the world are missing access to electricity, and 2.3 billion are missing clean energy for cooking. I think it's a no-brainer that community energy can bridge this gap and develop projects that would benefit those who have no access. And can you go to the next slide, please? So yeah, and I would like to finally touch upon the benefits that the community energy brings to the planet. So we need to ensure that this energy does not replicate the fossil fuel destructive policies and patterns, and make sure that we need to be smart on how we are localizing energy projects and also the associated infrastructure. We need to be sure that it maximizes minimizing the impact on nature areas and wildlife and productive agricultural lands. And so energy, for example, located on former mine lands can revitalize community, and local knowledge here is the key to avoid land conflicts and developing projects in line with shared values, but also with cultural identity and with the connection of the nature that is within the community. So I would like to go to my last slide and come up with the recommendations. So, yeah, this one, please. So community energy and citizens' involvement should be given more prominent role in the national energy plans, and we really hope to see the community energy getting into more NDCs in the coming years. It is essential to reduce the complexity and create enabling and non-discriminatory policy framework. Also, we need to simplify the community energy. We have to make it one-stop shop and build awareness and capacity building. And as previously said, the community energy has to make sure that it provides equal opportunity for the representation of men and women, but also youth and marginalized communities. Access to finance is also should be facilitated, acknowledging the specific risk profile of such projects that are very often small scale. So public funds need to be channeled towards de-risking community energy and making it viable for more vulnerable households. And I mentioned previously that the planning process is very important, making sure that the socio-economic benefits are maximized and environmental impact is minimized. Local knowledge has to be integrated, and efforts need to be taken in terms of bridging the gap and making sure that energy access is provided for those who mostly need it. And at the end of the day, I would like to stress again on the international cooperation. There's so many good examples that are currently existing in different communities, and even though there's no one-size-fitting-all, there's still a lot of good takeaways that could be derived from those projects. So I would like to end up with my last slide and invite you to join the Coalition for Action, join us for discussion on sustainable energy future. Thank you very much, and looking forward to a very successful discussion.
thank you, Elena, for sharing the IRENA's Coalition for Action, and I think it's a big idea that might lead to the more consolidated works for at the community level across the world, and we can see that there is also some connection between what we have done in Indonesia and what the idea of the IRENA's Coalition Action. Now, we have still a couple of minutes for question and answer. I invite one response from floor, if there is any. No, then I will be raising a burning question for all the speakers. Yeah. Yes. I would like to have your immediate responses about the challenges, as well as strategies to address the challenges in enhancing the participation of communities in using renewable energy, in fulfilling the energy needs, or in utilizing the resources. So, please, how do you respond to the challenges that you are facing now, and how strategy you will be taken to address that challenges? Please, Pak.
Thank you for the question. Actually, the key to answer on that question is on collaboration. The good thing that Elena, Monica has already mentioned, everything is true and we need to follow that. In case of our big program like Pertamina Energy Villages, we see that next year we will plan big, that more than 100 villages is starting to be like to collaborate with Pertamina. But we are not alone, Pak. We need other people. We see that this program can also be joined with the college student, like with the fellowship that before they graduate, mostly they have 1 year to serve as community development in several locations. In that case, we start to doing with the university in Indonesia, which surrounded our operation location, Pak. And of course, collaborative also need the support from the government. Government rules need to be addressed actually because Indonesia is island country. I managed to speak before. We have two big challenges. First is geographically challenges, as we have 1,000 islands. And secondly, we have demographic challenges. Almost 57% people in Indonesia lives in Java Island. For Pertamina, is care to conserve and to coordinate with community is because we are having like supply chain through all Indonesia location, Pak. Therefore, collaborative action and also the good and best big regulation in order to make that happen is very important, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Pramantia. So, Mbak Monica, could you add some idea?
I think the challenges is to address the challenges. I'm going to say the challenges first. The challenges is coordination. Second challenges is policy. There's no policies that fits all. Policies that is cross-sectoral, horizontally, policies that is vertical, crossing national, province, kabupaten, sub-district, and desa and villages. Each have their own policies. Each have their own authorities. Then we also have, at national level, we have different ministries, different policies. And they're not synchronized. And they don't support each other. I think, well, this is the result of this is the result of democracy. Each area have their own authority. Okay, that's the challenges. Second is what is explained with Mr. Tio, that geographically challenging. Logistic and transportation, infrastructure is challenging. If 57% of Indonesian lives in one island in Java, and the rest is spread out in small islands. Small numbers. What type of renewable energy that fits small islands? Is it solar panel? Is it small biomass power plant, community base? Is it, hydropower? Is it geothermal? The cost of these renewable energy, who is going to pay for it? I think Director have explained earlier, who is going to pay for the extra cost. Earlier, he presented in his keynote speech, funding, incentives. These two, I think, is part of the discussion within JETP. How do we address that? What we're trying to do is to set an example in one island, in Flores. I already explained to Pertamina, let's try to do Flores or NTT, and let's do it right. We address those challenges, coordination amongst cross-sectors, stakeholders, coordination between government agencies, coordination at province, at national, at province, at district, and at the village level. Is there possibility for example, community contributions or village contributions? We have village governance, we have village budget. We also have hutan desa, village forest. Can that be utilized? So it's not a concession only, but it's also community-based bamboo forest, bamboo agroforestry. Is that possible? So now, in the next phase of our collaboration with Pertamina, is to look at these possibilities, maybe for the next 1 or 2 years. Can we provide to the size that is possible for Pertamina larger investment? Can, the whatever, CSR or funds or other funding from FOLU, NetSync, provided by the ministry, by the Indonesian Environmental Trust Fund, with Pertamina and with other state-owned company, let's start from one province and one island, the island of Flores, and let's try to do it right. What I'm trying to say is, Pak Syahrul, we don't want it to be scattered, so we can focus, and it is smart. It's measurable. And we can also create a short-term, medium, and long-term goal and impact of the collaboration. What we like to see is actually NTT, the East Nusa Tenggara province, to be a net zero province by 2030 or 2035. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mbak Monica. It looks like you already provide a policy brief to Pak Haris Yahya. Anyway. Okay, then, Elina, it's your turn to speak.
I won't keep you waiting. I just want to add something to what my previous fellow panelists mentioned. So again, de-risking the project, access to finance, and recognition of these projects into the national legislations. What we discovered when we were diving deeper into community-based projects, into agri-voltaics, for example, or agri-renewables, is that usually the project promoters, the project developers need to go to several different institutions. And imagine if it's a small community, it doesn't have the capacity to circle around different institutions who are not talking to each other. So yeah, this is the collaboration that you actually mentioned, but it needs to be like governed. There has to be some overarching regulation that brings together, because these projects are beneficial for both for agribusiness and for the energy business, but it is not somehow, it is like this is a missing link that I think it's worth for the developing. So yeah, the risking and simplifying the procedures is something that I would say is the most challenging. And I would like to end up with something that I find fascinating in the community energy projects, because we had quite a few good examples where the decision-making process within the community energy project is very democratic, and each of the participants has an equal voting right regardless of the financial contribution. So I think this is actually a very good example, and in practice, how the community energy is really about the society and the benefits, and not about the real like monetary profit that this energy actually brings. So this is from my side. I won't keep you longer. Thank you so much. And,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Applause for all the distinguished speakers that already explained the good idea and also the best practices on the ground. So before we close this session, I think we already heard about the importance of collaboration that need to be consolidated and also need to be strengthened at the local, national, and even at the international level. And the second, of course, the overarching policy. So we talk about this one, the takeaways, but then the homework will be on Pak Haris Yahya. So thank you very much for your participation, and again, applause for all the speakers and all of us for being here in the last session of today. So I return the session to Mbak Mona. Please, Mbak Mona.
Happy weekend.
Then let's family picture together. Thank you to all speakers. Firstly, for all the concrete actions you all made for the community and for the society and the environment. And we all hear from the speaker, collaborative action with stakeholders to conquer the geographic and also logistic challenges. And squeeze in, so we have to make sure everybody in frame, nobody left behind, right? Thank you, Pak Haris Yahya. Don't forget the homework, Pak. Streamlining, consolidating the regulation so we all can move forward. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you for staying with us up till this hour. We'll see you again tomorrow, shall we? Have a good night. Drive safe. Rest well. Thank you.